Transcending the Nine Heavens chapter 2668 to chapter 2705. During this period of time, Mo Tianji did not hear a single bit of the clamor of gongs and drums that filled the entire space outside. The ceremony had already reached an important stage. Meng Wuya's voice was close to hoarse. Next, let's invite our bridegroom for today, Minister Chu Yang, to say a few words to everyone. In the midst of earth-shattering cheers, the world was suddenly filled with fresh flowers. Countless fresh flowers fell from the sky. In the midst of the rain of flowers, Chu Yang, dressed in black, walked up to the sky step by step. Walking in the void, it was as if he was stepping on solid stairs. Step by step, his clothes fluttered in the wind. Just walking up like this, it was as if he was the emperor of heaven and earth, inspecting his own territory. Below, countless people were originally cheering, but at this moment, they were suddenly silent. Every step Chu Yang took seemed to be stepping on everyone's hearts. His footsteps were silent, but they were full of shock. The figure walked up to the sky step by step, getting further and further away from everyone. It should be smaller and smaller, but for some reason, in everyone's hearts, this figure was actually getting bigger and bigger, more and more dignified and solemn. When he walked to the sky, his whole person turned into the sun, shining brightly and illuminating the world. Today, Chu Yang was still wearing a black robe. However, this black robe was the most gorgeous robe he had ever worn in his life. This was because there were golden threads on the inside and golden edges on the outside. There were also dark golden patterns on the collar. It symbolized that today's bridegroom, Chu Yang, was completely different from his previous image of wandering the martial world. Chu Yang walked up. He slowly turned around. His eyes were very gentle as he looked at everyone. Just like the warm sunlight that spilled down naturally, but at this moment, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. Then, they suddenly burst into earth-shattering cheers. Minister Xianxia. Minister Chu is overjoyed. Minister Chu. For a moment, the sound of cheers rose and fell, soaring into the sky. Everyone's expression was fervent as they looked at the figure in the sky, full of the excitement of a pilgrimage, finally seeing a god. Chu Yang smiled slightly. He cupped his fists and said, "Friends. Brothers." Chu Yang, for his own selfish reasons, has troubled everyone to come here from thousands of miles away. Here, Chu Yang thanks everyone. Chu Yang will remember everyone's hospitality in his heart. Thank you again. His voice was very calm, but in the midst of the cheers. However, it was clearly transmitted. It was as if he was whispering into everyone's ears. I, Chu Yang, am getting married today. This is a grand occasion for my generation. This is the one and only time. Therefore, I hope to receive everyone's blessings. Chu Yang smiled warmly. This is the first thing. Cheers erupted from below. The sound of congratulations was like an eruption of a mountain flood. It lasted for a full 15 minutes, and it was getting louder and more intense. Speaking of marriage, I must thank many people. Chu Yang's voice was full of emotions. The first person is my teacher, Meng Ran. Today, his teacher didn't come. However, I want to say that the reason why I am able to walk to where I am today is all because of my teacher's teachings. My life's achievements all came from this. Thank you, teacher. Chu Yang knelt down in the air and kowtowed thrice. Kneeling and kowtowing, the crowd watched quietly, their hearts suddenly filled with emotion. As the minister, he was number one in the world. He had knelt down in front of everyone without any pretense or restraint. It could be seen that Chu Yang was extremely grateful to his teacher. All of the experts who had already become masters felt honored and excited. As a teacher, it could be said that he had no regrets in his life to be able to teach a disciple like Chu Yang. This was also the greatest glory of a teacher. However, on this day, which was Chu Yang's teacher's most glorious day, he didn't come. This made all the Jianghu experts who had already become teachers have some inexplicable feelings in their hearts. If it were me, would I come? Everyone's answer was yes to one thing. However, Chu Yang's teacher denied it. For a moment, everyone seemed to understand something. Although Meng Ran didn't come, Chu Yang still expressed his deepest gratitude to his teacher. He was the first to express his gratitude. Other than my teacher, I am most grateful to my parents. Qi Yang turned his head and looked at Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling affectionately. My parents gave me life. For me, they were even willing to sacrifice everything. This is a great kindness, and also a great kindness that can never be repaid as a human being. Qi Yang knelt down slowly. I can only kowtow a few times to my parents on this day of marriage. Qi Yang kowtowed one by one and said loudly, Father, Mother, I have a family today. I have grown up today. Thank you very much. In the future, everything will be handed over to me. You have suffered for half your lives for me, but from now on, I will repay you with a lifetime of laughter. Qi Yang said loudly with a solemn expression. Below the stage, Yang Ruolan was already sobbing. Chu Feiling nodded his head in relief, but he forced himself not to let his tears flow out. This life is complete. Chu Feiling said to himself. Below the stage, almost everyone was already a father and a mother. Looking at this scene, there was a dead silence. As parents, they had no regrets to have such an outstanding son today. However, they didn't know if their own child could also bring them such glory. If there was such a day, they would have no regrets even if they died. I'm also grateful to my wives. Qi Yang stood up and said, My wives are all 1 in a million good girls. Every one of them is devastatingly beautiful. Every one of them is exceptionally intelligent and quick-witted. Every one of them has peak cultivation and peak power. But they still fell in love with me. They fell in love with me, who was still useless at that time. From humble beginnings, they have accompanied me to this day. This is a patriarchal world. Of course, 3 wives and 4 concubines are common in this world. Everyone is used to it, but here, I have to confess to everyone that I have these 4 wives at the same time. This is something that I, Qi Yang, didn't even dare to dream of. When facing each of them, I feel that I'm very satisfied with just one. Everyone, I want to give her a lifetime of love, the one and only love. But I'm very sorry. I can't do it. This is also my greatest apology to my wives. For this apology, I will use my life to make it up to them. Qi Yang said seriously, they are all my treasures from the past. Now, in the future, and forever. In 4 different directions, the eyes of the 4 brides with red veils were filled with tears. Qi Yang, in our lives. To be able to marry you is also the thing that we are most grateful to the heavens. Everyone was silent. Qi Yang was right. This was a patriarchal society. In the eyes of the world, 3 wives and 4 concubines were natural. Natural. No one, not even all the women. No one said that this was unreasonable. But Qi Yang, as the number 1 person in the world, was here, on his wedding day, facing the world, openly expressing the guilt in his heart. This showed the sincerity of his will and the firmness of his heart. Qinggu, Xianxia, Budian, Qing'er. Qi Yang said affectionately, in my heart, you are all irreplaceable. Every one of you is my one and only. Here, on my wedding day, facing the heavens and earth, facing all the people in the world, I made a promise. Let us stay together for all eternity and love each other forever. I will love and protect all of you, until the end of time. Thank you for being willing to marry me. Qi Yang said firmly, I will make all of you happy, believe me. We believe you. A roar sounded. It was from all the female experts present. Everyone's eyes were brimming with tears. Such an affectionate man should receive everyone's blessings. In the face of the heavens and earth's promise, we believe, and we are envious. The minister's wife is really lucky. Today is my wedding day, there shouldn't be anything else mixed in. But the situation now is serious, making me worry day and night. Qi Yang's voice was low and full of worry. Gradually, it was filled with a sonorous feeling, like a war drum slowly beating. The extraterrestrial demons will never stop wanting to kill us. They are always a sharp sword hanging in our hearts. If the extraterrestrial demons don't die, the heavens will not be at ease. Qi Yang's voice became fierce. Today, in the name of Minister Xianxia, I announce to the world that from today onwards, we declare war on the extraterrestrial demons. Within 3 months, the heavens will send out troops at the same time to rush to purple cloud heavens, destroy the extraterrestrial demons, and reclaim purple cloud heavens. Light up my heaven and earth, comfort my heroic spirits. Destroy the extraterrestrial demons, reclaim purple cloud heavens, light up my heaven and earth, comfort my heroic spirits. Everyone's blood boiled at the same time, raising their arms and shouting. In the sky, countless red flags rustled like red clouds, rising and falling one after another, endless. This battle is dangerous, I won't say more beautiful words. I hope everyone is prepared. If the extraterrestrial demons are not destroyed, we will not return. Chu Yang, I hereby swear that I will fight with everyone, breathe with everyone, live and die with everyone. Live and die with everyone. Live and die with everyone. Everyone puffed up their necks and shouted. Even Shui Leihan, Zi Wuji, and the other heavenly emperors couldn't help but shout out loud. The Purple Cloud Minister's wedding begins now. Let's welcome the 4 beautiful brides. Meng Wuya shouted. In all directions, horns sounded mightily, and festive music instantly filled the world. The first bride, Mo Qinggu, the younger sister of the heavenly emperor of heavenly secrets, Mo Tianji. Today, she is in the Chu clan. Let us wish the bride and groom eternal happiness and happiness. Meng Wuya's voice actually sounded weak in the midst of the roaring cheers of the crowd. At this moment, there were too many people cheering. In the east, the heavenly emperor of heavenly secrets' bridal procession appeared mightily. Mo Qinggu, who was dressed in red, at this moment, even though her head and face were covered by a red veil, her unique beauty was still stunning. She walked step by step with her brother by her side. She only felt that her heart was almost about to jump out of her throat. After today, I will be Brother Chu Yang's little wife. Mo Qinggu felt shy in her heart, but more than that, she was happy and satisfied. In this life, there was nothing more to ask for, thank the heavens. The second bride is our hero, the daughter of the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, Zi Xianxia. Meng Wuya's voice shook the world. The heavenly emperor of Daluo Heaven, Zi Wuji, is the uncle of our bride. He came personally to send Princess Zi Xiao off. She and Chu Yang, the Jade Cloud Minister, will be eternal. Cheers rang out once again. Then, it was Gu Duxing sending off Tai Badian, Xia Donqiong sending off Wu Qianqian, 4 heavenly emperors sending off 4 brides. Such a lineup shocked all the spectators to speechlessness. This time, it was Tai Badian and Wu Qianqian's request to let Zi Xianxia and Mo Qinggu come first. Tai Badian and Wu Qianqian were willing to make such a decision. Marrying 4 brides at once, regardless of age. Entering together. This was something everyone knew. However, Zi Xianxia's identity was special after all. The heavenly imperial court needed a hero's wife, and it needed Princess Zi Xiao, and Mo Qinggu was Chu Yang's favorite. Tai Badian and Wu Qianqian understood this very well. Although they knew that there was no distinction in their lover's heart, this kind of front and back in front of everyone's eyes, they still had to have some. After all, it was impossible for 4 names to appear at the same time. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, and Zi Xianxia were all grateful to Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian's insistence. Mo Qinggu and Zi Xianxia felt embarrassed. However, they couldn't dissuade Tai Badian and could only agree. The 4 brides appeared at the same time. The sky and the mountains and rivers suddenly turned into a sea of fresh flowers. When the 4 brides walked into mid-air, this sea of fresh flowers also grew to the extreme. Under the feet of the brides and grooms who were standing in mid-air, countless fresh flowers grew wildly, piling up into a tall flower platform that was 1,000 feet high, supporting the 5 newlyweds. The wedding ceremony officially begins. Meng Wuya was so agitated that his whole body trembled. The first bow to heaven and earth. There was a deafening cheer. Chu Yang and the 4 newlyweds bowed down at the same time. At this moment, Chu Le, who had been paying attention to all the movements, still did her best to silently sprinkle the antidote for the formless poison even though she didn't notice anything unusual. At the same time as Chu Le's action, there was also a soundless, colorless, and odorless poisonous fog that slowly drifted out from the crowd. With the help of the howling wind, it drifted toward the crowd. Mo Tianji's guess was right. The Saint Lord and Divine Empress indeed wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Finally, at the most critical moment, they made their move. The formless poison was spat out from the hands of the 2 people, as if the door to hell had been opened. The original body of Divine Empress Shui Xian'er had already been destroyed, but at this moment, 2 of her clones attacked together. Beside her, the person who was looking at the newlyweds on the platform with a sincere smile of blessings was the Saint Lord of this generation, Cloud Master. He didn't move at all, but he controlled the formless poison that Xianxia sprinkled out and poured it toward Chu Yang's family members on the platform. Everywhere it passed, many people swayed and the flowers withered. Everyone's eyes were on the platform, and no one was paying attention to this side. Everyone was cheering and jumping for joy. The sound waves soared into the sky, almost tearing the clouds apart. But they didn't know that a huge crisis was already happening around them. Chulu sprinkled the antidote and spread it, carefully paying attention to the surrounding movements. When Meng Wuya shouted, "Second bow to your parents," Chulu suddenly frowned. Then, she turned her head. She stared intently at the cheering crowd over there. Chulu could feel a kind of viciousness with a strong aura of death coming from there, and spreading over, covering the sky and earth. How much poison was there? Chulu couldn't imagine at all, because the antidote she had prepared was not enough at all. It was very obvious that the Saint Lord and Divine Empress had used all the strong poisons that they had collected over the past million years without holding back today, just to ruin Chu Yang's wedding. Chulu took a deep breath. She used all her strength to activate the poison technique. Then, she quietly opened her mouth and took a deep breath. In that direction, all the poisonous fog that normal people couldn't see was sucked into her body in one breath. I don't know if my poison technique can absorb so much formless poison, but I'd rather die than let these two bastards ruin Big Brother's wedding. Chulu's expression was resolute. However, just as she was sucking in the poisonous fog, she suddenly felt a heat in her palm. A sword actually appeared in her palm inexplicably. Chu Yang's calamity sword. Chulu sucked the poisonous fog over into her body. Then, the calamity sword swallowed all the poisonous fog from her body and entered the calamity space. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang and the rest were cheering and jumping for joy. However, at the same time, the two of them were still cheering, but their sharp eyes had already noticed that something was wrong. Shui Leihan and Yao Xian, who were the most congratulatory inside, quietly retreated at this moment. Mo Tianji pressed the hand of Heavenly Secrets in his sleeves and issued the strictest order in the history of the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department. Poof poof poof. In that direction, someone finally fell down from the poisonous fog. Once they fell, a large number of them fell. The Saint Lord's eyes were fixed in the direction where the poisonous fog had left, looking at Chu Yang's parents and relatives. He was viciously hoping in his heart, fall. Die. The more deaths, the better. He could feel that the poisonous fog had already reached a critical location. He just needed to advance a little more and he would be able to hurt the people he really wanted to hurt. However, at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This was because the invisible poison that was about to build merit suddenly and mysteriously disappeared after reaching a certain location. The other party was prepared. Moreover, there was probably more than one poison expert on standby. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. This wedding was actually a trap for him. The Saint Lord's expression changed. He pulled Xian, and the two doppelgangers of Xian became alert at the same time. One of them was, of course, the real Divine Empress who was reborn with the help of the doppelgangers. She understood the Saint Lord's actions and instantly realized that something had happened. Let's go. The Saint Lord looked at the high platform with hatred and said in a low voice. But when he looked over, he regretted his decision. This was because on the high platform, two people were already flying in their direction with eyes like lightning. Dong Huang, Demon Empress. Meng Wuya's joyous words sounded from the high platform. Husband and wife, bow to each other. Send them to the bridal chamber. After the treatment yesterday, I was in so much pain that I couldn't write. I lay down and was still in pain even when it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I fell asleep in a daze and was woken up by the pain. It was already past midnight. I gritted my teeth and wrote 5,000 words intermittently. Shui Leihan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He said in a low voice, Master Cloud. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Demon Empress didn't say a word. Her face was cold. She came from the sky as fast as lightning. Master Yan's gaze was cold, like that of a venomous snake. His body retreated as if he was flying. Wherever he passed, the crowd would scatter. It was a powerful force that forcefully opened up a path, causing people to involuntarily move to the sides. He said coldly, "Have you waited for me for a long time? Haha. Haven't you waited for more than 1,000,000 years? Xue Leihan, what can you do if you wait another 1,000,000 years?" Xue Leihan's face was dark. The Grand Orient sword turned into a rainbow and slashed at Master Cloud. Master Cloud dodged. Suddenly, the two women beside him attacked at the same time, Xue Xian'er's doppelganger. One of them was the doppelganger with Xue Xian'er's consciousness. At this moment, Xue Leihan didn't dare to underestimate the combined attack of the two doppelganger. The Demon Empress' face was cold. The Demon King's hook came down. Master Cloud sneered. His body shook and hundreds of doppelganger appeared. His original body suddenly rushed into Xue Leihan's battle circle. A cold light flashed. There was no warning, it was the Saint's secret killing technique. Xue Leihan took a deep breath and retreated. He sneered, "Master Cloud, back then when you plotted against Zi Wuji, you used this move, right? I've been guarding against you for so many years." His body flashed. With a boom, he exchanged a blow with one of Xue Xian'er's doppelganger. However, the Saint had already brought the two women and flew thousands of feet away, after one blow. They immediately escaped. However, how could Xue Leihan let that happen? He gritted his teeth and chased after them. On the other side, Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Xie Danqiong and the others rushed over. The other heavenly emperors also had several people flying over. Although Rui Badong, Luo Kadi, and the others realized it a little later, they were also rushing over. On the high platform, the husband and wife were bowing to each other. Chu Yang was in the middle of performing the third ritual. He completed the ritual in a dignified and respectful manner. Chu Yang let out a long laugh, "Qing Wu, Qing Budian, Xianxia, from now on, you are my wives. I'm so happy. I'm so happy." The four women pursed their lips and chuckled at the same time, but their eyes glistened with tears. The happiness in his heart was about to overflow. The heavens bear witness, the earth bears witness. Heroes of the world, witness it together. The minister's wedding ceremony is complete. Meng Wuya shouted loudly and soared into the sky, "Congratulations to the minister." Millions of people shouted in unison, "Bless the minister." Chu Yang smiled and bowed. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your hard work today. Please have a drink with me. My wedding wine." Chu Yang didn't wait for the cheers to start. Instead, he said loudly, "Today, everyone has given me so much love and kindness. I, Chu Yang, have nothing to repay you with. So, I'll give everyone the peace of Heaven Imperial Court." He let out a long roar. He said, "Eradicate our Heaven Imperial Court. The last root of the problem." He suddenly turned his head and looked in that direction. Although there was no sound, he could see that the entire space had been shattered. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Everyone felt a little strange. Someone actually dared to come and cause trouble at Xiongzhao's wedding? Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts? Chaos. With a soft roar, three figures rushed out desperately and turned into three rainbows in the sky, fleeing towards the north. Chu Yang sneered. Then, he shouted, "Master Yun, do you think you can still escape today?" With a flash of sword light, Chu Yang had already turned into a thunderbolt along with his sword. He chased quickly. "Cloud Master, the one who came today was actually saint only? 10,000 saints true demon?" Everyone who heard it felt their hearts tremble. This unforeseen event left everyone dumbfounded. Then, everyone saw the most beautiful picture in the world. "Mother, follow me to kill the enemy." Chu Yang's long roar came from afar. A strong gust of wind took off the red veils of the four brides together. Four beautiful faces appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Everyone was like autumn water rippling, peerless in their generation. Their eyes seemed angry, shy, and happy. At this moment, everyone who saw them suddenly held their breath. There were actually such beauties in the world, and the four of them were gathered together, and the four of them were actually married to the same person. Xiongzhao's minister was indeed blessed with endless luck. Then, Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian floated down at the same time. Mo Qingguo and Zi Shiqing's delicate bodies swayed and turned into two bolts of lightning, following closely behind Xu Yang. 2 women were in charge of the internal affairs, while the other 2 were in charge of the external affairs. On this point, the division was very obvious. 2 followed Xu Yang to conquer the world, while the other 2 guarded the foundation at home. This was the tacit understanding between the 4 women. There was no need to say anything. Everything was done naturally. By right, after the couple bowed to each other, the next step should be to send them to the bridal chamber. But now, it seemed that they would definitely not be sent to the bridal chamber. Because when they were bowing to heaven and earth, Xu Yang and the rest had already felt that there was chaos somewhere. The 4 of them realized at the same time that Saint Only's disturbance had finally come. Something was bound to happen on the wedding day. This was something that everyone had long been mentally prepared for. Although they were a little regretful that the wedding ceremony was ruined, the procedure had finally reached the final step. It could be considered a successful completion. What was left was just the part where the guests and the host enjoyed themselves. With so many people from Demon Emperor Heaven, the fairy race and the Heavenly Armament Pavilion taking care of them, there would not be any problems. Therefore, once the wedding ceremony was completed, Xu Yang immediately joined the battle to encircle Cloud Lord. When Cloud Lord and Xianxia saw that things were not going well, they immediately began to escape. They all knew that although their cultivation was top-notch in the Heaven Imperial Court, facing these people today, they really did not have any chance of winning at all. Even if they were to escape slowly, they would die here. Therefore, they did not hesitate. While Xu Yang and brother Jia were still concerned about the wedding, they rushed out fiercely. Shui Leihan and the Demon Empress only had time to block them, but the other party fled desperately. But they could not stop them. They could only chase after them. Chase after Cloud Lord. Destroy the 10,000 saints' true spirit. Shui Leihan roared and was already the first to disappear. After that, the Demon Empress, Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Xia Donqiong, Ao Xieyun, Zi Wuji, Mo Lei Zhu Lu Mo Huichen, Long Yinhuan, Meng Jinghui, and so on, all chased after them. They could make up for the wedding banquet in the future. However, the saint had escaped. There would be endless trouble. Once they were alone, it was not impossible for them to be killed instantly by the husband and wife. It was a lineup that had gathered all the top experts in the Heaven Imperial Court. With an unprecedentedly luxurious lineup, an unprecedented desperate chase took place in the Heaven Imperial Court, and the person being chased. It was actually the number 1 person in the world back then, the person with the highest authority in the Heaven Imperial Court, Cloud Lord. One had to say that this was a huge irony. Xu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and Zi Shiqing started later and fell behind. But they chased all the way. The person who chased at the back was the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets, Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji calmly arranged the subsequent matters. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion and the Fairy Clan. They are in charge of entertaining all the guests. Friends from all the major worlds, after the wedding banquet, you can leave on your own. Once the army sets off, everyone will go to the purple cloud heavens together to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Friends from all the sects in the martial world, please contribute when the time comes. From now on, all the major worlds are to be prepared for battle. Get ready to go to the purple cloud heavens at any time. Friends and relatives, the situation today is special. The biggest hidden danger in the Heaven Imperial Court has appeared. Please forgive the haste of this wedding. When Xu Yang and his wife return, we will drink to our heart's content. Mo Tianji clasped his hands and bowed. I have to catch up with them too. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch up with them. Mo Tianji shook and turned into a rainbow. Meng Wuya, the MC, instantly became the manager. He warmly welcomed everyone to take their seats. Wine and dishes were served. Chu Failing and the other Heaven Imperial Court relatives and friends, accompanied by everyone, began to toast each table. Everything was no different from any other wedding. Although young Ruolan knew that with so many top experts chasing after the 3 of them, nothing would happen, she was still instinctively worried. This incident happened in a certain area. Not many people were alarmed. In other areas, almost no one knew that such a thing actually happened at such a time. They only thought that everything was peaceful. Therefore, the atmosphere was lively and they drank to their heart's content. Meng Wuya sent people to use the antidote left by Chu Lu'er to save those who were poisoned by the formless poison. Fortunately, they were treated in time. Chu Lu'er's antidote was also very effective. No one was injured or killed. It was a great blessing. Chu Yang walked with his sword. Beside him were two peerless beauties in fluttering red clothes. Although the three of them were chasing after the enemy, the sweetness of newlyweds could not be dispersed by the wind. Occasionally, when they saw each other, their eyes were also filled with drunkenness. Today, they finally became husband and wife. The two of you are finally my wives. Chu Yang turned into a rainbow and flew as he chuckled. His face was full of pride and happiness. Mo Qinggu snorted and said coquettishly, immoral. However, Zi Xieching, who had always been feisty, blushed. She actually lowered her head timidly and flew without saying a word. Her beautiful hair fluttered and her red clothes fluttered. This unprecedented scene made Chu Yang's heart burn. He couldn't wait to stop and find a place to, cough cough cough, enter the bridal chamber first. Although they were chasing after the enemy for thousands of miles and the situation was supposed to change rapidly, Chu Yang still felt an indescribable sense of beauty and gentleness. Violent explosions and sounds of battle came from the front, as well as a long howl from Shui Leihan. Chu Yang's heart tightened. Sword light flashed. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? He rushed over quickly. Just as he arrived, he suddenly felt a strong vibration. Then, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Huff huff huff. After a few muffled groans, Long Yinghuan and Luo Kadi appeared and staggered back. Dong Wushang let out a long howl. Amidst the dust and smoke, his dark saber turned into a dragon and split the explosion wave in front of him. With a boom, everyone staggered back. A few hundred words and I have to stop. I can't write a normal update. I didn't ask for leave, so I can only endure. I might as well ask for leave today, it's the last moment. I can't write too much. With a loud bang, a huge shockwave from the explosion spread out in all directions. Everyone was unable to stabilize themselves and staggered back. Chu Yang flew over and casually waved his hand. A copious amount of energy swept out and stabilized the bodies of everyone within sight. Then, he asked in a loud voice, how's the situation? Other than a small accident, the saint didn't have the mountain and river sword, so his strength has decreased. He can't deal a fatal blow to us in an instant. If it wasn't for the huge explosion just now, he would have been surrounded by us. The few of us took the brunt of the explosion and retreated with injuries. However, the East Emperor Demon Empress has already broken through the resistance and chased after us. Gu Duxing and the rest have also followed. Dong Wushang's 7 orifices were bleeding. He panted and said, the huge explosion just now was because the last clone of the Saint Empress, Xianxia, had self-detonated just now. So it was an attack formed by Xianxia's self-detonation. I was wondering how powerful it was. Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked, how's your situation? We're all right. Although many of us are injured, they aren't fatal. Dong Wushang's eyes were spitting fire. Xian and Cloud Master are really shameless. They saw that we were about to be surrounded and couldn't escape. They actually forced their clones to self-detonate to break out of the encirclement. As it turned out, Rui Budong had the body of a phoenix and could fly in the air without needing to take a breath. He also had the help of the Nirvana flame, which was a great help. It was enough to entangle the saint. This was also because Rui Budong's strength hadn't reached the peak. Otherwise, the Nirvana flame would be the nemesis of the Thousand Saints devil technique. With his strength alone, it was enough to exhaust the saint to death. Even so, after a few consecutive attempts, he still couldn't shake off Rui Budong. The saint finally realized that if he couldn't completely shake off Rui Budong, he might really die here today. As he thought of this, he actually slammed his palm on the body of Xian's clone, who was flying side by side with him. This attack even hit Xian's main body. It was also greatly unexpected. She cried out involuntarily, what are you doing? Cloud Master's face was ferocious as he shouted, do you really want to die here? Xian remained silent. Then, he saw Guru Yun unleash a series of bizarre attacks on the clone. The clone suffered the constant barrage of attacks from Guru Yun, but it didn't resist at all. In the next moment, he was kicked away by Cloud Lord. Then, he shouted, explode. The doppelganger instantly turned into a meteor in the sky, suddenly flying in the opposite direction of the group of heroes. At the same time, it seemed to be risking its life to unleash all the potential in its body and all the power of its yuan qi to the limit, completely locking down the entire space. For a moment, all the enemies who were chasing after them were blocked in an extremely desperate manner. This sort of lock-on action was essentially a suicidal act. This method could indeed obstruct Dong Huang and the others for a short period of time, but even Cloud Lord himself wouldn't be able to do so. Against the actions of so many peak-level experts at the same time, it could only be maintained for a short moment. Now that the Divine Empress Doppelganger was executing it, the time limit would be even shorter. After a momentary stalemate, he would have to face the full counterattack of everyone. And because he had used up all his energy and had yet to generate new energy, he would have to face all the counterattacks. This was definitely a suicidal act. Are you going to risk your life? Xue Leihan roared and said furiously, are you a doppelganger? Or the main body? Although it was Xue Xian'er's doppelganger, her beautiful face was expressionless. Her eyes gradually flickered with black light. Then, the entire space seemed to collapse at the same time, gushing into her body. Seeing this, Xue Leihan was shocked. He forcefully broke through the confinement and warned, everyone, spread out. She's going to self-destruct. At the same time, he retreated quickly. No matter if it was a doppelganger or the main body in front of him, when an expert like the Divine Empress self-destructed, the power could no longer be described as shocking. Even if it didn't turn the world upside down, it was more or less enough. It was definitely qualified to drag any one or two of DE Empresses down to die with her. This was also the biggest reason why DE Empresses were not willing to fight to the death with experts of the same level. It was also the fundamental reason why Saint Lord, whose strength was clearly far above the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, had never personally attacked the two of them for more than 1,000,000 years. It was because the counterattack they would suffer was too terrifying, but today, at this very moment, there was finally a self-destructing attack from DE Empresses. It was another ultimate self-destruction after more than 1,000,000 years since Si Hao and the Heavenly Imperial Court. The Demon Empress was very experienced. With a quick thought, she made a prompt decision. With a somersault, she quickly broke away from the other party's confinement and hurriedly left. The other person closest to Xue Xian'er's doppelganger was Rui Badong. He also broke through the space seal of Xue Xian'er's doppelganger in an instant and launched a series of desperate attacks in the air, intending to break through the doppelganger's last line of defense and cause serious damage to her defense. However, Xue Xian'er's doppelganger was completely desperate at this moment. She didn't care what kind of injuries she suffered and actually ignored all the injuries. She only desperately blocked and even deliberately endured the attacks just to ensure that he didn't pass. Suddenly hearing Dong Huang's words, Rui Butong's phoenix body roared angrily and launched the last attack. Immediately, he flapped his wings and flew up to avoid the counterattack. However, at this moment, Xue Xian'er's doppelganger self-destructed in full force. Dong Huang, the Demon Empress, and Rui Butong's movement techniques were the fastest, so they were the closest to Xue Xian'er's doppelganger. The three of them also reacted the fastest to Xue Xian'er's doppelganger self-destructing and had room to maneuver. They each used different methods to achieve the same goal, which was to evade. However, those whose movement techniques were not as good were not so lucky. Dong Wusheng, Mo Lei and Xia Donqiong broke through the space seal and rushed forward side by side. Like lightning, they dashed into the sky full of dust and smoke. Only then did they hear Xue Leihan's loud roar. In a moment of panic, they wanted to stop immediately. However, their forward momentum was too fast and they couldn't stop at all. Dong Wusheng saw that the situation was critical and made up his mind. He simply pulled out his dark saber and roared. In an instant, he unleashed his cultivation to the maximum and used all his strength to slash down madly without any intention of evading. Almost at the same time as Dong Wusheng's domineering slash, Xue Xian'er's doppelganger self-destructed attack was finally completed. Then, following a huge explosion, a huge shockwave rushed out with a loud rumble. Xue Xian'er's doppelganger's entire body was destroyed. The first step was to turn into ashes. However, the entire space was also blown into smithereens. On the ground, a huge pit with a radius of more than a few hundred miles suddenly appeared. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, those who were closer to the besiegers all let out a muffled groan without exception. Zi Wuji and Meng Jinghui both spat out a trace of blood at the corners of their mouths. They staggered back, but the ground was already a deep pit. Xie Danqiong flew over with a pale face. He pulled the two heavenly emperors back like a whirlwind. Dong Wushang's dark saber left a mark on the deep pit and actually split it into two halves again. It became two huge semicircles, flowing water gurgled and made sounds at the bottom. Underground water slowly emerged and slowly, this place finally became a lake. The two semicircles were unrelated to each other. This place was called Sun and Moon Lake by the later generations. The Great Emperor's Saber. The Divine Queen's explosion, the sun and moon formed, and the mist was vast. Finally, it became a legendary place. However, at this moment, Dong Wushang also flew back like a kite with a broken string. The three of them rushed forward too quickly and couldn't change directions. They were the main force to bear the brunt of the explosion. He went all out to protect Xie Danqiong and Mo Lei, but he himself suffered the greatest impact. His internal organs were injured and his injuries were not light. Fortunately, it was not fatal. For a moment, he saw stars. This was also because Dong Wushang's strength had improved recently, and he himself was walking a path of no return. Regardless of whether it was Xie Danqiong or Mo Lei who took his attack head-on, the result would definitely be much more serious than Dong Wushang's, even though their cultivation was on par with Dong Wushang's. It was even possible that they would be dragged along by Shui Xian'er's doppelganger. What's more, if it was Zi Wuji and Meng Jinghui, the two great heavenly emperors whose cultivation was lower than Dong Wushang's, even if their combined strength was stronger than Dong Wushang's, they were destined to be annihilated by Shui Xian'er's doppelganger. This, of course, contained the principle of mutual promotion and suppression of martial arts, and also the true horror of the explosion of a first emperor-level expert. Although the main force of the explosion had disappeared and the aftermath was not over, this kind of aftermath was no longer a big threat to the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress, Gu Duxing, and the others. They broke through the aftermath and chased after them. However, after this obstruction, even Rui Badong, who was at the front, pulled some distance away from the Saint Lord. It was hard to say whether he could catch up. Xie Danqiong pulled the two heavenly emperors and Mo Lei to protect Dong Wushang. They were all injured, and Dong Wushang's injuries were especially serious. He didn't dare to force himself against the aftermath of the explosion and could only retreat with the aftermath. Just then, he saw Chu Yang rushing over. "You guys take care of your injuries first, I'll continue to chase," Chu Yang shouted. Sword light flashed and broke through the smoke and dust, rushing forward at extreme speed. It was just a short delay, and the Saint Lord and Meng Jinghui were long gone. However, Chu Yang and the others were still determined to continue to chase after them. The territory of Tian Ke was really too vast. If they didn't take the opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem this time, and if Master Yun continued to hide like he did a few months ago, with his cultivation, it would really be difficult to track him down and deal with him. Everyone would also have a splitting headache. With such an enemy hiding in the dark, who could deliver a fatal blow to you at any time and place? No one wanted to have such a feeling. Even if the Saint Monarch really disappeared into the mountains and forests and never came out again, who would be willing to let such a vicious criminal who had tormented the world die of old age? This was simply letting him off too easily. If they wanted to get rid of the Saint Lord, this was already the best chance. If they missed today, they would probably never have another day of peace. Everyone deeply understood this point, and it was precisely because they understood this point. Therefore, regardless of whether they were injured or not, they pursued with all their might. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Zi Xiqing, Demon Empress Shui Leihan and the others rushed in the first wave, and the others followed closely behind. No one wanted to fall behind. Originally, I wanted to take leave, but I didn't expect to write a chapter. The second thing, please pay attention to my public Weixin. Open Weixin's address book, find my public, subscribe, search for Wind Rides the World, and you will see me. I hope everyone will add me. The third thing, my name is Ling Tian, and I want to rule the world. Our Ling Tian legend is now officially online. Download address, hp://lz. Choose the corresponding version and you will be able to download it. This game is reported to be very fun. I welcome everyone to play with me. Why? Why did my doppelganger self-destruct when you asked it to? Why? Xianxia's face turned ugly as she fled. Cloud Master, what do you mean by this? Explain yourself. Cloud Master fled with all his might and said indifferently, explain what? If we don't use this method, none of us will be able to leave. Do you have any other way to escape? Xianxia said angrily, don't try to change the topic. You know what I'm talking about. Why don't you say it? Don't you dare to say it? Cloud Master was silent for a while and said, what? Xianxia said furiously, do you think I can't see it? My doppelganger has become your myriad saint's true spirit. What do you mean by this? You have so many myriad saints' true spirits, why do you still want to control my doppelganger? What do you mean? Where do you place me in this position? Cloud Master was a little annoyed and said, we are not even sure that we are out of danger yet, but you are still looking into these details. Is there any meaning in this? Xianxia sneered, why is there no meaning in this? Can I take it that you want to control my doppelganger after my original body is destroyed? What are you talking about? Cloud Master said angrily, we have been husband and wife for 1,000,000 years. How can I hide anything from you? We are of the same heart and mind. Why would I do such a thing to you? Besides, I only controlled one of your doppelganger as a precaution. However, I still control all of my doppelganger. His voice was hurried and he said angrily, just in case. Isn't it to deal with the situation just now? If it was just a doppelganger with a single soul, would you ask her to self-destruct? Even if she did, would the effect be as good as just now? Although he had destroyed one of his clones, he had also widened the distance between him and his enemy by several thousand miles. At the very least, our chances of escaping have increased greatly, right? At this point, Xianxia's expression became slightly better. Besides, facing those opponents now. If we were to fight them normally, we might not even be able to win. Even if it's just running, do you have the confidence to escape? Cloud Master let out a long sigh. I had no choice. If my clone was still here, it would have been my clone that exploded. Xianxia, we've been husband and wife for 1,000,000 years. Don't you believe me? Xianxia snorted but didn't reply. He continued to run with his head lowered. At this time, the two of them had already entered a mountain range with dense vegetation. The terrain was extremely complicated, but the two of them still ran wildly all the way. It seemed that they had already shaken off their pursuers. At this moment, Xianxia could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, the two of them were extremely careful. Still, he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He once again took a deep breath and began to run. During the process, he changed his direction of travel countless times and changed his appearance countless times. Only then was he certain that he had shaken off his pursuers. Only then did the two of them finally have time to meet beside an extremely hidden mountain spring. He took a short break. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, the two of them sat down. Even though he possessed an exceedingly high cultivation base, he was still exhausted to the point of choking. Xianxia stared blankly at her own face in the stream. It was the face of a withered woman. As she stared, Xianxia's heart ached and tears finally flowed down her cheeks. Cloud Master, on the other hand, was a little irritated and said, why are you still crying at this time? Xianxia was obviously inexplicably melancholy as she muttered, Yun, before this, could you have imagined that one day, we would be hunted down like this? She turned her head and stared at Cloud Master. Although her voice was melancholy, it was filled with endless charm. Yes, it was likely that not only the two of them, but everyone in the entire Heaven Imperial Court would never have imagined that on such a bleak day, Holy Monarch Cloud Master and Xianxia would have the opportunity to experience such a miserable experience. Eastern Monarch Demon Empress Ziwu Ji had naturally imagined that after painstaking efforts and exhausting countless human and material resources, they would finally be able to defeat the Saint Monarch's forces and even kill him, but he had never imagined that they would be able to force him into such a situation, because being able to defeat and kill him was already an extravagant hope. For more than 1,000,000 years, the Holy Monarch's forces had always been at the top of the Heaven Imperial Court. No one had ever been able to challenge them, so who would have thought that after Yuan Tianji's identity was exposed, he would be executed, and Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun would change hands. In just a short 2 years, the entire force would gradually collapse and reach a dead end. All of this was like a bizarre dream, and everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Cloudmaster couldn't help but fall silent when he heard this. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, Myriad Saint's true demon was hunted down like this for his entire life." Xianxia's voice became sarcastic. "Myriad Saint's true demon? That's your father." "Of course." Cloudmaster said indifferently, "I have never denied that he was my father, especially in front of you." Xianxia said, "But you still killed him in the end. You could even say that the entire assassination was planned by you." "It was indeed done by me, because if I didn't kill him, how could I have enough capital and foundation to become the only holy monarch in the future?" Cloudmaster said softly, "In life, there will always be things that are helpless, and there will always be people that need to be sacrificed. This is the pugilistic world. Yun, do you know? This is what I like the most about you." Xianxia's voice was neither yin nor yang, because, even when you killed your own father, you can still make it sound so philosophical and full of life insights. Cloudmaster looked at the stream and said indifferently, "Is that so? Then, how did your father die?" Xianxia's face turned ashen. She lowered her voice and said, "Cloudmaster, are you trying to force me to fight with you?" Master Yun snorted softly and said, "There's no need to be angry. We're all the same. You and I may have been glorious for so long, but we're all well aware of what happened to each other in the past. So, you don't need to provoke me. Because you can't provoke me, but I can provoke you. Because I don't care at all. But you do care a little." Xianxianer looked at him strangely and said word by word, "Cloudmaster, do you still have a conscience when you say this?" "What is conscience? Do you have such a thing?" "Do I? If I had such a thing." Cloudmaster's handsome face was stupefied. He said indifferently, "Would I still kill my own father?" "Well said. It makes sense. It makes so much sense." Xianxianer nodded slowly, "What you said is really, King reasonable." "Xianer, why are you swearing?" Cloudmaster frowned, "Even though we are all people without a conscience, we know each other well. Why do we have to say it out loud? We have to be cultured and not swear." Xianxianer laughed sarcastically, "Cloudmaster, do you still think so?" "Of course." Cloudmaster said, "Whether a person has a conscience or not cannot be seen from the way he speaks. However, whether a person is cultured or not can be seen from the surface. But it can be seen from the surface that this shouldn't change with the environment or position, and it should be permanent. Let me tell you one more time. Even if you don't have a shred of conscience, and all your conscience has been eaten by dogs." Cloudmaster said, "But your elegant words and actions in front of others can still attract countless people. Let them think that you are reliable. Let them work hard for you. And once a person has no conscience, he can be like this forever. To be able to do this for such a long time, no matter what he does in the future, he will be successful." Cloudmaster said softly, "Xianxianer, I'm sure you'll be able to do this forever. My years of success have proven this point." Xianxianer said sarcastically, "But you have still failed. You have almost lost everything." Cloudmaster said casually, "It might not be a failure. Maybe when I make a comeback, the entire world will be in our hands again. Even the original East Emperor Demon Empress will no longer exist. It will be completely clean and there will be no more eyesores." "Based on what? What arrogance?" Xianxianer looked at him in shock. "In such a desperate situation, how can you still be so confident? How can you be so ambitious?" Cloudmaster didn't answer, but stood up. "Let's go to the purple cloud heavens. When we get there, you will understand everything." "Purple cloud heavens?" Xianxianer's eyes lit up. "Could it be that you have left a backup plan there? A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows?" The saint took a deep breath and didn't answer immediately. His eyes suddenly flashed with an indescribable evil black light, and he said, "When we get there, you will understand. Completely understand." The two of them flew up. Chu Yang and the rest followed them all the way, but they didn't find any traces that could be tracked. Everyone stopped in front of the continuous forest. People from all directions started to gather here. At such a moment, no one dared to be negligent. They couldn't afford to waste any time. There are no traces in the west, said Dong Wushang, Mo Lei and Xia Danqiong. They couldn't help but admire Dong Wushang's strong physique. Previously, he took the main force of Xianxia self-explosion and was severely injured. But after taking a heavy elixir, he didn't rest much and rushed over with Mo Lei and Xia Danqiong. They basically didn't pull too far away from the main group. After that, the three of them took over the investigation in the west. There are no traces in the east, said Gu Duxing, Bu Luqing and Rui Badong. In terms of speed, Rui Badong and the rest were considered the first group in tracking. They were originally the closest to the saint, but after the huge explosion, they lost the lock on their divine senses. They could only rely on their intuition to chase after them. After they reached this place, they continued to pursue in the east, but still found nothing. There are no traces in the north either. The ones pursuing in the north were Chu Yang, Shui Lei Han, Mo Qingguo, and the rest. Chu Yang and the rest arrived after Rui Badong and the rest, but before Dong Wushang and the rest. Seeing Rui Badong and the rest chasing in the east, they chased in the north. In such a terrain, one north and one east were undoubtedly the most common directions to escape in. But there were no traces of the saint in the three directions. The south was the direction that everyone had neglected because they had originally chased from the south. Although it was said that the most dangerous place was the safest place, it was still the most dangerous place. The saint didn't dare to go to the south. Even if they didn't encounter Brother Jia, there was a greater chance of encountering other people, such as the injured Ziwuji and Meng Jinghui. As long as they were detected, there was really no possibility of escaping. But why were there no traces at all? Even if the self-explosion just now caused a slight gap in the tracking, it was extremely short. There shouldn't be no traces at all. Chu Yang and the others knitted their brows tightly. They were completely puzzled. With the saint's experience and scheming, once he really pulled away and got rid of the tracking, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to catch up again. The original intention of this setup was to not allow him to escape again. The heavenly demon war was imminent. They had finally succeeded in luring the saint out. If he escaped again, there would be endless trouble in the future. If the saint appeared at the crucial moment of the heavenly demon war to make trouble, it could even overturn the battle in one fell swoop. No one could afford to take this risk. But now that they had lost track of him, the more they delayed, the further away they were from the enemy. But now, they had no clue at all. They didn't know how to proceed. But after a moment of hesitation, more people behind had arrived. This also meant that they were one step further away from the saint. Split up. Chu Yang and Shui Lei Han looked at each other and said these two words at the same time. This was the only solution they could think of. The only solution. Split into three. Mo Tianji rushed over as if he was about to vomit blood. He was the last to start. The people in front were desperately chasing. To be able to catch up here was already the result of overdrawing their limits. 3? Why 3? Everyone frowned and asked. Yes, 3. One to the northeast, one to the northwest and one to the north. Mo Tianji panted and didn't even have time to adjust his breathing. He immediately gave out instructions. There must be no less than one person in each group. Use the Tianji intelligence network to maintain contact at all times. If you discover traces of the enemy, try your best to stall him. Don't kill him, just surround him. No matter how many sacrifices are made, you must hold on until our main group arrives. If we don't find him, then we will finally meet at Purple Cloud Heavens. Purple Cloud Heavens? Where? Chu Yang and Shui Lei Han were shocked when they heard this. The two of them instantly had a thought. If they couldn't find him, the situation might become extremely bad. Everyone else's hearts were also in turmoil. Yes, the final meeting place was the most important place in the Heaven Imperial Court, Purple Cloud Heavens. Speed was the most important thing in war. Without further ado, everyone immediately split up into 3 groups. Shui Lei Han, Mo Qingqing, Yao Xian, Ziwuji, Long Yinghuan, Meng Jinghui, and Mo Huichen formed a group and headed towards the northeast at lightning speed. The 7 of them spread out in a fan-shaped formation and searched. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Xianxia, Brother Hu, Tribulation Spirit, Chu Lu Mo Tianji, and GMO formed a group of 8 and headed towards the north. This was equivalent to heading straight towards purple cloud heavens. Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Xia Donqiong, Ao Xieyun, Luo Kadi, Xinyang and Rui Budong headed towards the northwest. These 3 groups of people could be said to have gathered all the top experts in the Heaven Imperial Court. The various heavens and earths along the way were also mobilized. The scale of this pursuit was definitely unprecedented in history. At the same time, it could also be considered a new competition between the old and new celestial emperors. The 3 groups of people converged into the forest like green smoke. Everywhere they passed, there was no sound. Tianji, how likely do you think it is that the saint is heading towards purple cloud heavens? Chu Yan asked in a low voice as he flew forward. 100%. Mo Tianji's face was solemn as he said, the saint's destination is definitely purple cloud heavens. Because he has already been uprooted in the Heaven Imperial Court and has no place to stand. The only chance for him to make a comeback is with the extraterrestrial demons, and with Master Yun's temperament and character, even if everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court dies, he won't feel the least bit of heartache. He will still achieve his own goal. So, he will definitely go to purple cloud heavens. There is no room for doubt about this. The only difference is which path he will take to go to purple cloud heavens. And whether or not we can get ahead of him and intercept him. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. If that's the case, wouldn't Tan Tan and the Tribulation Brothers be in great danger? Chu Yang frowned. There is still room for maneuver in the current situation. I have already notified Tan Tan immediately. So, I informed Tan Tan to be on guard. Mo Tianji said, moreover, I warned them repeatedly. If they see the saint and the divine empress, they must do their best to intercept them at all costs. They must hold on until we get there. They must not let the saint and the extraterrestrial demons meet. Otherwise, it will be a big problem. Then let's speed up a little. Even if we can't intercept the saint, I hope we can reach purple cloud heavens before him. Chu Yang took a deep breath and his eyes flashed. Mo Tianji started to roll his eyes when he heard this. Our speed is already fast enough, okay? GMO complained, boss. Even if you don't understand us, you should at least understand the 2 new sisters-in-law. They are still brides and you are torturing them like this. Chu Yang knocked on GMO's head with a puff sound. He scolded, why are you talking so much? What are you talking about? Do you know how to phrase it? Mo Tianji said as he ran, now that you mention it, I remember something. Chu Yang, we are not only sworn brothers now, but also relatives. Don't always call me by my name. You should call me brother-in-law instead. Oh right, you haven't done the etiquette of meeting brother-in-law. This is the standard wedding etiquette. It can't be avoided. Chu Yang smiled faintly, Mo Tianji, are you sure you want me to call you brother-in-law? Also, are you sure you want this etiquette? If you insist. No problem, really. I can do all of that right now, my brother-in-law. Hearing this, Mo Tianji shivered subconsciously. He instinctively felt a sense of crisis. He thought about how Chu Yang had no scruples now. He had already married his wife and he was still struggling to pursue her. Chu Yang's words were obviously a threat, a blatant threat. In the end, he still wanted to marry the other party's younger sister. If he took advantage of this advantage that he didn't know if he could take advantage of, in the future, when he had to call a certain someone brother-in-law, at that time. Thinking of this, he shuddered. He hurriedly laughed and said, forget it, forget it. We are all children of the Jianghu. Let's do as we please. Now is the time to destroy the holy monarch and pacify the demons. I won't bother about it. Even if you won't be calculative, I will. I will remember what you did today. In the future, when there is no such thing as destroying the saint and pacifying the demons, we will settle this properly. Chu Yang looked sideways and said sinisterly. Mo Tianji looked up to the sky and sighed, we can't live through this day. Heavens, earth, why don't you open your eyes? Mo Qinggu and Xianxia rolled their eyes as they watched this pair of clowns bicker. Even though it was such a tough chase, they were all smiles and didn't look tired at all. Thousands of miles passed by in a flash. Shui Leihan chased all the way, as fast as a spark. Beside him, there was Xueqi. Xueqi caught up from behind. Xueqi's real cultivation was only second to Di's, so it was not worth mentioning. However, his lightness skill was really brilliant. He was almost on par with the elf archer god, who was the best at body skills. He lived up to his name as the #1 assassin in Imperial Palace. The two brothers had a special way of communicating with each other. They directly contacted their elder brother. The two brothers chased forward as if their lives depended on it, far ahead of the others. The other heavenly emperors all felt strange about them. Why are these two so desperate? What are they doing? Not only them, Shui Leihan and Xueqi also felt very strange in their hearts. They were very confused. Why are they chasing like this? After they really caught up, what could they do? What could they do? Even if they caught up with him, what could they say to him? They would still have nothing to say, no matter what. Xianxia and Lord Yun were destined to die this time. They had to die no matter what, so, what was the use of saying anything? What was the point? The two brothers' feelings were complicated and indescribable. But they didn't slow down at all. After a few days of chasing, they had already left the others thousands of miles behind. In front of them was a small village. The yellow sand was boundless, and a lonely little village came into view. There were at most 50 families in this place. Let's go down and rest for a while. Eat something and drink some water. They came out in a hurry this time. Chu Yang's wedding had used up more than half of their inventory. And after flying with all their might, they indeed needed to take a breather. The two of them landed in front of a wine shop in the village with a schwa sound. They had already seen it from afar. There was no mistake at all. The two of them strode into the wine shop. However, there were two people walking out from the front. The four of them happened to meet each other. But the moment their eyes met, the four of them suddenly stiffened together. Xianxia, Lord Yun. First of all, we have to thank 37 Games. They worked together with Master Longquan Shen Guanglong Sword Shop to create an expensive one real scale tribulation sword. The following is an advertisement for a brief introduction. After all, they helped us fulfill our dream of creating a real tribulation sword. Longquan Shen Guanglong Sword Shop was founded in 1885, during the Qing dynasty. It was located in Longquan City, Zhejiang Province. It was the only time-honored sword manufacturer in the area that inherited his father's business. It was famous both at home and abroad for being the best sword in the world. Since 1942, the swords made by Shen Guanglong Sword Shop were collected by famous people both at home and abroad. They made swords for Chiang Kai-shek, Nixon, Jin Yong, and even Xi Dada. The physical tribulation sword is expected to be completed in early September. You can also find out the progress of the forging of the tribulation sword through S37 Games' official website. The following is an advertisement. A brief introduction of the tribulation sword that 37 Games has made this time. After all, they have fulfilled our dream of forging a real tribulation sword. Longquan Shen Guanglong Sword Shop was founded in 1885, during the Qing dynasty. It was located in Longquan City, Zhejiang Province. It was the only Longquan sword shop in the local area that had inherited the father's business. It was famous both at home and abroad for being the best sword in the world. From 1942 until now, the swords forged by Shen Guanglong Sword Shop had been collected by famous people both at home and abroad. The previous heads of this shop had forged swords for Mao Dada, Jiang Baldi, and even Xi Dada. They had even given swords to President Nixon of the United States as a national gift. Wuxia Master Jin Yong was also full of praise for the Shen family sword shop. The prototype of the tribulation sword that was forged this time was a 1-1 match with the one on the official website of the game world-defying stage. Many of the craftsmanship had to be done by hand by many masters, so the forging time would take a total of 2 months. Now that it had been forged for a while, it was only told to everyone. Share the production process. 1. Selection of materials, Mel iron and grass steel. 2. 100 tempered pattern steel, 7 to 8 days of composite. 3. Hot forging forming forging. 4. Cold forging, shaping forging. 5. Shovel file, shaping. 6. Carving lines by hand. 7. Quenching, heat treatment. 8. Sharpening, and shaping. In addition, the physical tribulation sword is expected to be completed at the beginning of September. Everyone can also understand the progress of the forging of the tribulation sword through the official website of S37 Games. There are many photos that will be shared with everyone so that everyone can see how the tribulation sword is forged step by step. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Ha 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 ha. Oh right, let me remind everyone again. If you see that handsome guy, Phone Ling, in the game, please be merciful. I will only accept chatting and not PK. I really don't want to be caught and forced to work as a coolie again. On the opposite side, Cloudmaster and Xianxia were also stunned. Both of them had never imagined that they would unexpectedly meet each other in such a desolate place, encountering a life and death feud. The next moment, the four of them took a step back at the same time. The sage's extremely powerful consciousness spread out in an instant to observe the surrounding movements. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately escape. Unexpectedly, he was greatly relieved and smiled calmly. Your Majesty, Eastern Sovereign, it's a small world. What a coincidence. Xianxia snorted. It's indeed a coincidence. But for you, I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Cloudmaster smiled lightly. Not necessarily. If there's only the two of you here, then the ones who should say it's not a coincidence should be the two of you. Xianxia smiled indifferently. You're indeed the saint of the past. You can still be so calm in such a desperate situation. However, if you hadn't used your divine sense to search carefully just now, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to be so calm. As for who's coincidental and who's not, we can only judge after the battle. Xueqi, who was beside Xianxia, looked deeply at Xianxia and said, since that's the case, let the two of us fight the two of you. After whoever wins and loses, I believe both of us will have no regrets. Xueqi's voice was filled with a strong sense of melancholy. This was clearly felt by the Saint Empress and Xianxia. Cloudmaster and Xianxia snorted coldly at the same time and moved at the same time. The battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, Xianxia, who was beside Cloudmaster, suddenly screamed. The volume of this scream was so loud that it almost pierced through one's eardrums. Seventh brother. Xianxia's voice became as sharp as a ghost. Her body was also shaking. She stared at Xueqi in disbelief. Her cherry lips instantly turned pale. She said with a trembling voice. Your seventh brother? Xianxia and Cloudmaster, who were about to attack, stopped immediately. Xianxia's gaze was fixed on Xianxia, while Cloudmaster also looked at Xueqi in disbelief. Xueqi's face twitched violently. He tried to deny it in a hoarse voice. No. You are. Xianxia rushed forward and grabbed Xueqi without any hesitation. She screamed, You are my seventh brother. You are. You are. I remember. That was how you looked at me back then, with such pain, such regret, such pain and determination. Snowy Seven roared, I said I'm not. Xianxia's entire body started to tremble. Suddenly, she wiped her face and instantly returned to her original appearance. She pointed at her face and said in a pleading tone, Seventh brother, I am Xianxia. I'm Xianxia. Xianxia and Guru Yun watched the scene in silence. Their eyes were filled with an exceptionally complicated expression. Xueqi's body swayed weakly under Xianxia's violent shaking, but he was unable to break free. His eyes were already red. But he still tried his best to deny it. I'm not your seventh brother. I'm not Xueqi. I'm not. You've got the wrong person. Xianxia burst into tears. Suddenly, she hugged Xueqi tightly. She cried her heart out and her face was covered in tears. Xianxia suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. He shouted, Seventh brother, be careful. Xueqi was shocked. He activated his martial arts and his internal organs moved. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the entanglement of the person in front of him. But suddenly, he felt a chill on his chest. He quickly retreated and saw a bloody dagger being pulled out of his chest as he retreated. The dagger was pulled out of his body and blood gushed out. Xueqi was indeed the #1 assassin in the Imperial Court of Heaven. After being reminded by Xianxia, he reacted quickly and forcefully activated his secret technique, causing his heart to shift. He narrowly avoided the fatal blow of the saber, but he still suffered heavy external injuries. As he staggered backward, he didn't use his vital qi or his cultivation as a saint to heal his wounds. Instead, he allowed the blood to gush out from his chest. He looked at Xianxia in disbelief and laughed bitterly. Good, very good. It's wonderful. Xianxia, you're really vicious. At the last sentence, he actually used all his strength to roar at the sky. This roar was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Xianxia held the dagger in her hand as she staggered backward due to the explosive force of Shuiqi's Yuan Qi. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at the dagger in her hand, which was still dripping with blood. The blood was still warm. This was her own brother's blood. It was on her dagger. Her brain suddenly felt dizzy, and she was at a loss for what to do. Her body swayed and she almost fell to the ground. With a weak voice, she called out, "Seventh brother." Shuiqi's eyes were wide open. He shouted angrily, "Bitch! Which one is your seventh brother?" Xianxia's tears rolled down. She cried, "Oh my God! What did I do? How did this happen? How did this happen?" Leihan's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. Dong Huang was very experienced. The scene just now seemed to be Xianxia killing her brother without any regard for their brotherhood. But in fact, it was not the case. Previously, when Xianxia tried to bully Shuiqi by pulling his clothes, she was completely undisciplined. If not for the fact that Shuiqi was also bound by kinship and did not retaliate, Xianxia would have already died. Although Shuiqi managed to dodge the attack in time, he was still dead. For an expert like Xianxia, when she succeeded in her attack, she did not channel her vigorous energy into the dagger in her hand. It was not impossible for her to crush Shuiqi's internal organs or even her body. However, Xianxia was evaded by Shuiqi's protective energy. If it was not for the fact that Xianxia did not have any killing intent at that moment and did not use any of her cultivation, she would not have ended up like this. Shuiqi was in this situation and was naturally furious. But Leihan, as a bystander, was clear about it. This was also one of the reasons why Leihan did not attack immediately when he saw his brother injured. At the same time, Leihan remembered that year when he was stabbed by his own sister. The two incidents were actually so similar. It was also the same back then. He turned and stared at Cloud Master. His eyes were filled with so much hatred that they almost popped out of his eye sockets. He said word by word, "Cloud Master. What a good move." Cloud Master smiled. "Brother Shui is the one with good eyesight. You saw through it?" Leihan took a deep breath. His voice was filled with heart-wrenching pain. He said with difficulty, "If I'm not wrong, Xianxia is your first true spirit, right? Is she also the so-called true spirit?" Yun Xiangren chuckled and did not reply. At the beginning of the cultivation of the 10,000 saints' true spirit, there's a trick. First, you have to destroy the cultivator's humanity. However, true feelings cannot be destroyed no matter what. No matter how inhumane a person is, he or she still has some emotions. This is also the so-called true feelings. Leihan's voice was filled with grief and indignation. The 10,000 saints' true devil back then was unable to cultivate the true spirit. Or perhaps, he failed in cultivating the true spirit. Therefore, his demonic technique was flawed and he was killed by us in the end. This led to the situation after that when you controlled everything. So, you've already turned your true feelings into true spirits and injected them into Xian'er's body. From now on, you've become emotionless, but you've also made Xian'er under your control at all times. Cloudmaster only smiled coldly and did not say a word. Actually, I've always been curious. It's just that. Although Xian'er loved her appearance too much, she was still a pure and kind girl since young. She had always been obedient, filial, and virtuous. But why did her personality suddenly change so drastically? Why did she lose her humanity and kill her father and brother without mercy? So that's why. Everything was under your control. Xian'er? Cloudmaster looked at Leihan in surprise. After a long while, he suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "So you're the young master of the Shui clan? Shui Shaoran?" You're actually not dead? Xue Leihan's words made Cloud Master completely understand something. Why did Xue Leihan always go against him? Why did the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds, Zihao, always go against him? For a million years, the hatred could not be erased. No matter how he tried to be friendly, it could not be erased. The reason was actually this: Xue Leihan's face was dark as he stared at him. The saint was surprised for a long time. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. I was wondering. Why did you keep calling her Xianxia today? Are the two of you that close? So you're indeed that close. Brother-in-law, you're wrong. Bah, who's your brother-in-law? Xue Leihan gritted his teeth. Cloud Master, no matter what, you were once the ruler of the imperial court. Your status is extraordinary. Can you not be so shameless in your words? Cloud Master smiled and nodded lightly. Since brother-in-law says so, I'll follow your orders. Haha. Speaking of which, I really didn't expect that the world-renowned East Sovereign was actually the Xue clan's first young master Xue Xiaoran, whom I thought had died countless years ago. The world is really strange and unimaginable. Nothing is impossible. Xue Leihan looked at him deeply and said no more. However, the contempt and disdain contained in his sharp gaze caused the saint to fly into a rage. If it was anyone else, even Chu Yang, who showed such a gaze, Cloud Master might not be angry. But only from Xue Leihan, only from the Xue clan's first young master Xue Xiaoran, whose identity was now revealed, such a gaze was unbearable to Cloud Master. I'm the one who controlled it. So what? Cloud Master said fiercely, if not, how could I destroy your Xue clan? How could I take over the Xue clan's power for my own use? How could I achieve the supreme status of the only saint? Xue Leihan looked at him with pity and disgust. He slowly turned his head and looked at his younger brother and sister. His gaze was deep and filled with helplessness and despair. Xue Leihan knew that since Cloud Master had said so, it meant that he would not let Xue Xianxia off. He would release his control over Xue Xianxia. Absolutely, absolutely, there was no hope. There was absolutely no chance. Even if Cloud Master released Xue Xianxia, what could he do? On the other side, Xue Qi and Xue Xianxia were also looking at their elder brother in a daze. Xue Xianxia's eyes were full of sorrow. She looked at Xue Leihan and said in a daze, Elder brother. I'm sorry. She looked at Xue Leihan in a pitiful manner. Her body was like a withered flower as she slowly knelt down. She touched the ground with her head and sobbed. Xue Leihan looked up to the sky and roared, Heavens, why? Why do you treat my Xue clan like this? The sky was covered with dark clouds. Suddenly, it started to snow. It was only October now. It was not November yet. The weather should not be cold enough for snow to fall, but at this moment, it suddenly started to snow like goose feathers. Cloud Master. Xue Xianxia knelt on the ground. She looked so weak, completely different from the previous Divine Empress. She said in a low voice, Then why did you let me wake up today? Can't you just let me continue to be bad? Why did I have to wake up today? I'd rather I continue to be bad and be controlled by you. I'd never know what I've done. I'm just that inhumane Divine Empress. But today, you chose to let me go. Why? Xue Xianxia's head was close to the ground. Her beautiful hair was spread out on the ground. Dense snowflakes fell down. They landed on Xue Xianxia's hair. In a short period of time, it seemed to have dyed her hair silver white. Cloud Master's mouth twitched. He said, This time, it's not that I didn't want to control you, but, you recognized Xue Qi at that moment. Moreover, the majority of my 10,000 saints' true spirit has been destroyed. My 3 clones have all perished. So, if you happen to recognize your loved ones by chance one day, you'll be able to find them. And when my consciousness returned, I couldn't suppress it. He smiled bitterly and said, You are my true spirit, the most special existence to me. I can suppress all true spirits that resist me, but when the true spirit suddenly awakens, I can't suppress my true spirit. Xue Xianxia lay on the ground. He remained motionless and muttered, Master Yun, I hate you. This sentence was said very calmly, and there was no emotion in it at all. Not a single trace of emotion was revealed. Like a walking corpse, he let out the calmest sound. It was the most unconscious murmur. However, Master Yun shuddered. Then, Cloud Master laughed strangely and said, Xianxia, although you're conscious right now, you're still alive. So what? No matter what I want you to do, you can't resist. I know this, and so do you. Xianxia said calmly, we're husband and wife who have spent millions of years together. Now that I'm at the end of my road, you can't even let me go. Master Yun sighed and said, Xianxia, husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Do you want to leave? Avoid this disaster? Xianxia laughed coldly. Even if I leave you, can I still live? She laughed bitterly. Who in the world can forgive me? Even if it's me, can I forgive myself? Since you're so clear about it, why don't you just walk down this path with me? Master Yun said indifferently. Walk until you're destroyed or rise again. After all, there's still a lot to be done. A lot to be done? So what if there's a lot to be done? Isn't it just continuing to be controlled by you? Xianxia laughed mockingly. She did not raise her head, but her tears were spreading on the ground. Being controlled by a person who deceived me, controlled my mind, killed my parents, destroyed my family, and controlled me to kill my brother's friends and family. How can I continue to be controlled by such a person? As Xianxia said this, she suddenly jumped up. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of tears. She rushed toward Master Yun crazily. Master Yun! You heartless bastard! Master Yun's eyes instantly turned cold, but there was still a hint of heartache in them. He shouted, Stop! Xianxia's flying body suddenly stopped, and she fell from the sky. She stared at Master Yun, and she bit her lips so hard that they were bleeding. However, she could not disobey the orders of the devil in front of her, her face was full of struggle, and her veins were popping out. She said hoarsely, Master Yun, if you still care about the millions of years of love between husband and wife, just let me die. Let me end this once and for all, I beg you. Master Yun's eyes were also filled with pain and struggle. Xianxia. It's not that I don't want to let you go, but, you're the spirit of my true feelings. You're the spirit of my true feelings. It's fine if you're killed by someone else, but if I kill you with my own hands, it's the same as killing my own true feelings. He said gently, Xianxia, only this way can you feel that your true feelings are still there. If I could, I would have killed you with my own hands a long time ago. Xianxia stared at him angrily, and she kept panting. So, you wanted to kill me a long time ago? Xianxia smiled bitterly. Then why didn't you kill me? The one that I truly like, the one that I truly entrust my true feelings to, is that pure, kind, and innocent Xianxia. Master Cloud looked at her with a pained expression. I know that I am a villain, a bad person, but I still like the Xianxia that I first met. I'm a bad person, but I also like beautiful things. Therefore, I projected all of my beautiful emotions onto you, causing me to completely degenerate into a bad person who couldn't be saved. And the key to cultivating the myriad holy true spirit is to project all of your beautiful emotions onto the person you love the most, but, just like that, it can't make you do the things that I want you to do. And those things are only for you. No one else can do it. Even though you loved me so much that you couldn't extricate yourself from it, you would never do anything that went against morality for me. So I had no other choice. I could only use my true spirit to control your mind and make you lose yourself, to make you gradually become a brand new Xianxia. That was the only way. My ambition to rule the world could be completed with the help of the Xue clan's power. But, doing that would destroy you. The Xianxia that I like is gone, and she's replaced. There's only a cruel and vicious woman. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to do that. Every time I see you, I feel terrible. Why did you change? Master Yun looked at Xianxia with some pain. I only used the resources around you to achieve my goal. I never wanted to hurt you. But, why did your nature change? You've become a completely different person. Shuai couldn't listen to him anymore. He scolded, Master Yun, you're a crazy, evil, despicable person. If you didn't control my sister and influence her, would she have changed? If you didn't control her to do things, would she have changed? If you didn't deliberately create and guide her second personality to become the leader of my sister's life, would she have changed? If you didn't control and suppress her nature, would she have changed? You're obviously the one who created all this, but now you're asking why you changed. Do you have any humanity left? Shui Leihan scolded. You're not human at all. You are an evil creature from head to toe. Xueqi pressed on her wound and laughed sarcastically. Master Yun, you're really whimsical. You controlled her mind and suppressed her nature to achieve your goal. And after you completely turned her into a witch and achieved your unspeakable goals, you're still complaining about why she's no longer the pure and kind Xianxia of the past. You don't even like her? Ha ha ha. How ridiculous, how ridiculous. Master Yun looked up at the sky and sneered. Is this very funny? Xueqi, is this really so funny? Do you know how many men in this world are doing the same thing as me? Xueqi spat. Bullsh T. Other than you, who else in this world would be so crazy to do such heinous things? Master Yun sneered. Is there really no one? Aren't all men the same? Most men, after marrying a wife, let her accompany him through thick and thin. After a few decades, when they're doing well, they'll complain, why is my wife no longer the beautiful girl of the past? And become the ugly woman she is now? Become an old and haggard woman? With this excuse, they'll go look for a second wife and even shamelessly say that they're looking for true love. Master Yun sneered. Xueqi, how different do you think these people are from me? Don't they treat their wives as tools to be used? What's the difference between him and me? Cloud Shangren asked sharply. Shui Leihan said lightly, but they're not like you, hurting their loved ones and bringing disaster to the world. Even if they have a change of heart after becoming rich, they'll at most be accused of having no conscience. Compared to you, a great demon who has brought disaster to the world for millions of years, they're completely different. At this point, Shui Leihan couldn't help but sigh secretly. In this world, there were really too many people without conscience. Perhaps Master Yun was right. Men like them were really no different from Master Yun. It was just that they didn't bring disaster to the world like Master Yun. Shui Xianxia smiled miserably and said, Big brother, I'm sorry. Back then, I stabbed you. Today, I stabbed seventh brother. Our Shui clan was destroyed because of me. Our loved ones died because of me. Our parents, she choked with sobs, but then raised her head fiercely and said, Big brother. Today, we still have to fight. Because as long as Master Yun doesn't let me off, I can't control my own body at all. I can't even kill myself. Shui Leihan looked at her deeply. He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He only felt a wave of heartache, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. I don't have the face to call myself the daughter of the Shui clan anymore. I don't dare to call myself the sister of my two brothers either. Shui Xianxia bowed down and cowed out hard. But I only ask for one thing. Say it. Shui Leihan gritted his teeth and said. Kill me. Shui Xianxia said sternly, please use the martial arts of the Shui clan to kill me. Destroy my divine soul. Turn me into powder. Never, to be reincarnated. Shui Leihan and Xueqi's bodies shook when they heard this. Big brother, seventh brother, you should know. You should understand that Shui Xianxia cowed out hard. Now, I'm still alive, but I really don't have the face to see you. Even if I die, I don't have the face to see my parents. Kill me. Kill me. Destroy my soul. That's already the best ending for me. Shui Leihan and Xueqi stood there in a daze. Their hearts felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Only now do I understand why Dong Huang showed mercy to me. Why the world's #1 assassin showed mercy to me. So that's why. Shui Xianxia smiled contentedly. Her face was full of tears. That's because I'm their younger sister. Even though I'm such a heartless and inhumane younger sister, they're still protecting me. Don't protect me anymore. Don't show mercy anymore. Shui Xianxia looked at her two brothers with satisfaction and despair. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Kill me. This is my last and only request in this life. Big brother. The north wind whistled and snow fell from the sky. Shui Leihan closed his eyes slowly and nodded. 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. Shui Xianxia stood up and looked at the sky full of snow. Her eyes revealed an extremely pure smile. Perhaps it was only at this moment that she truly displayed the elegance of the #1 beauty of the celestial imperial court. She stretched out her hands and welcomed the drifting snowflakes as she muttered, "The entire world is covered in snow." Her eyes were deep and profound. It was as if she saw the Shui clan in its heyday and saw her parents and relatives. They still took care of her, indulged her, and spoiled her. She was still the little princess of the Shui clan. She was doted on by 3,000 people. Every year, when she went to university, she would be especially excited and happy because her mother said that she was born during the heavy snow and was a little fairy of snow. "So, I'm called Shui Xianxia." "Mother." Shui Xianxia murmured softly. Tears fell from her eyes. "Father, mother, the Shui clan." Perhaps the Shui clan's biggest mistake was to give birth to such a heartless daughter like me. Heavens, who can erase these millions of years? I want to go back to the past. A woman loving the wrong person can actually lead to such serious consequences. Master Yun shuddered. Suddenly, he shouted, "Attack! Kill Shui Leihan! Kill Shui Qi!" Shui Xian'er's body trembled violently. Her pure and beautiful smile was still on her lips as she suddenly flew up into the air. Like a phoenix dancing in the sky, she charged madly towards Shui Leihan, unleashing killing moves one after another. Tears were already rolling down her face. However, she didn't show any mercy. Every move was meant to kill. Seeing this, Shui Leihan sighed and attacked with all his might. Master Yun laughed wildly. He turned and rushed towards Shui Qi. His palm turned into a thunderbolt, condensing the falling snowflakes into a huge palm and slamming it down. Master Yun's goal was obvious. There were only Shui Leihan and Shui Qi here. As long as he could kill Shui Qi before Shui Leihan killed Shui Xianxia, everything would be under his control. Regardless of whether he advanced or retreated, he would have ample room to maneuver. Although Shui Qi's strength could enter the level of First Martial Emperor, he was at most at the bottom. He was much weaker than the East Emperor Demon Empress. Now that he had suffered serious external injuries and was hurt in the heart, Master Yun was confident that he wouldn't need to spend too much effort or time to deal with him. On the other hand, on Shui Leihan's side, even if he went all out, it was still uncertain whether he would be able to let down his guard and kill his own sister with his own hands at the last moment. Wasn't this the great tie of having a lover? His advantage was still very obvious. Master Yun was very confident. Therefore, he attacked calmly and confidently. However, Shui Qi didn't show any fear. He let out a long howl. A cold light flashed from his sword. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning along with his sword. He rushed upwards. This fierce battle between dragons and tigers finally broke out in full force. Master Yun didn't care about the battle situation at Shui Xian'er's side at all. He only focused on suppressing Shui Qi and attacking him fiercely. Shui Qi's strength was much weaker than Master Yun's. Now that he was injured, coupled with his unusually agitated emotions, his mind was unstable. However, his desire to kill was useless. He was forced to retreat by Master Yun and had almost no strength to fight back. He was in danger of dying at every turn. Shui Xianxia danced crazily. Every move was fatal, and every move was desperate. However, she was screaming as if she was risking her life. "Big brother! Kill me quickly! Go and save 7th brother! Kill me now!" At this moment, Shui Leihan was so conflicted that he almost wanted to commit suicide. One of them was conscious. But a younger sister whose mind and body were completely out of her control, and a younger brother who was in imminent danger and could lose his life at any time. If he wanted to save his brother, he had to kill his sister as soon as possible. If he couldn't kill his sister as soon as possible, he could only watch his brother die. If Shui Xianxia was still the vicious divine empress from before, Shui Leihan might still be able to kill her at this moment. However, the person in front of him was his younger sister who had regained her original nature but was being manipulated by a scoundrel. If this assassin could do it. I have misunderstood my little sister for a million years. How can I kill her? This chaotic, cruel situation. The East Emperor was on the verge of breaking down, and his heart was in a mess. He was unable to use his full strength to fight against Xianxia. Facing Xianxia's desperate attacks, he was forced into a disadvantageous position. With a poof, Xueqi screamed and staggered backward. Guru Yun grinned maliciously, not willing to let his guard down at all. He accelerated his pursuit and continuously hit Xueqi with his palms 3 times. Xueqi screamed in pain, and her long sword made a long bloody wound on Guru Yun's body. However, blood spurted out from her mouth like a fountain. Xue Leihan was burning with anxiety. The Grand Orient sword flew out of his hand and pierced towards Guru Yun at lightning speed. The sword light turned into endless wind, thunder, and snow in the air. Together with the sword light, they exploded together. Guru Yun saw that such a killing move was about to hit him, and he didn't dare to be careless. He retreated strangely and kicked the sword hilt. The Grand Orient sword spun in a different direction and actually flew back. However, he still couldn't chase after Xueqi in time, because, at this moment, a black light flew from afar and joined the battlefield like a shooting star. A cold voice said, "Guru Yun, the mountain river sword self-destructed in shame because of you. The Demon King's hook is still intact." The black light flashed, and the Demon King's hook turned into a starry sky that enveloped Guru Yun. Almost at the same time, another green sword chi came from the sky. "Guru Yun, don't go." It was Mo Qingqing and Yao Xianxia who had arrived at the same time. With these 2 heavenly emperors arriving at the same time, the situation of the battle instantly took a turn for the worse. Guru Yun let out a long roar and actually didn't fight. He somersaulted in the air and stepped on the air with both feet, rising straight up. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm Guru Yun. What can you do to me?" At this moment, Xianxia let out an extremely sharp voice and urged, "Why aren't you killing me?" After a short while, Ziwu Ji and the others arrived one after another. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all inexplicably shocked. Guru Yun's eyes flashed inexplicably, and he said, "Let's go." Xianxia attacked with all her might, and then retreated. Guru Yun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. His body flashed with countless afterimages, intending to help Xianxia. As long as the 2 sides came into contact, they would be able to escape in an instant and return to being hunted down for a long time. Even if their opponent was the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them within a certain period of time. However, at this moment, Xianxia suddenly let out an extremely shrill cry. "Big brother," her urging was extremely obvious, and it was as if her liver and intestines were about to break. Her straight legs were exposed in the sky. She flew up like a meteor. Xue Leihan suddenly let out an almost hysterical roar, and chased after her like lightning. He condensed all his cultivation in his palms and shouted, "Don't go." Rather than letting his sister continue to be controlled by the scoundrel, he might as well keep her here, even if he had to use the most extreme method. This was also his sister's final wish. Xue Leihan's heart was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with tears. He attacked with all his might. The moment he attacked, he could clearly feel his heart trembling violently. Boom, the Eastern Emperor attacked with all his might. Once the ultimate attack was launched, the space along the way shattered. Tremble, a series of black holes appeared in the sky, and white snow filled the sky. Nothing could cover it up. Xianxia's beautiful figure that was floating in the sky suddenly stopped, and a sad smile appeared on her face, but it was also a beautiful smile. It turned out that the smile of the number 1 beauty in the Imperial Court of Heaven was actually so mesmerizing. Master Yun shouted, "Counterattack!" Xianxia's body turned in response, and light shot out from her hands as she attacked Xue Leihan fiercely. The Demon Empress and the others were confused by the scene before them. What was going on? Did Xianxia give up resisting on her own accord just now? It was as if she was willing to take the full blow of the Eastern Emperor. That was a blow that could destroy Xianxia's physical body and soul. Why didn't she resist? How was this possible? And after the sage's roar, she started to counterattack as if she had just woken up from a dream. What was the reason for this series of changes? What did it mean? Could it be that Xianxia didn't know how to counterattack herself? Did she have to wait for the sage to remind her? This wasn't right? Besides, how could her hasty counterattack be able to take the full blow of the Eastern Emperor? Previously, she had time to prepare, but she seemed to be willing to take it. In the blink of an eye. But why did she counterattack so hastily? Countless questions flashed across everyone's mind, and they couldn't figure it out, they couldn't understand. Just as everyone was filled with doubts, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's counterattack and the Eastern Emperor's ultimate blow collided. One used all her strength, while the other used a hasty counterattack, and there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. The consequences were obvious. A miserable groan. Xianxia's entire body flew high into the sky, as if she was floating in the air, and flew into the distance. Helpless. And powerless. As her figure flew past, she spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the sky, dyeing the snowflakes that were falling from the sky red. Xian. Xian. Two loud roars sounded at the same time, and Xianxia, who was in the sky, and Shui Leihan, who was on the ground, rushed over. Although Ziwuji and the others didn't know what was going on, they instinctively followed. Whether it was to encircle Xianxia or to help the Eastern Emperor, everyone moved together. Poof, Xian's delicate body fell to the ground, and the snow on the ground was already very thick. Her body broke through the layer of snow, and she slid forward. Shui Leihan rushed over immediately, and hugged her body in his arms, tears streaming down his cheeks. Xianxia, who was in the sky, didn't dare to come down. There were many strong enemies on the ground, and once he went down, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Since he was in the sky, he still had the initiative. But he didn't leave just like that, and instead, he looked over anxiously. Looking at Xian, who was in Shui Leihan's arms. A little distance away, the severely injured Xueqi struggled to run over while coughing blood. Mo Qingqing hurriedly supported him, and couldn't help but be shocked. Xueqi was now injured both internally and externally, and his injuries were so serious that he was almost at the end of his life, but he was still running so desperately. Why? Xian opened her eyes with difficulty, and the first thing she saw was her elder brother's anxious and guilty gaze, as well as the long-awaited tenderness of a loved one. She, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, actually smiled contentedly. She pursed her lips, and like a little girl who was acting coquettishly with her elder brother, she said with tears in her eyes, "Elder brother. I'm in so much pain. Be good, elder brother will rub it for you, and it won't hurt anymore." Shui Leihan's tears flowed, and he reached out to rub his younger sister's arm, and gently let her lean into his arms, afraid that he would hurt her somewhere. The memories that had been sealed in his heart for a long time suddenly resurfaced, and for a moment, Shui Leihan was heartbroken. He remembered many years ago, when he was still young, and so was my younger sister. She was only 2 or 3 years old, and she was like a delicate doll, running around in the courtyard. Occasionally, she would fall down, and he would go over to help her up. At that time, his younger sister would always hug him with tears in her eyes, and say coquettishly, "Elder brother. I'm in so much pain," he would always say, "Be good, elder brother will rub it for you, and it won't hurt anymore." Now, at this moment, it was like a reenactment of their childhood. Shui Leihan's heart was also filled with endless longing. This is what it was like when my younger sister fell down, just rub it, and it won't hurt anymore. Xian smiled contentedly, and her pure smile was really like a child, rubbing her head in Shui Leihan's arms. She sighed and said, "So blissful, so blissful." Just these 3 simple words were enough to tear Shui Leihan's heart apart. Just how heavy was his attack just now? He was well aware of it. He could also understand how much pain Xian must be in now. But she, this silly girl, was like an innocent little girl in his arms, smiling and saying, "So blissful, Xian." Shui Leihan hugged her tightly. "I'm sorry. Are you in pain? If you're in pain, cry it out." "I'm not in pain, really not in pain at all." Xian greedily breathed in Shui Leihan's scent and pleaded, "I haven't felt such bliss for more than 1,000,000 years. Big brother. Let me hug you for a while longer." Shui Leihan trembled all over, his voice choked. "Okay, I'll let you hug me. You can hug me for as long as you want." Xian snorted contentedly, closed her eyes, and said softly, "Yun. I'm going to die soon. Let me go. Let me go," in midair. Cloud Lord stared blankly at Xian in Shui Leihan's arms. The ground was covered in snow. The sky was still covered in heavy snow. The Xian now was like the Xian he first met when he was young, quiet, tranquil, pure, and spotless, he gritted his teeth and finally exhaled deeply, clenching his fists tightly. He quietly let go. A dim light flashed for a moment. It quietly returned to Xianxia's body. Cloud Lord lowered his head sadly, inhaling deeply and exhaling deeply. Xian'er, I really like you. But a person like me shouldn't have love, and I don't deserve love. If you were still healthy, I'd let you continue like this, but now that you're about to leave this world, I'll definitely fulfill your last request. Xian'er also exhaled deeply, laughing happily like a little girl. Big brother, I really didn't expect that I could still be in your arms, and be hugged by you. The heavens have been kind to me. Leihan felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. What should he do? For so many years, so many mistakes were caused by her. All the bad names were borne by her. But only today did he know that his sister couldn't make her own decisions at all, everything had been manipulated by someone else. But who in the entire Heaven Imperial Court would care about this? They only knew that Xian'er had caused all these. And the Shui clan. His own Shui clan. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncle. Wait, so many. Relatives, how was he going to account for them? I miss father and mother so much. Xian'er looked at Leihan worriedly. Big brother. Do you think I can find them? Do you think father and mother will forgive me? Leihan opened his mouth and took a deep breath, looking up at the sky, welcoming the dense snowflakes. Feeling the coldness on his face, he nodded gently. The snowflakes melted into water on his face, falling down together with his tears. Originally, I didn't have the face to see father and mother. I wanted you to crush me, destroy my soul, and make me disappear forever. Xian'er suddenly laughed miserably. But now I've changed my mind. I want to see father and mother, I want to repent to them. I want to kneel in front of them, and apologize to them forever. Speaking of this, she raised her face proudly, with a look of naivety waiting to be praised. She said proudly, because I'm the daughter of the Shui clan. People of the Shui clan have to admit their mistakes. They have to bear the consequences. We can't always run away. Xian'er tilted her head and said, Big brother, this is what you taught me. Leihan's heart was broken into pieces, and he said with a choked voice, yes, people of the Shui clan have to admit their mistakes, and bear the consequences. We can't run away. Big brother, Xian'er. Shuiqi finally rushed over, stumbling and falling in front of Leihan, but he asked anxiously, how is Xian'er? Seventh brother. Xian'er pursed her lips, like a little girl who had been wronged and suddenly saw her family, and was about to cry. Seventh brother still cares about me after all. Millions of years of negative experiences had been erased. Although Xian'er knew that she had made countless mistakes, her current state of mind was no different from the 17 or 18-year-old girl from a million years ago. Xian'er, seventh brother is here, right here. Shuiqi came over, wiping his hands on his clothes to get rid of the bloodstains. He carefully held Xian'er's hands. His internal organs were in so much pain that they felt like they were being overturned, but his face was full of nonchalance. He comforted her, seventh brother is right here. Xian'er, our family is reunited today, and we will never be separated again. Our family is reunited, and we will never be separated again. Xian'er murmured this sentence, and suddenly burst into tears. Her whole body trembled, and she cried until she was out of breath. How can I still have the face to ask for a family reunion? If we can really be reunited. Even if I have to be smashed into pieces a million times, I will be willing. I just want to see my parents when we are reunited, and I want to apologize to them. Apologize. Shuiqi and Leihan trembled, and tears streamed down their faces. This is not your fault, little sister. Leihan said with difficulty, and he could only comfort his dying sister like this. Yes. If it was her origin. Or it really wasn't Xian'er's fault. She had been controlled from the very beginning, since she was a young girl, since she was at the most beautiful age. Everything had nothing to do with her nature. Everything had nothing to do with her original heart and intention. However, she was indeed the one who had done all of these things. Everything had already been decided. Even if it wasn't her original heart, nature, and intention, so what? It's our fault. Xueqi blamed himself endlessly. Why didn't we see it? Why didn't we kill that bastard Cloud Lord back then? Why were we so negligent? We let our most beloved sister go. Suffer such pain, and even misunderstand for more than 1,000,000 years. Xianxia's eyes were shining, and her whole body seemed to emit a holy glow. She said softly, "Big brother, seventh brother, let go of me, and then take a few steps back. I want to say something to him." Shueleihan and Xueqi naturally knew who he was. There were some contradictions on their faces that couldn't be hidden. But, after struggling for a while, they still chose to follow their sister's wishes. This might be their sister's last wish, and they had to succeed no matter what. They let go of Xianxia, and Shueleihan supported Xueqi, and slowly retreated. Although they kept retreating, their eyes were locked on their sister, and they didn't leave her for a moment. Xianxia's body was lying flat on the snow, and snow was falling from the sky. Her eyes were shining, and at this moment, they were filled with dreamy colors. She murmured, "Yun Yun," in the sky. The Lord's body trembled, and he looked down. In the pure white snow, Xianxia was lying quietly on the snow, like a snow fairy. At this moment, Cloud Lord suddenly felt his heart soften. It was as if he saw the little princess of the Xue family who smiled shyly at him back then. Just that smile and frown was enough to make her yearn for him day and night, unforgettable. Xianxia stared at the blurry figure in the air in a daze, and a bitter smile slowly appeared on her face. At this moment, her eyes were already starting to lose focus, and she was about to lose sight of everything around her. But Cloud Lord didn't come down. He just stood on top, and didn't go far away. It was already the limit of what Venerable Cloud could do not to flee far away. Wherever Xianxia was, to Venerable Cloud, was a place of death. If he really went down there, his life would be in danger. "Yun Yun." Xianxia called out softly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with endless memories. She said softly, "I only want to say one thing. I regret marrying you, and doing so many wrong things. But do you know? Until now, I've never regretted loving you. Now I know that I've loved the wrong person. I hate you to the core. But I still don't regret loving you. A woman's heart, a woman's feelings. It's really strange." In the sky, Cloud Lord's body suddenly trembled violently. His whole body was trembling, as if he was having a spasm. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. He looked up at the sky, and roared silently. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching roar, and his body rolled up like a whirlwind. He roared crazily, and madly ran towards the distance. At this moment, his speed was so fast that it was beyond the comprehension of everyone present. He faced the wind, and faced the vast snow. His roar was like a dragon in the sky, and his figure completely disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the #1 person in the Imperial Court of Heaven. At this moment, he had activated all of his life's potential, and was running at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Shueleihan and the others couldn't catch up to him. Even if Chu Yang activated all of his power, so what if he slaughtered the entire world, he would still be behind him. Only his voice could be heard from the vast snow, and it was mixed with heart-wrenching pain. "Xian'er, I've let you down in this life." At this moment, no one chased after him. But everyone knew one thing, and that was that Cloud Lord had already burned all of his life's potential to the limit this time. He was really at the end of his rope. When they caught up to Cloud Lord once again, it would definitely be the time of his death. Xianxia lay quietly. She tilted her head slightly, and looked in the direction where Cloud Lord had left. Her bright eyes carried a hint of a smile. 2 drops of tears fell from the sky. They landed on her face that was as transparent as white jade. Those were Cloud Lord's tears. She stroked them with her hands lovingly. She murmured, "I hate you. I love you." Shueleihan and Xueqi approached slowly, looking at Xianxia worriedly. "Big brother, don't talk about whether it's worth it or not, right?" Xianxia smiled quietly. "I know it's not worth it, and I also know that it's wrong. In fact, I also hate him madly, but I really love him. A love that comes from the bottom of my heart. Women are so strange." This was the second time Xianxia sighed like this. She said, "Hate. There can be reasons, and there can be no hate without reason. But love is really without reason. Big brother, please forgive your disappointing sister. I understand. I know. I forgive you. Shui Leihan let out a long sigh. Shui Xian'er's relationship with Cloud Lord was like his and Mo Qingqing's relationship with Yao Xian'er. Knowing that she was already married, he still didn't change his mind. This, in itself, was an irrational behavior. If love could be controlled by reason, it wouldn't be called love. However, he didn't have such a tough life like his sister. To be controlled by the person he loved for his whole life, and to still be infatuated with him even after death, what a heartbreaking thing this was. I gave all my love to you without any complaints or regrets, but you used my love for you to achieve all your despicable goals. Shui Xian'er looked at Shui Leihan with bright eyes and said, Big brother, shatter my divine palace and destroy my dantian, but leave a little bit of my true spirit. I'm going to see my parents. Shui Leihan's body shook violently, and he shouted at the same time with Shui Qi, no. Shui Leihan trembled all over. You're my sister. Who dares to hurt you? Who dares to hurt you in this world? I won't allow you to die. Absolutely not. He said with a stern and resolute voice. Even if he had to become the enemy of everyone in the world, he wouldn't hesitate and wouldn't turn back. Shui Xian'er looked at her brother with an unusually satisfied expression. She smiled happily and enjoyed this long-lost warmth. She said softly, Big brother, don't deceive yourself and others. Do you think I can still live? Shui Leihan and Shui Qi were stunned for a moment. For his sister, even if he dared to become the enemy of everyone in the world, he didn't have the means to bring her back to life. Even if I can continue to live, what can I do? Live in pain and regret forever? I know that as long as I can live, my two brothers will definitely protect me, even if they have to become the enemy of the world. You guys will do it too. Shui Xian'er's eyes became brighter and brighter, and that was a kind of pride. I believe my brothers can do it. But there's really no meaning for me to live. The past is the past, and I didn't mean it. Love is gone, but hatred is forever. I don't want such a life. There are so many mistakes, someone has to take responsibility. Shui Xian'er looked at her brother. I'm from the Shui clan. The Shui clan never shirks their responsibilities. Shui Leihan's body trembled violently again. Moreover, big brother, you also know that with my cultivation, even though I've reached such a level, if I want to destroy my divine palace and explode my dantian, I can still do it as long as I put in some effort. I just want to be lazy. I want my big brother to personally send me on my way. Shui Xian'er smiled gently. That's all. Because you're my big brother. Sending me to see my parents is the same as sending me to get married. Shui Xian'er urged. Big brother. Shui Leihan stood there coldly, like a wooden statue, expressionless, and silent. I love beauty, and I'll still love it even in death. If I do it myself, I'll definitely explode my own body. That won't be pretty, too ugly. Shui Xian'er begged. Big brother, please grant me my wish. This is the last thing I want you to do for me in this lifetime. Shui Leihan looked up and sighed. The Shui clan's ancestral teachings. Shui Xian'er recited slowly. Born as a member of the Shui clan, dead as a member of the Shui clan, tears streamed down Shui Leihan's face. Big brother, seventh brother, don't be sad for me. I'm going to see my parents and reunite with them. Do you have any words for them? Shui Xian'er asked softly. Tell them that we hope they can forgive you. Xian'er is still their most obedient daughter, and also our most beloved sister. We love her dearly. Tell them that it's all our fault. We didn't protect our sister well. Shui Leihan and Shui Qi wept silently. Shui Xian'er lay there quietly, smiling happily. I'll do my best to protect my big brother even in death. I'm very happy, very happy. In the snowstorm, Shui Leihan ran wildly against the wind. Tears dripped down, freezing on his face, and then melting again. The cycle repeated itself. Behind him was a coffin made of profound ice. Shui Xian'er lay there quietly, her face still peaceful, and there was even a sweet smile on her face. However, she had already lost all signs of life. Big brother, if there's a chance, help me ask Master Yun. Back then, did he truly love me? This was his sister's last sentence. I'll carry you and ask him. Shui Leihan's heart was bleeding. In the future, I'll also carry you back to our ancestral grave. I'll bury you beside our parents and let you reunite. Xianxia, you'll always be my good sister. If there's an afterlife, you'll definitely be my sister again. At that time, I'll definitely protect you. I'll kill Master Yun, and I'm sure you won't object. This ice coffin can protect your most precious face, and it won't rot forever. My sister loves beauty, and of course, she doesn't want to become a pile of bones. Xianxia, I'll avenge you. The cold wind was like a knife, but Shui Leihan's heart was cold, hot, sad, and sad. Xueqi's face was gloomy, and he followed closely behind Shui Leihan. Along the way, he didn't say a word. While he was traveling, his eyes were fixed on the mysterious ice jade coffin for a long time. He longed for his sister to walk out of it in the next moment, and call him again with a sweet smile. Seventh brother, also, she had just recognized him today, and that heart-wrenching cry of surprise and affection. Seventh brother, your seventh brother. You're my seventh brother. You are. Just thinking about it made Xueqi burst into tears uncontrollably. Shui clan. After that incident, there were only the three of them left in this world. For 1,000,000 years, they had never met. Even when they met, they would look at each other coldly. They were hostile to each other and even fought to the death. Today, they finally met as siblings, but in the blink of an eye, they had to part forever. Cloud Master, I must kill you. I must grind your bones and scatter your ashes to vent my hatred. Since it was the East Sovereign's people who had encountered the Cloud Master, the other two sides naturally had no way to intercept him. Chu Yang and the others sped all the way but found nothing. They didn't rest at all and rushed toward purple cloud heavens at full speed. The saint's target was obviously purple cloud heavens, and they didn't know how much Tan Tan had improved during this period of time. The other generations of brothers were obviously no match for the saint. If the difference in their strength was too great, even the indestructible golden body wouldn't be of much use. No matter how hard a turtle shell was, as long as there was a sharper chisel, it could be chiseled open. Chu Yang was afraid that he would see a tragedy when he arrived. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent along the way. Even if he and the others couldn't intercept Master Yun in person, they must reach purple cloud heavens before him. They must reach Tan Tan and the other seniors. They must stop the tragedy from happening. Fortunately, they weren't far from their destination, purple cloud heavens. There was a cliff in front of them. Chu Yang's eyes focused and he waved his hand. Everyone stopped what they were doing. This cliff wasn't here the last time they passed by. But this time, it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Chu Yang was confident that he didn't take the wrong path, but what was with this cliff? What did it mean? What did it mean? Could it be that there were experts who had fought here? When they walked in front, everyone finally saw clearly that this was a mountain. But not long ago, half of it had been cut away, revealing a section that was as straight and smooth as a mirror. The reason why it was said not long ago was that the section was as smooth as a mirror. It wouldn't be like this if it wasn't long ago. The surrounding geography was special. Over the years, wind and sand had been blowing and eroding it. As long as it was a little longer, it would inevitably be eroded by the wind and sand, and would no longer be smooth. Secondly, there were a few lines of words written on it, and the content of the words proved that it was left behind not long ago. This is Cloud Lord's handwriting. Mo Tianji had studied everything about Master Yun. So, he was very familiar with Master Yun's handwriting. Therefore, he recognized it at a glance. Everyone's hearts trembled. Their group had chased so quickly, but they still hadn't caught up. They all looked over. Whether it's good or evil, it's good. Time. Good or evil, we are companions for life. Whether it is love or hate, I will let it go in this life. Whether it was enmity or kindness, they would part forever. There were only a few short sentences, and it seemed that he hadn't finished writing them yet. There was another sentence below: humans and immortals walk different paths. Then, there was Cloud Lord's signature. The words on the wall were filled with a heavy meaning, as well as a strong sense of melancholy and loss. Could it be that Xianxia is dead. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji stared intently at these words, and the same question arose in their hearts. Eternal parting, and different paths, it seemed to indicate many things. Also, Cloud Lord and Xianxia, one human and one immortal, what did this mean? Was it just the literal meaning, or was there more to it? It should be that Xianxia is dead. Saint Monarch and the others encountered the other two groups of people who were chasing them. After a huge battle, the Saint Empress fell, and Cloud Lord fled here. Mo Tianji frowned and said, the only problem is that even if Xianxia is really dead, with Cloud Lord's character, he shouldn't be so sorrowful. He is someone who could even kill his own father. Moreover, it can be seen that he hates Xianxia a lot. This matter is really hard to understand. Chu Yang also didn't understand this. Through their previous interactions, Yun Shengren's disgust toward Xianxia were definitely not feigned. But what did he mean by these words today? Cloud Master is clearly mourning. Naturally, the two of them didn't know that Cloud Lord had always hated and disliked Xianxia, but he only hated the Xianxia that he created. Or it could be said that Cloud Lord hated the Saint Empress. However, Yun Shengren was genuinely fond of the real Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia carried Cloud Lord's spirit of true love, a spirit of true love that couldn't be formed without true love. Everyone crossed the cliff, and Chu Yang and the others continued on their way. Now wasn't a good time to decipher the words. It wasn't a good thing that Cloud Lord had left his words here. This undoubtedly meant that Cloud Lord was already ahead of him. Perhaps, he was already attacking the first bridge, attacking Tan Tan and the others. Other than these puzzled words, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji also discovered something else. The saint's abilities seemed to have weakened further. From the saint's handwriting, this could be clearly felt. This was a weakening of the saint's origin. Those who weren't at the peak of the saint realm wouldn't be able to sense it. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Yang had already reached this realm and Mo Tianji was extremely familiar with Master Yun's handwriting, it would really be hard for them to sense it. If not, even the East Emperor Demon Empress wouldn't be able to notice it. This kind of weakening came from the origin, and it meant that Saint Monarch's strength would never return to its peak. He would only become weaker for a while. Chu Yang was confident that he could deal with Saint Monarch in this state alone, and he wouldn't be harmed at all. This discovery made Chu Yang and Mo Tianji more optimistic about the success of this trip. However, they didn't tell everyone about this discovery because they didn't want to weaken their fighting spirit. 2 days later, Chu Yang and his team arrived at the first bridge. They saw that the bridge was as peaceful as before. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Chu Yang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as there were no further movements. Everyone was still safe. On the other side, shouts shook the heavens and the earth. It was definitely the extraterrestrial demons attacking, and the experts here, including Tan Tan and a group of seniors, were blocking them. This kind of battle happened every day, every hour, every moment. However, when Chu Yang paid closer attention to the scene in front of him, all of a sudden, his complexion changed drastically. What's wrong? Mo Tianji asked. Saint Monarch wasn't here yet, so why was Chu Yang's expression so ugly? White fog. Chu Yang took a deep breath. It's about to disappear. Mo Tianji frowned and looked over. Chu Yang frowned tightly. The last time he came, he was quite far away. He could only see the thick white fog from afar, and he couldn't even see the first bridge itself. Even when he was on the first bridge, he couldn't see the bridge deck or the people on the other side. But now, they were still more than 10,000 feet away. But he could already see the first bridge clearly. This change was too shocking. In less than 2 years, more than half of the crucial white fog guarding the heavenly watchtower continent had disappeared. This speed of disappearance was too fast, wasn't it? It was too shocking. Chu Yang looked up at the sky, and he saw that there seemed to be layers of ripples in the endless sky. That was the barrier of the thick fog, and it was constantly being shaken and weakened. It was being annihilated? Tianji. Chu Yang's expression was heavy, and he said word by word, "Let the Tianji Intelligence Department send the order immediately. Send out all forces to fight against the heavenly demons. We must rush to the purple cloud heavens in the shortest time possible, no matter the cost. We must be quick." Chu Yang's voice sounded unusually urgent. Mo Tianji instinctively realized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately took out the Tianji hand and sent out the order. As the Tianji hand glowed brightly, an urgent order was sent out. "What's going on?" Mo Tianji asked. Mo Tianji had never been to the first bridge. Although he knew the importance of the first bridge's white fog, he had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't understand the original situation of the white fog as well as Chu Yang did. Chu Yang frowned, pointed at the white fog, and explained softly. Mo Tianji's expression changed greatly. Looking at the thin white fog, he couldn't help but be deeply worried. "How long is this white fog?" "I don't know. You'll have to ask the previous robbers," Chu Yang said. A few people walked down from the first bridge at this time. They laughed from afar and said, "Minister Chu, it's a joyous occasion for the newlyweds." They were Ji Huitian and the others. Chu Yang smiled and walked forward quickly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned back. Slightly behind him, a strange smoke rose into the sky. A crazy destructive force that could fill up the world, mixed with some kind of inconceivable hysteria, was rushing toward them at an extremely fast speed. This crazy force was accompanied by an undisguised and terrifying murderous intent, and a murderous heart of death. "Everyone, face the enemy!" Chu Yang roared, and he jumped up. Standing in the air, a light flashed in his hand, and the calamity sword appeared. At the first moment, the sword light was dazzling, and it turned into a long dragon that connected the sky and the earth, colliding head-on with the destructive force without backing down. Almost at the same time, Mo Qingwu's heavenly dance, together with the Qingwu dream saber, spun. Xianxia's purple cloud emperor's seal also showed a magnificent light, and it suddenly took shape, spinning rapidly in the air. Chu Lu'er's sword light flashed, and it merged with Mo Tianji's purple jade flute into a ray of colorful light, rushing forward, and Ji Mo's sword also rushed out, brother who roared, shaking his head and wagging his tail in the air, revealing his ferocious true body. The calamity spirit dissipated silently in the world, turning into a faint, almost invisible gray fog, entangling in an almost traceless manner. The smoke in the distance instantly rushed closer, and it turned out to be a person who brought death and destruction. Behind him, smoke and dust filled the sky, and it spread no less than a few hundred miles, still billowing. A crazy murderous intent that had never been seen before almost completely engulfed the whole world. The person who came was Master Cloud. "Today is our little sister Emoran's birthday, let us wish her a happy birthday. Every year, there will be a day like today, forever young and beautiful." However, the current Cloud Master was no longer as elegant and dignified as he used to be. There was only a defeated look on his face. His originally shiny black hair had actually turned white. His eyes no longer had the kind of elegance that flowed from his bones. His handsome appearance had become extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with evil. It was as if he was a demon that had completely gone mad. However, even if the Cloud Master in front of them was a demon, he was still the most terrifying demon. Because he would still bring slaughter, destruction, and death to the human world. "Chu Yang!" Cloud Master shouted loudly. "Today, you and I shall perish together." Chu Yang looked at him coldly. "Cloud Master, it's a pity that you no longer have the ability to do what you said." As they spoke, the two people's sword moves collided with each other in the most extreme manner. In that instant, it was as if a complete star had suddenly exploded in the universe. The two people with the highest cultivation in the heavenly imperial court used the strongest power in their lives at this moment and clashed with each other. With a deafening boom, the whole world started to shake because of this fight. At the same time, Mo Qingwu, Xianxia, Mo Tianji, Chu Lu'er, Ji Mo's tribulation spirit and brother Tiger all rushed into the smoke and dust. They joined the battle and attacked with all kinds of attacks at the same time. The saint screamed crazily and rushed over with a fearless aura. He avoided Mo Qingwu's saber, Xianxia's seal, Mo Tianji's flute, Chu Lu'er and Ji Mo's swords, brother Tiger's mouth. The entanglement of the tribulation spirit, Chu Yang, however, let out a muffled groan. He staggered and looked at the saint with his eyes wide open. He was a little shocked. This result was really unbelievable. Currently, Chu Yang's cultivation was already on par with Cloud Master. Based on the previous evaluation, he could even gain the upper hand. On the other hand, Master Cloud had already lost his mountain and river sword, while Qu Yang now had the advantage of the calamity sword. Qu Yang was confident that he could gain the upper hand, however, when they clashed with each other, the one who was at a disadvantage was Qu Yang. How could this not be shocking? However, Qu Yang was in disbelief. But it wasn't because of the result. On the contrary, Qu Yang could already conclude that the Saint Monarch's condition wasn't good. He could definitely take him down with his own strength. In that fight just now, it could be said that the Saint had gathered his strongest battle prowess and was also unafraid of death. He would rather die than retreat, and his momentum was not the slightest bit concerned about the power of retreat. Although Qu Yang seemed to have gained the upper hand in the clash just now, he had actually suffered quite a bit of damage. Qu Yang didn't try to show off. After being knocked back, he dissipated the impact of the aftershock and was completely unharmed. However, this wasn't what Qu Yang was truly shocked about. What Qu Yang really couldn't understand was, the Saint Monarch would rather be injured than retreat. Then, he continued to ignore his own injuries and continued to fight against Mo Tianji and the others. Moreover, every move was an attack, not a defense. He didn't care about the crowd's attacks at all. He didn't care about the fact that his body was riddled with wounds in an instant. This kind of battle strategy was simply courting death, only the word courting death could describe it. This guy is crazy. He's going all out. Qu Yang was afraid that everyone would be in danger. After all, a crazy person's thinking was completely different from a normal person's. With a sway of his body, 10,000 rays of cold light burst out from the calamity sword. He didn't retreat anymore and continued to attack. In an instant, his body turned into two Qu Yangs. Each of them wielded a snow-white sword and stabbed out at the same time. None of this Qu Yang was an illusion. Everything was real. The Saint Monarch laughed crazily. Junior Qu Yang, do you think you're my opponent? His body turned into a shadow and he also split into a shadow to face Qu Yang. He still turned a deaf ear to the attacks of the others and didn't care about them. Poof, Mo Tianji controlled the purple jade flute in the air and struck the Saint Monarch's shoulder. At the same time, he struck out with both of his palms and smashed them into the venerable Cloud's chest. Almost at the same time, Mo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber pierced the venerable Cloud's right shoulder. The force of the saber entered the venerable Cloud's body from within. However, Lord Cloud let out a thunderous laugh. Then, a mass of golden light exploded from his body with a loud bang. This golden light carried an incomparably copious amount of power, and forced Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu, and the others to retreat. Then, he stood still and continued to fight Qu Yang head-on. Blood gushed out of his mouth, but he still refused to take a step back. Qu Yang's gaze was as cold as ice. He didn't give in at all. His calamity sword continued to burst out millions of rays of cold light, resisting the Saint Monarch's crazy attacks with all his strength. In an instant, the two of them had already gone from the ground to mid-air. Then, they moved another 100 miles. They went back and forth in the air and turned into two violent whirlwinds. From this moment on, everyone couldn't even tell which one was Qu Yang and which one was the Saint Monarch. For a moment, no one could interfere. Qu Yang had been using one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms repeatedly. He calmly dealt with the Saint Monarch's overwhelming attacks and secretly mobilized his strength. The situation in front of him was 1 against 1. The two of them were fighting fiercely without giving in. If they were careless, they would easily be at the end of the road. However, Qu Yang preferred this kind of fighting style. This kind of fighting style could undoubtedly avoid the risks of others. He was facing the Saint Monarch alone. The battle was fierce but not dangerous. He had a lot of capital to deal with the Saint Monarch. Although the Saint Monarch's current condition was at the lowest point in history, Qu Yang still couldn't kill him in one strike. As long as the Saint Monarch had a chance to catch his breath, he could immediately detonate all of the Saint Monarch's true spirits. His strength would instantly return to its peak state from the end of the road. Even with Qu Yang's abilities, he still didn't want to face such a Saint Monarch. Therefore, he was delaying and using his own cultivation to further deplete the Saint Monarch's strength, if he could deal with the Saint Monarch's ultimate attack under normal circumstances. Qu Yang was 100% confident that he could kill the Saint Monarch without suffering any damage. To eliminate all future troubles, in just a few minutes of stalemate, the two of them had already exchanged no less than thousands of blows in the air. The previous generations of tribulators also rushed over when they heard the commotion. Looking at the space cracks that kept cracking open in the sky and the space black holes that looked like the mouths of huge beasts, everyone was shocked speechless. Who are the two sides of the battle? Why are they so powerful? Wu Jiuqing asked quietly. It's Minister Chu and the Saint Monarch. Ji Hui's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Such a battle was the battle of his life. How many times could he see it? Chu. Minister Chu? Wu Jiuqing couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. He might be the only one who knew the true origin of the so-called minister title. However, he was also the one who knew Chu Yang's strength the most. All along, he had only heard of Chu Yang's rapid improvement in cultivation. However, it was only now that he knew. Chu Yang's improvement was actually so huge, now. He could actually fight with the Saint Monarch, the Cloud Master, who had dominated the throne for more than 1,000,000 years, to this extent. In fact, looking at the current battle situation, he even seemed to be handling it with ease. The Cloud Master attacked in an extremely frenzied manner. However, every attack was blocked and neutralized by Chu Yang. Gradually, he became more and more impatient. Suddenly, with a roar, he shot up like a shooting star. Flashing with black light, he shot up into the sky. Be careful! A voice shouted. He's going to use the Sovereign King strike. In the distance, a few figures suddenly appeared. Then, in another direction, a few people also suddenly appeared. Shui Leihan, Shui Qi, Yao Xian, Mo Qingqing, Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, and the others had coincidentally arrived together. With that reminder, Chu Yang immediately raised his vigilance. He raised his head and focused his gaze on the Saint Monarch's figure. The sword in his hand let out a trembling sword cry. Behind Shui Leihan, the ice coffin emitted a colorful glow under the sunlight. In the sky, the Cloud Master's figure suddenly scattered and was no longer as stable as before. Suddenly, he let out a wild roar. Then, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of dark red blood. The spiritual energy that he had forcefully gathered earlier actually dissipated completely at this moment. Even his entire body almost exploded in an instant. His entire person fell like a meteorite. But in that instant, he suddenly shouted hoarsely, "Break!" The entire space seemed to tremble violently because of this. Then, the Cloud Master's rapidly falling body suddenly stopped in midair. Everything was still. At the same time, the sky fell into darkness. Boundless haze suddenly descended. Countless black lines suddenly entered the Cloud Master's body like rivers converging into the sea. They were densely packed, as if there were countless of them. At this moment, in all parts of the Heaven Imperial Court, countless famous experts suddenly died one after another. They all perished without any warning. Some were on the road, some were at home, and some were even worse. They were still in battle a moment ago, but in the next moment, they suddenly lost their lives and turned into corpses. The power of the 10,000 saints' true spirit that had been cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years all returned to the Saint Monarch's body at this moment. The Saint Monarch looked up to the sky and roared. What came out of his mouth was actually a blood-red mist. All the wounds on his body were completely healed at this moment. His head of white hair also suddenly turned black. All these changes were like a withered tree coming back to life. It was as if he had been reborn and revived from the dead. He stood quietly in midair, as if he had regained the demeanor of a Saint Monarch of his generation who laughed proudly in the wind and clouds. His eyes were like 2 deep black holes, staring at Chu Yang. He smiled faintly and said, "Chu Yang, today, you will definitely die." Chu Yang said coldly, "Is that so?" "As long as you have the ability." Chu Yang could feel that the power that erupted from the Saint Monarch's body at this moment, and the pressure that he felt was actually more than twice that of the Saint Monarch at his peak, the power of the 1,000,000-year-old 10,000 saints' true spirit. It was an extreme explosion in one go. There's only one big plot left, and I don't plan to write this plot too long. Brothers and sisters, you can add me on Weibo, WeChat, and on the public platform, just search for Wind Conquers the World. Add me as a follower. Then, I will be writing some side stories of the evil monarch of a different world and the proud world. I hope everyone will like it. For the time being, there are Mo Qinggu, Tai Budian, Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, Meng Chaoran, Chu Xiaoxin, the Dharma Supreme, and others. These few people have side stories. For the evil monarch of a different world, there are Fatty Tang Yuan, Jun Wu Hui, 1st Young Master Hades, 14th Young Master Hades, and others. This level of power was something that even the current Xu Yang couldn't deal with. Strictly speaking, this level had already exceeded the limits of what Xu Yang could handle, but Xu Yang didn't show any signs of fear. He took a deep breath and gripped the calamity sword tightly. There was an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. The 10,000 saints' true spirits were finally destroyed. After that moment, there wouldn't be any more 10,000 saints' true spirits in this world. This evil thing that was enough to make the entire world fearful had finally reached its end here. The evil legend had been written, and it had come to an end today. The only key point was the saint in front of him. At this moment, there were many experts on his side. No matter how high the saint's cultivation was, he was ultimately just one person. It was absolutely impossible for him to face the combined attacks of so many experts at the same time. You allowed my ultimate power to appear. As a reward, you shall be the first sacrifice. The saint smiled confidently. His body suddenly dragged out an afterimage. It wasn't a doppelganger, but a product of extreme speed. Cloud Master. At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Shui Leihan said word by word, "Stop." Cloud Master didn't want to stop, but for some reason, his body stopped in midair again. With his back facing Shui Leihan, he said coldly, "Shui Leihan, do you have anything else to say? Or do you want to be the first test subject to test my strength?" Shui Leihan stared at Cloud Master, his eyes full of hatred. He took a deep breath and said, "Before Xianxia died, she asked me to ask you something." Cloud Master was stunned. His tall and sturdy body trembled violently. He said in a low voice, "What is it?" Shui Leihan said word by word, "She asked you. Back then, did you truly love her?" Cloud Master trembled again. He slowly turned around. His gaze stopped on the ice jade coffin that shone with colorful light under the sun. He didn't move away. For a long time. After a long time, he said hoarsely, "Is it so important to love her or not? Does this answer still have any meaning today?" Shui Leihan gritted his teeth and said, "You don't have to answer. That day, I only promised my sister to ask you this. No matter how you answer, it's not important. I'm only asking you this because I want to fulfill Xian'er's last wish." "Your answer?" Abruptly, Cloud Shangren interrupted, "No." Shui Leihan and Shui Qi scolded at the same time, "Master Yun, you beast." Master Cloud shifted his gaze away from the mystic ice jade coffin and turned around. "From the beginning to the end, I have only been using her. I have never loved her." His voice was hoarse, but his body was like a boulder, motionless. Even as the north wind howled in the air, not a single strand of Master Yun's clothes fluttered in the wind. Not even a single strand of hair fluttered in the wind. Clearly, he was using all of his cultivation to control himself and every inch of his clothes. "You bastard!" Shui Leihan let out a furious roar. Suddenly, he soared into the sky and pounced forward. At the same time, Shui Qi also rushed up with grief and indignation. Shui Leihan's Grand Orient sword and Shui Qi's Dark Light sword turned into rainbows at the same time. Both of them were filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, they almost lost their minds. "Because of you, my sister's entire life was ruined. Her reputation was also ruined. However, she was completely innocent, now. She was already dead, but she still said that she loved you. Even if you really didn't love her, she still had no regrets. Even if you didn't love her, you still wouldn't be willing to say something against your will to comfort the dead? Be careful." Yao Xian'er and the rest shouted in unison. The current Master Yun was ridiculously powerful. He was definitely not someone that could be defeated by one or two people. It was unwise for Shui Leihan and Shui Qi to be so reckless. However, it was too late to stop them. Master Yun stood with his back facing Shui Leihan. It was as if he didn't feel the furious attack from the two brothers. Two streaks of sword light flew towards him like rainbows. Poof, poof. Shui Leihan and Shui Qi both widened their eyes in shock. Master Yun didn't dodge nor did he have any intention to resist. He just used his own flesh and blood to take on Xue Leihan and Xue Qi's swords. Xue Leihan's sword pierced through his heart from the back. The tip of the sword was covered in blood as it came out from the front of his chest. Xue Qi's sword also pierced through his back, but it came out from his lower abdomen. Master Yun smiled bitterly with his back facing the two of them. His entire body suddenly floated forward, allowing the two swords to separate from his body. A pained expression appeared on his face. He turned around almost instinctively and raised his palm to strike down. However, he saw the mysterious ice jade coffin behind Xue Leihan. He could clearly see that there was a person inside. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her hair was like clouds. She was lying there quietly with a face full of peace and happiness. She was just lying there, motionless. Xue Leihan and Xue Qi had succeeded in their first attack, but they had used up all their strength and had yet to recover their strength. If Guru Yun were to counterattack at this moment, with his current tyrannical strength, at least one of the two brothers would die on the spot. At this moment, no one could come to their aid in time. Even Chu Yang, who was closest to them, couldn't make it in time. However, Master Yun's raised hand suddenly fell down. He didn't make the attack that was supposed to kill him. Almost at the same time, Xue Leihan's hands were like huge axes that could split mountains. They smashed down on his chest again. What kind of person was Dong Huang? Master Yun didn't attack, but instead created an even bigger flaw in his own body. How could Dong Huang, who hated him to the core, let go of such a flaw? With a few cracking sounds, Master Yun groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward weakly. The bones in his chest were almost completely shattered by Xue Leihan. Xue Leihan, who succeeded, was also inexplicably surprised. He looked at his hands in disbelief. Then, he raised his head and stared at Master Yun. Why didn't you dodge? Master Yun placed his hand on his chest. Pure cultivation flowed into his body, and his bones and injuries healed quickly. He shook his head slowly and said in a low voice, I have never loved her. Never loved her at all. Xue Leihan's gaze became even deeper. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. After a long time, he shouted, So. You have always been so despicable and shameless. Master Yun sneered. Yes, I have always been so despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? I owe your Xue clan for the 2 swords and 2 palms just now. Now that it's settled, Xue Leihan, you can go on your way. Reunite with your parents and little sister. Xue Leihan's gaze became even more complicated. He took a deep breath and said, Everyone, let's kill him together. This meant that Xue Leihan had regained his rationality. He had regained the wisdom and decisiveness that belonged to Dong Huang. Cloud Master laughed out loud. Chu Yang. Bring your brother Tribulation up here. Today, I will flatten the heavenly imperial court. Chu Yang's gaze was also very complicated. He said, Since you have such a wish, I shall fulfill it. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this villain. Before he finished speaking, the Tribulation sword shone coldly and rushed out first. Mo Qingguo and Zi Xieching. They followed closely behind. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing combined their swords and sabers. Rui Budong and Ao Xieyun soared together. Xue Leihan, Yao Xian, Xue Qi, and Mo Qingqing attacked together. Long Yinghuan, Meng Jinghui, and the rest also attacked with all their might. In the heavenly imperial court, close to 30 of the most powerful experts gathered here. They attacked Master Yun together and encircled him. The lineup was so luxurious that it could be said to be unprecedented. Good timing. Master Yun laughed maniacally. He spun around. Suddenly, more than 20 cloud masters appeared in the air, and they launched their attacks in a targeted manner, a battle between the most powerful experts in the heavenly imperial court. It finally started. Chu Yang's Tribulation sword instantly emitted thousands of rays of cold light. This time, he attacked with all his might. He attacked with all his might, because Master Yun's strength had reached its peak so far. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. More importantly, all of Master Yun's trump cards had been revealed. To an enemy with no secrets, no matter how strong he appeared to be on the surface, he wasn't scary. This was the best time to destroy him, finish it in one fell swoop. It wasn't just Chu Yang. Everyone else present had the same thought. They all attacked with all their might, determined to destroy this fake emperor who had stolen from the world for more than 1,000,000 years, this demon who had plagued the heavenly imperial court for countless years. However, in the face of this situation where everyone was attacking Master Yun together, Shui Leihan and Shui Qi, who hated Master Yun the most, acted differently from everyone else. After the two brothers looked at each other, they suddenly retreated from the battle. Master Yun. I'm carrying my sister's coffin. You can't bear to attack me. At least you still have some people's hearts. But this is still unfair to you. And I can't let go of my own flesh and blood. My brothers will withdraw from this battle. Shui Leihan's eyes were burning. Master Yun snorted coldly. A trace of heartfelt pain flashed across his eyes. Surrounded by everyone, he said in a low voice, countless experts are attacking one person. With or without the two of you, how much of a difference can there be? Why don't you come together and take revenge for your family and end this karma that has been silent for countless years? Shui Leihan shook his head lightly. I want to kill you. I want to kill you even in my dreams. I want to kill you more than anyone else. But you're still the person my sister loved until her death. Although I have regrets, although I'm unwilling, although I'm mad with hatred. But if my sister knew after her death, she wouldn't want to see your blood on my hands in the end. It's just that I can't say this out loud. Besides, it's against Shui Leihan's principles to take advantage of him while carrying his sister's corpse. Even if he won in the end and killed Master Yun, he would inevitably feel uncomfortable. Chu Yang's tribulation sword instantly emitted thousands of rays of cold light. This time, he attacked with all his might. He attacked with all his might, because Master Yun's strength had reached its peak. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. More importantly, all of Master Yun's trump cards had been revealed. To an enemy who had no secrets, no matter how strong he appeared to be on the surface, he wasn't scary. Now was the best time to destroy him. It wasn't just Chu Yang. Everyone else present had the same thought. They all tried their best to destroy this fake emperor who had stolen from the world for more than 1,000,000 years, this devil who had caused trouble for the Heaven Palace for countless years. However, in the face of the situation where everyone was attacking Cloud Master, Shui Leihan and Shui Qi, who had the deepest hatred for Cloud Master, acted differently from everyone else. The two brothers looked at each other and suddenly retreated from the battle. Cloud Master. I'm carrying my sister's body in my coffin. You can't bear to attack me. At least you still have some people's hearts. But this is still unfair to you. And I can't let go of my own flesh and blood. My brothers will withdraw from this battle. Shui Leihan's eyes were burning. Master Yun snorted coldly, and a hint of heartfelt pain flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice while the others surrounded him, countless top-notch elites are attacking one person. With or without the two of you, what difference would there be? Why don't you come together and take revenge for your family and end this karma that has been silent for countless years? Shui Leihan shook his head lightly. I want to kill you. I want to kill you even in my dreams. I want to kill you more than anyone else. But you are still the person my sister loved until her death. Although I have regrets, although I'm indignant, although I'm mad with hatred. But if my sister knew after her death, she wouldn't want to see your blood on my hands in the end. But this point couldn't be said out loud. Moreover, he carried his sister's body and took advantage of her. This was against Shui Leihan's principles. Even if he won in the end and killed Cloud Master, he would still feel good. So Shui Leihan chose to withdraw. He would rather give up on this battle than let his sister's spirit in heaven be hurt again. Cloud Master understood Shui Leihan's mentality very well. But he still felt terrible. Because he really wasn't sure if he was in a critical situation. In a battle between top experts, especially in such a place where he was surrounded by so many people, there was no room for distraction. In a trance, he suddenly heard a muffled groan and two bangs. Dragoning Huan and Meng Jinghui were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. That muffled groan came from Master Cloud. While he was distracted, he was struck by Gu Duxing's sword and staggered. Blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after, he counterattacked, injuring both Dragon and Dream. Even though Master Cloud was injured, he laughed loudly and said, "Shui Leihan, you are actually a hero of your generation. But, if you and Zihao are defeated in this life, you will be defeated by the word hero." Shui Leihan listened attentively and said in a low voice, "But I have no regrets even if I die." Master Yun laughed maniacally. Living without regrets is naturally an achievement. Only with success can one have no regrets. However, Shui Leihan was dumbfounded even though he had no regrets. "You and I have been entangled with each other for more than 1,000,000 years. This is my last advice to you. Doing good may not leave one's name for eternity, but doing evil may leave one's name in the annals of history even if one goes down in infamy for 10,000 years. Shui Leihan, good and evil come to an end. It's just a life." Shui Leihan sighed. Nonsense. Sophistry. Master Yun was actually surrounded by so many strong enemies. He talked about life like this. The others were all furious and their attacks became even more intense. Ziwuji's burly figure descended from the sky. His broadsword brought with it an extremely sharp roar and actually ignited a huge fire in the air. He shouted, "Master Yun, do you still remember the Zishao Heavenly Emperor from back then?" Master Yun casually blocked Ziwuji's brazen sword attack. He turned around in the air and sent out a series of kicks. Ziwuji let out a loud roar and advanced instead of retreating. He was actually charging forward with no regard for his own safety. "Ziwuji, do you have other origins?" Master Yun frowned and looked at Ziwuji. Master Yun was naturally no stranger to Ziwuji, but he was greatly surprised by Ziwuji's words just now. "Are you surprised? I am Zihao's younger brother. Biological younger brother." Ziwuji roared in grief and indignation. Suddenly, he threw out his broadsword and then hugged Master Yun's right foot with both hands as he roared to the sky, "Big brother, little brother will avenge you today." Master Yun's face was cold. Although his right foot was restrained, his empty left foot still kicked Ziwuji hundreds of times in a row. Ziwuji vomited blood and his injuries were extremely serious, but he still refused to retreat and clung tightly to Master Yun's right foot. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang both came to his aid. Their swords and sabers slashed down, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the right leg of the sage had turned into a bone club without the slightest bit of flesh. However, Master Yun's bones actually showed a faint golden luster. Gu Duxing's black dragon sword and Dong Wushang's dark saber slashed at them countless times, but they could only form streaks of white marks, unable to do anything else. They could not damage his foundation at all. Faced with this terrifying situation, both Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were shocked. A person's flesh and blood had already been cut off, but his bones were still so strong. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? With a shout, Yao Xian Er's demon king hook flashed with black light and came slashing down. The Saint Monarch's two hands locked Chu Yang's calamity sword and Mo Qing Wu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber at the same time. His head took Zi Shiqing's purple cloud seal head-on. While bleeding from his 7 apertures, his right leg, which was only a skeleton, finally broke free from Ziwuji's restraint and flew up forcefully to counterattack. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, whose swords and sabers had been neutralized, grunted at the same time and hurriedly retreated. With a shake of his left foot, Ziwuji's body flew out like a broken sack. Then, the Saint Monarch's whole body spun violently. His arms were like mountain-splitting hammers, brazenly meeting Ao Xiaoyan's hand and Rui Butong's sword. His left foot, however, rushed out again, his whole left leg stretched infinitely in that instant and crashed into the Demon Empress Demon King hook. With this collision, the Demon Empress grunted and somersaulted away. With the Demon Empress ability, the Demon Emperor Heaven's strongest divine weapon, the Demon King hook, was actually defeated. The Saint Monarch's strength was truly shocking and frightening to the extreme. However, a moment of brilliance did not represent eternity. Although the Saint Monarch forced the Demon Empress back with a single kick and dealt with many attacks, it was inevitable that he would lose sight of the other. Almost at the same time he forced the Demon Empress back, Mo Qing and Mo Huichen's hands slammed into the Saint Monarch's back one after another. Cloud Lord reacted quickly and with a loud roar, he arched his back and slammed backwards. Mo Qing and Mo Huichen, who had just succeeded, also suffered a backlash. They both cried out in unison and spat out blood. they were sent flying backwards. GMO and Luo Kudi immediately pounced forward. They forcefully crashed into Lord Cloud's bosom at the critical moment. Then, they ferociously hit him with puff sounds. This moment was very critical and delicate. The Saint Monarch had just used his back to force back the attacks of the two heavenly emperors, and his body was faintly arched backwards. At this moment, GMO and Luo Kudi were attacking Cloud Lord where the burden on his body was the weakest. Between his waist and abdomen, they were attacking the enemy's vital point. Although the siege was extremely short, everyone had already discovered that the only weapon that could threaten the Saint Monarch was Chu Yang's Calamity Sword. Originally, the Eastern Sovereign's Grand Orient Sword was also a considerable threat to the Demon Empress Demon King Hook. However, because the Eastern Sovereign did not participate in the battle, this layer of apprehension disappeared. As for the other weapons, even Dong Wushang's dark saber, which was heavy and domineering, could only be used against Cloud Lord's flesh. As for his bones, they were already powerless. After Cloud Lord had completely activated the effects of the Myriad Saint's true spirit, his strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Such a cultivation, in the entire imperial court, could be said to be the absolute number one in all of Tian. That was why everyone chose to attack with their fists and legs. That way, they could pour their cultivation base into Guru Yun's body and cause him to be injured by the shockwave. And this kind of shock injuries only needed to accumulate to a certain extent. Then, he would be able to completely destroy him. In the end, swords and sabers could only cause sharp injuries to a certain area. The impact on the overall damage was always limited. Since the start of the battle, GMO and Luo Kudi's attack on his waist and abdomen was the first time that a Saint Monarch was seriously injured. After being hit, Cloud Lord let out a loud scream and actually did not have time to counterattack. He staggered back in midair. Chu Le and Mo Tianji flew up. Mo Tianji simply swung the purple jade flute and smashed it down like a rod. Chu Le simply abandoned her sword and swung a star metal rod, smashing it down fiercely. A girl smashing someone with a rod. This scene was rather eye-catching. Cloud Lord had just suffered a serious injury from Luo Kudi and GMO's joint attack. He retreated for the first time and was just about to deal with the enemies that were pouncing on him from all directions when he suddenly felt weak all over. It felt as if someone was hugging and entangling him. It also felt like a net that suddenly covered him. No matter how he struggled, it was difficult for him to move. This was the divine spirit of the calamity taking advantage of the opportunity and attacking secretly. The moment it attacked, it forcefully locked Cloud Lord's legs and feet. Cloud Lord was experienced in dealing with powerful enemies and did not panic in the face of danger. He suddenly let out a roar, and golden light surrounded him. As if it had erupted, it flickered for a moment. The divine spirit of the calamity immediately let out a scream and turned into a cloud of black smoke that drifted away. However, this momentary lockdown had created enough openings for them. No less than a dozen elites attacked with all their might, and countless attacks landed on Guru Yun's body. His shoulders, chest, back, lower abdomen, arms, legs, and so on. Cloud Lord let out another scream and even spat out a big mouthful of golden blood. With a crack, his left hand was the first to give in and finally broke because it had to withstand the joint attacks of 4 experts at the same time. However, the broken half of his arm, which was still attached to his palm, actually floated in the air as if it was weightless. It was still emitting golden light and was actually slowly dispersing and dividing, gradually dissolving in the air like air. In the blink of an eye, half of his arm had already turned into dust. Cloud Lord screamed loudly. Suddenly, he seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion. His entire body spun violently and turned into a huge black hole that connected the heavens and the earth. You really can't blame me for updating late. However, since a long time ago, I couldn't update it even after using all kinds of browsers and methods. In the end, I had to delete all the browsers and use the 360-degree browser to restore the update. This situation has really been going on for a very long time. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other authors. I'm really about to break down from anxiety. Then, an unprecedentedly powerful force suddenly erupted. Chu Yang and the others were all sent flying back involuntarily. Ziwuji's injuries were the most serious and he was no longer able to fight, barely holding on as he waited for an opportunity to strike. When this huge force suddenly struck him, he was unable to resist and fell from the sky. Fortunately, he was caught by Shui Leihan, who was already prepared. Otherwise, for a dignified heavenly emperor to die from falling to his death would have been quite unpleasant to hear. The Saint Monarch's body could no longer be seen at this moment. Between heaven and earth, there was only a tornado and a black hole left. Only his roars continued to come out from within. Longing Huan, you were at the end of your rope back then. If it weren't for my Yun family lending a helping hand, where would you be now? How could you be as glorious as you are now? Cloudmaster roared, his voice shaking the world. Now, you actually joined forces with others to deal with me? Mo Huichen, back then, you were able to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor because of my support. Now, you are actually ungrateful? Yao Xian. Back then, I was kind to you and showed mercy countless times. Today, you actually repay kindness with enmity? Chu Yang. I have no enmity with you. Why must you go against me? Cloudmaster's roars shook the world, however, his words always avoided Shui Leihan and the Shui family. He is deliberately making himself violent to increase his combat strength. The demon empress frowned and said, everyone, be careful. Longing Huan stood with his sword and said indifferently, Lord Saint Monarch, it is true that I was seriously injured back then. Your Yin family also saved me and showed me many favors. However, later on, no matter whether it was big or small, I was the one who dealt with it. You, Cloudmaster, once used a strange method on me. I relied on my family's inherited soul-locking secret technique to escape. At that time, although I didn't know what kind of method it was, I knew it must be some kind of evil secret technique. Now that I think about it, it must be a secret technique to plant the 10,000 saints' true spirit. However, I have always kept this a secret. This can be considered as being extremely benevolent to you. Now, you have become the public enemy of the world and have brought disaster to the imperial court. I acted against you for the sake of justice. What's wrong with that? Mo Huichen said coldly, back then, the Shui clan treated you as Master Yun. Shui Xianxia even sacrificed her entire life for you. How did you treat them? Since ancient times, the righteous and evil have never coexisted. At this moment of life and death, with your experience and cunning, you really shouldn't be talking about kindness. Mo Huichen. Master Yun shrieked. Shut up. He screamed and suddenly swooped down. Everyone could feel him at this moment. The might of the tornado he had transformed into hadn't even reached its peak, yet it was already rushing down. Mo Huichen's words, intentionally or unintentionally, had hit his biggest weak spot, Shui clan, Shui Xianxia. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Cloud Lord could no longer tolerate it, and he immediately attacked. He hated Mo Huichen to the core for saying this. This time all of them attacked at the same time. They were targeting him at the same time, but his goal was very simple. Mo Huichen, Chu Yang's calamity sword and the demon empress demon king hook bloomed with blood on Master Yun's body at the same time. The other weapons, fists, and kicks all smashed on Master Yun's body like raindrops, but Master Yun didn't care at all. He didn't dodge or evade, and just rushed out with a roar. Master Yun swooped down, forcibly passing through the attacks of countless fists, palms, sabers, and swords, leaving behind a sky full of minced flesh. It was almost as if he was being cut into pieces, but he still rushed to Longing Huan and Mo Huichen. He waved his bare left hand, and Longing Huan stumbled back with his sword, bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, the real main force's next attack had already locked onto another person, Mo Huichen. Mo Huichen was also someone who had experienced many powerful enemies. How could he not know that this was a moment of life and death? He gritted his teeth, and his whole body emitted a faint golden light. His 2 hands carried his maximum strength and pushed out crazily. He had a sword in his hand, but just as he thrust out his sword, Master Yun grabbed the blade and twisted it into a fried dough twist, and then broke it. Mo Huichen's sword flew out of his hand, and at this moment, his 2 hands struck out with thousands of palms. Master Yun's eyes were red, but he didn't dodge at all. He straightforwardly used his chest to receive Mo Huichen's attack. A vortex that was visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on his chest, and his flesh instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a strange black hole. It locked onto Mo Huichen's hands, and then hundreds of thunderous attacks all smashed onto Mo Huichen's body. At the same time, his own chest also made a series of cracking sounds. Qu Yang and the others behind him could clearly see waves of powerful energy being projected out from Master Yun's back. Strictly speaking, this fight should be a situation where both sides suffered great losses. Master Yun had paid a considerable price. However, Mo Huichen was in an even worse state. Under Venerable Cloud's frenzied attacks, Mo Huichen had already completely lost all ability to resist. His cultivation was already far inferior to Venerable Cloud's, and at this moment, he was facing a madman who didn't dodge at all and only knew how to destroy and slaughter his enemies. Almost immediately, he was beaten to the point where he lost all ability to resist. After Master Yun succeeded, he grabbed Mo Huichen's neck and directly lifted him up. He swung Mo Huichen's body and spun him around fiercely. Everyone hurriedly retreated out of fear of harming Mo Huichen. Guru Yun ignored all the enemies around him. His eyes were red as he roared in a deep voice, "What right do you have to do this? Why do you also have to interfere in my affairs? The Shui clan's affairs are between me and the Shui clan. What does it have to do with you? Shui Xian'er's affairs are also between me and Shui Xian'er. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you?" He roared, "What right do you have to say that? Who do you think you are?" Mo Huichen's eyes were filled with despair. His throat made gurgling sounds as he struggled to say, "Using a woman's feelings. Deceiving a woman's life to achieve your own despicable goals. Master Yun, I look down on you. I don't need you to look down on me." Master Yun roared, "I don't need any of you to look down on me. No matter how despicable I am, you have no right to criticize me. No." Master Yun suddenly roared to the sky, "What do you know? What do you know? What do you know?" At this moment, his mind was clearly a little out of order. The extreme power of the 10,000 Saints' true spirit had indeed caused his strength to surge and his body to recover completely. However, it wasn't without any side effects. Such a strong power wasn't something that his body could completely bear. If he could calm his heart and regulate his breathing to eliminate the side effects, he could naturally eliminate the side effects. However, at this moment, he was in a fierce battle. Although the saint had forcibly absorbed the returning power, how could he completely absorb it in such a short time? From then on, his mind had already started to become a little dazed. It was only because of the strong power in his body and the illusion that everything was in his hands that the side effects weren't obvious. Later on, after being enraged time and time again, the side effects finally erupted. He swung Mo Huichen's body back and forth and suddenly laughed miserably. "Ha ha ha ha. You don't know anything. You don't know anything." He spun his body crazily in the air. Suddenly, he roared, "You don't know anything." Everything between heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly stopped at this moment. Even time had stopped flowing. Time had stopped. This was the saint activating his own time domain, causing the area within 1,000 miles to completely stop. He himself was within this domain and continued to roar crazily. "What do you know? Do you think that I, Master Yun, was born a bad person? F***ck. I have a 10,000 Saints true devil as my father. What can I do? Even if I have the ambition to protect the world, to do good deeds for the imperial court at all costs, to seek benefits, to uphold justice at all costs, when the true identity of the 10,000 Saints true devil is revealed, as his son, I will still be the public enemy of the world. Even if I do what a saint does, I will still be dead by then. No one will believe in the son of the 10,000 Saints true devil. No one. Everything I have done will only be seen by the world as an act, a sanctimonious act to buy people's hearts." He roared furiously, "Shui Leihan, Yao Xian Mo Qingqing. At that time, can you accept a son of the 10,000 Saints true devil as your friend? Can you?" Shui Leihan and Yao Xian looked at each other. To be honest, this was definitely impossible. Just like what Master Yun had said. Once his father's true identity as the 10,000 Saints true devil was exposed, Master Yun would become the public enemy of the world. There was no other possibility for this matter, even if Master Yun was really a saint, as long as he was that old. The outcome would still be tragic. No matter what I choose, I will still become the public enemy of the world in the end. Why can't I do bad things? Even if I do good things, I will still become the public enemy of the world in the end. Why am I evil beyond redemption? Living in this world, how can I not want to be a righteous person? Am I AF** king fool? I was young and handsome back then, successful in my career, famous and righteous. My reputation was as great as the sun. Why do I have to painstakingly plan everything? Why? Master Yun roared crazily, but in this world, everything can be changed. Everything can be changed. The only thing that cannot be changed is one's birth. One's birth parents cannot be changed. Being born as the son of the 10,000 saints true devil, this is my destiny? Why? Why do I have such a destiny? We are all humans, why don't you have it? Why can all of you be innocent? Why can all of you openly reveal your own origins? Master Yun roared and questioned loudly. I am evil, I am evil. Why? Because even if I am not evil, I will only be forced to do evil by all of you. Because if I don't do evil, I won't be able to live in the end. So I set up a trap to kill my father. But since I even killed my own father, in this heaven imperial court, who else do I care about? I can't kill anyone. Do the others, all of them, deserve it? Master Yun laughed loudly. You don't deserve it. So, I have always thought that I am not a good person. But no matter what bad things I do, sometimes I will feel that I am crazy, but I will still have a clear conscience. I will always have a clear conscience. I will always have a clear conscience. Master Yun roared. Suddenly, with a boom, Mo Huachen's body was torn into pieces in his hands. A celestial emperor of a generation died today, becoming the first sacrifice in this demon extermination war. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They roared at the same time and counterattacked. Under everyone's joint efforts, countless light cracking sounds rang out continuously, as if a piece of glass was broken. Countless small cracks appeared in the air. The space and time lock was immediately removed. Even if I am the enemy of the world, so what? Master Yun soared into the air. He shouted, when I took the first step, I saw this day. With one sword, I am the enemy of the world. However, in this life, the only person I have let down is. His gaze swept past the mysterious ice jade coffin behind Shui Leihan very quickly. Then, he let out a long laugh. He flew into the air and pounced toward Yang. He shouted, today's deadlock is either you kill me or I kill all of you. Today, all right and wrong will be resolved. When we are all buried in the purple cloud heavens. Let's see how watch me live and let's see how watch me die. With extremely crazy laughter, the bones all over Master Yun's body emitted the most dazzling golden light again at this moment. Pressing toward Yang irresistibly, Yang also let out a wild roar and shouted, come on. The calamity sword flashed in the air and turned into a thunderbolt, counterattacking fiercely. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep will not change. Once the wind and clouds gather, I will be the king. The general principle of the calamity sword was also the tip of the sword. The ultimate sword move, 4 moves were released at the same time. This was the first time Yang released all 4 ultimate moves in one go ever since he got the calamity sword. In this instant, Yang's dantian was completely emptied. The calamity sword shone brightly. It transformed into a bolt of heavenly lightning. A dazzling and resplendent pillar of light, surrounded by specks of starlight that were as dim as the sun and moon, charged toward Cloud Lord. Master Yun's injuries were actually quite severe. This should be his last desperate attempt. This was something that everyone present could see. However, this last desperate attempt still had the power to kill. It still had the power to kill people. It could kill anyone present, including the strongest Yang. Therefore, Yang was also giving his all. He was giving his all. This was because he'd already clearly sensed that the sage was looking for a person to accompany him in death at this moment. Perhaps when he first came to the purple cloud heavens, he had other thoughts, many plans, many things that he had not done yet. However, at this moment, for some reason, the moment Shui Leihan appeared with the coffin on his back, Master Yun seemed to have received the most intense stimulation. He did not want to live anymore. Extreme detonation and the return of all the 10,000 saints' true spirits was a sign that he was courting death. However, he was still unwilling to die just like that. He had to find one or a few people to die with him, and for those he found, other than himself who could rely on the Calamity Sword to have a chance of survival, the others, no matter who they were, would definitely die if they went against him. Even if he had other brothers around him while he was resisting the Saint Lord, that brother would definitely be dragged down by Master Yun. Therefore, Chu Yang chose to fight alone with his sword. The two of them, the two most brilliant balls of light, collided in the air. The whole world actually went silent for a moment at this moment. The next moment, it suddenly exploded. The huge impact caused Chu Yang to fly backward and spurt out blood. He arched his back and shot out like an arrow, his face pale. On the other hand, the Saint Lord opposite him spurted out blood and flew backward powerlessly. He kept spurting blood until the sky was full of blood mist. The three heavenly emperors, Long Yinhuan, Meng Jing, and Mo Qingqing, attacked at the same time. At the moment when Master Yun was powerless to fight back and stumbling backward, they quickly caught up with him and attacked him mercilessly. In the fight just now, Master Yun was riddled with holes by Chu Yang's extremely powerful Calamity Sword aura and Calamity Ultimate move. He was also pushed back by the force of the explosion. For a moment, he did not have the ability to fight back at all. He screamed and blood and flesh flew everywhere. When he stopped retreating, everyone realized that there was almost no flesh left on him from head to toe. Only a complete skeleton was left. Even his two eyes were completely blinded and destroyed by Long Yinhuan and the others. However, Master Yun still had the strength to fight back. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward. There was no flesh on his body, but he spontaneously made a strange sound, full of cruelty and viciousness. "Let's die together." His body flew forward like a shooting star. However, he was obviously beaten silly. His eyes were blinded, and he could not see the direction at all. He actually flew toward an empty place with no one around. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the endless aura of life and death, all of it flooded into his body at the same time without any distinction. He was going to self-destruct. Everyone first took a breath and then heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this lunatic was blind. Otherwise, at this moment, if he rushed into the crowd and self-destructed, he could at least drag a few people away. At this moment, no one made a sound. They also did not dare to make a sound. They only watched as Master Yin flew and waited for him to self-destruct. Chu Yang had just stood up again. Seeing this, he also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this terrifying enemy self-destructed for no reason, that would really be a great blessing. However, in the blink of an eye, Chu Yang exclaimed. Chu Yang let out an indescribably horrified cry, "Stop him! You must stop him!" Master Yun did not rush toward the place where everyone was gathered, but it was not that he did not have a target. His target was actually the layer of white fog in front of the first bridge. Was it intentional? Or, did he not know? No one knew about this. However, everyone was clear about one thing. This matter seemed to be serious. If he self-destructed in the white fog, the result would be too terrible. It might even be more serious than the few people who died here. Mo Tianji also instantly realized. He shouted, "Stop him!" Everyone realized that something was wrong and chased after him with all their might. However, it was already too late. A series of extremely strange and maniacal laughter rang out. Master Cloud's tattered body crashed into the white fog, which seemed to be an invisible barrier. When he sensed that he was stopped, Master Cloud actually let out a strange and hoarse laugh. He said, "Let's do it together." Bang, a loud sound was heard, and the white fog suddenly exploded. The situation had changed. There was no turning back. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others felt their hands and feet turn cold. They watched as Master Yun, who used to be the #1 person in the imperial court, turned into the most dazzling firework in the white fog in the most extreme way. An unprecedentedly huge mushroom cloud instantly rose into the sky, and countless bright golden lights shone. It shot out from the inside just like that. The scene was extremely spectacular. The whole world was shaking because of this change. The ground under their feet was also shaking crazily. Everything in the surroundings, including the mountains within a radius of 2,000 miles. All of them were dispirited. In the sky, the mysterious white fog that had existed for many years and connected the heaven and earth. It formed the most solid defense line of the imperial court. It swayed violently like a willow tree in the wind. Everyone could clearly feel that the white fog was very fragile. It seemed like it would break if it swayed any more. It was like an arrow at the end of its flight. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Perhaps, it was not lightning at all. Instead, it was the core of the white fog that suddenly broke from the sky. It broke apart in a crooked manner. When it broke to a certain extent, countless golden lightning bolts suddenly appeared. They were streaks of distorted white fog. It continued to extend into the boundless distance. Then, from the boundless sky, the white fog came crashing down like a tangible object. It started to fall slowly from the sky. Halfway through, the white fog already started to dissipate, revealing the blue sky above. Xianxia and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Their minds were completely blank. The thing that they were most worried about, the most terrifying thing, had finally happened. Master Yun self-destructed. In the place where Xianxia was most afraid of his self-destruction, he detonated his most extreme self-destruction. At the same time, it triggered the thing that Xianxia and the others were most worried about. The white fog that had separated the heavenly palaces from the fallen purple cloud heavens for an unknown number of years finally collapsed due to Yun Shengren's self-destruction. Under the constant attacks of the extraterrestrial demons for millions of years, the white fog was already on the verge of collapse. It was already on the brink of collapse. Now, Master Yun's self-destruction was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The mysterious white fog finally collapsed completely. The disappearance of the white fog also symbolized that the Imperial Court's biggest barrier against the extraterrestrial demons for millions of years had collapsed and ceased to exist. It also meant that from this moment on, the living beings in the Imperial Court would have to face the extraterrestrial demons' most direct, tide-like attacks. Everyone was speechless. A saint of a generation turned into dust just like that. All the top experts in the Imperial Court who were left were all injured, including Xianxia, who had the highest cultivation, and Mo Tianji, who was the think tank of the generation. Everyone was seriously injured and did not have much combat power. Yet, at this most delicate moment, the white fog disappeared. It was completely gone. The great calamity of the Heaven Imperial Court had suddenly arrived at a time when no one was prepared for it and no one had expected it. There's already a reaction from the other side. Help is coming. Mo Tianji planned nervously. Currently, we have more than enough high-end combat power, but our overall combat power is still far from enough. The remnants of purple clouds will be our best supplement now. But I estimate that it's still not enough, definitely not enough. How can we get more combat power? At this moment, the layer of white fog and golden light that was gradually breaking down finally reached the end of its existence. With a bang, it completely exploded. The white fog also completely dissipated at this moment, no longer returning to the world. This ancient barrier that separated the heavenly Imperial Court from the fallen land of purple clouds heavens no longer existed. On the opposite side, everyone could clearly see the countless heavenly demon army swarming over like a tide. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to it. The crowd was like an ocean, densely packed and surging. The heavenly Imperial Court, the weapon of extermination that had been suspended for millions of years, finally descended. However, at this moment, an extremely unexpected thing happened without any warning, or rather, it was a miraculous change. The broken golden light that appeared because of the overflowing white fog didn't disappear along with the white fog. Instead, it gathered bit by bit into thick golden light in the air. In just a few moments, all the golden light gathered together. The golden light became brighter and brighter, dazzling everyone's eyes. Dozens of golden lights intersected in the air. The next moment, many golden lights in the air descended brazenly. Fifth Heaven, who was the closest, suddenly let out a scream. A golden light in the sky drilled into his body at almost the same time. The rest of the golden lights also descended. Among the generations of Tribulation brothers, except for the Chu brothers and Wu Juqing, everyone else trembled. A thick golden light drilled into each of their bodies mysteriously. Xianxia and the others were shocked at this scene. They couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? How could there be such a strange change? There were a total of 11 generations of Tribulation brothers here, and none of them were missing. Everyone bore a golden light. Whether they were fighting or doing something else, there was no exception. No one missed. Following that, an even stranger change occurred. Those golden lights exploded in the bodies of the Tribulation Brothers, the bodies of Ji Huitian and the others. At this moment, it became completely transparent, as if the original muscle tissue no longer existed. One could clearly see the golden light in its body. Gradually, a complete skeleton was formed. It was a complete skeleton. From head to toe, not a single detail was left out. The only difference between these skeletons and ordinary skeletons was that these skeletons were golden in color, and they were overflowing with golden light. The Tribulation Brothers who bore the golden light roared at the sky at the same time. A beam of golden light shot out from each of their mouths, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Then, the golden light on everyone's body slowly dissipated. Everyone discovered that their cultivation had been reduced in an instant. There was actually a huge improvement. Moreover, it was the kind of astonishing improvement that he didn't even dare to dream of before. Ji Huitian casually swung his sword. The activated sword chi instantly transformed into a long dragon, and all the heavenly demons within a radius of 3,000 feet were all wiped out. The pinnacle of the sage realm. Ji Huitian cried out in surprise. In the blink of an eye, he had made such an astonishing improvement? Yes, all the Tribulation Brothers were surprised to discover that their cultivation had really taken a step forward at this moment, and they had achieved the pinnacle of cultivation in the Heavenly Palace continent, the pinnacle of the Sage Realm. This was the same level of cultivation as De Ho. The strength of all the Tribulation Brothers had reached this level in an instant. Everyone's strength had climbed to the pinnacle of the Heavenly Palace continent, and everyone's strength was no longer inferior to Ziwu Ji and Wu Yiquan. In the face of such an unexpected change, everyone was so shocked and happy that they almost fainted. When the heavenly demons finally broke through the white fog, when the Heavenly Palace continent was trapped in an unprecedentedly bad situation, the strength of several parties had actually improved so much. This was simply a heaven-sent joy, and it was the improvement of all 11 of them without exception. This was something that couldn't be explained at all. This huge strength was really hard to imagine. With this comprehensive strength, the most conservative estimate was at least equivalent to more than 5 holy monarchs in their strongest state. The Heavenly Palace continent, which was originally at an absolute disadvantage, instantly turned the situation around. Although they might not be able to counterattack, at least the situation was no longer one-sided. Ji Huitian had an amazing breakthrough and unexpectedly obtained amazing strength. In his surprise, he inadvertently neglected his defense. A heavenly demon on the opposite side slashed at him. Amidst everyone's exclamations, the blood-red blade ruthlessly chopped at Ji Huitian's neck. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. With such a critical injury, even with Ji Huitian's current cultivation, it was difficult to resist. Death was imminent, and it was hard to avoid. Even Ji Huitian himself was shocked when he realized that a fatal blow was about to hit him, but it was already too late. He couldn't even make the slightest movement to dodge. Huitian! Big brother Ji! All the Tribulation Brothers exclaimed together. However, Ji Huitian was actually unscathed after receiving this fatal blow. While he was in a daze, he actually touched his neck in bewilderment. Then, he reached out and grabbed the heavenly demon's blade. With a twist, he snatched it away. Then, he rushed out with a punch and directly smashed this heavenly demon who was at least at the level of a saint. The sharp blood blade unique to the heavenly demon clan actually couldn't cause any damage to him at all. Undying Golden Body, Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others had a flash of inspiration. They all thought of a sentence at the same time. The past Tribulation Sword Masters used their bodies to open the path of reincarnation and opened the door to the outer realm. Bones as walls, flesh paving the way, blood as wind, and soul as the sky. Send my brother to battle the heavenly demons in the outer realm, raise my brother, rebuild his physical body, and become an undying golden body. Fulfill my brother's wish to command the outer realm and achieve immortal achievements. Let my brother enjoy the glory of the heavens and the earth and receive the supreme glory. Obviously, this was what the Tribulation Brothers deserved the most, the last blessing of the past Tribulation Sword Masters. Undying Golden Body. At the same time, the two of them also understood. Why was it that only Wu Jiuqing didn't receive this beam of golden light and didn't have an undying golden body? Because the other brothers had all come here in the form of souls, which was equivalent to them not having a physical body. And this beam of golden light was the only secret to rebuilding their physical bodies at the critical moment and achieving an undying golden body. At the same time, it was also the last trump card, or rather, the opportunity, because this beam of golden light was actually hidden in that white fog. If the white fog didn't collapse, the Tribulation Brothers would forever remain golden-robed heavenly guards. Although their cultivation wasn't low, they ultimately couldn't reach the peak. However, once the white fog collapsed, they would instantly achieve an earth-shattering level of cultivation. This was the true compensation that the past Tribulation Sword Masters received after making huge sacrifices, and Wu Jueqing actually didn't need this process of rebuilding his undying golden body. Because he had ascended with his physical body in the first place, he didn't need this rebuilding process at all. Therefore, he didn't have a share in this golden light. While everyone was enlightened, they were also energized at the same time. At such a critical moment, there were suddenly 11 more experts who were equivalent to the first Emperor-Empress appearing here. It was simply a huge pie that fell from the sky. This was almost equivalent to more than 10 heavenly emperors of the past fighting here at the same time. If Chu Yang, Shui Leihan and the others were included, there were almost 100 experts who represented the top strength of the imperial court here. What a huge force this was, enough to destroy everything easily and sweep away everything. The 11 of them roared at the same time and charged into the heavenly demon horde without hesitation. The battle situation was critical now. They didn't have time to slowly adapt to the drastic increase in cultivation just now. They could only practice in such an unusually cruel battle. The heavenly demon vanguard was already defeated the moment they came into contact with them. Instantly, corpses were everywhere. When the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the difference in numbers was no longer a factor that affected the battle situation. The situation that could have been overturned at any time was temporarily stabilized. Previously, the white fog collapsed too suddenly. Of course, Chu Yang's side wasn't prepared, and the heavenly demons who were looking forward to the collapse of the white fog were similarly not mentally prepared. The heavenly demon army gathered at the front line had already been fully deployed. But because they lacked high-end battle power, they were instantly wiped out by the Tribulation Brothers who had increased their strength, and the reinforcements had yet to arrive. This gap was perhaps the only time that Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others could breathe a sigh of relief. Because, under the obstruction of attacks from many sides, they could finally temporarily curb the heavenly demons' attacks, and not let a large number of heavenly demon troops enter the imperial court immediately. However, this time of relief could only last for a day at the most optimistic estimate. At the latest, the reinforcements from the extraterrestrial demons, especially the high-end battle power of the heavenly demons, would come one after another. As for the reinforcements from the imperial court, even Dong Wusheng's troops, who were the closest to here, would need at least 5 days to arrive. This meant that there was at least a 4-day gap, and from the looks of it now, there was no way to make up for these 4 days. Shui Leihan's eyes focused and he suddenly asked, Chu Yang, where's your 5 Directions World Sword? Hearing that, Chu Yang was startled. Only then did he remember that in his tribulation space, there seemed to be a sword left for him by that mysterious expert, the 5 Directions World Sword. Take it out and cut through the space barrier. Shui Leihan smiled. This is my gift to you, the second wedding surprise. Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his palm, and the 5 Directions World Sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Chu Yang was taken aback when he held the sword in his hand. This sword, which was emitting cold light in all directions, was as light as a feather. In the next moment, 5 different colors gradually rose. Chu Yang didn't care. He gathered his strength and swung the sword, slashing it down fiercely. It was as if there was a layer of thin film in front of him that was split open by the sword, revealing the true face inside. On the other side, was another world. Chu Yang slashed it open and was instantly stunned. The 5 Directions World Sword in Chu Yang's hand slowly melted and disappeared after this sword. It turned out that this mystical sword could only be used once. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't pay attention to the disappearance of the 5 Directions World Sword in his hand. He just looked ahead. Because there was someone ahead. A person slowly stepped out and said with a smile, Brother Chu, it's been a long time. Hello. Chu Yang saw the person and shouted in surprise, Storm. The person who came was actually the 2nd generation 9 Tribulation Sword Master, Storm. Behind Storm, a person in snow-white clothes walked out. His face was calm but his eyes were sharp. He stepped out and pressed his hand on the sword hilt. He said softly, "This must be the so-called extraterrestrial battlefield? The land invaded by the extraterrestrial demons, right?" Xianxia took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. He said, "That's right. The situation here is critical. I need your help." Opposite him, the 7 people who came out in a line laughed. "No need to be so polite. We've been sharpening our swords all our lives for this moment. Let's not talk too much. Xianxia, after we kill the extraterrestrial demons, you must take out your wedding banquet. Let's drink together." "Okay." Xianxia's eyes lit up. "It's a deal. I'm going to find my brothers." This sentence was said by the 7 people almost at the same time. Their eyes were filled with extreme eagerness, obviously, they couldn't wait any longer. Saying these words to Xianxia was already giving Xianxia a lot of face. I understand. Your brothers are also waiting for you." Xianxia happily stepped aside, "They're also anxiously waiting for you. They've really been waiting for you for too long." Storm laughed. He was really like a huge human-shaped storm. He took the lead and rushed out from Xianxia's side. His long sword was like snow, bringing with it thousands of cold lights. He took the lead and rushed into the extraterrestrial demon formation. A long roar shook the sky. "Storm, come, brothers!" Annoyed by the world, isolated from the sea, proud of the universe, master of the rise and fall of the 9 heavens, in the heart. "My brothers. Where are you?" When he said the last 5 words, even his voice was trembling. How long had it been since he said this sentence? Too long. It was really too long. His voice shook the sky, and a ray of sword light shot through the air like a dragon. Ji Huitian, Yang Yuchen, Zhuqiu Yangqiuo, and the others who were in the middle of killing their enemies suddenly trembled, and they quickly turned their heads in disbelief. He looked in the direction of the voice. Looking at the sword light that suddenly appeared in the sky, as well as the figure that was wrapped in thousands of cold lights, Lin Mingyao was shocked. That gaze, that voice, the 9 brothers choked with sobs at the same time and roared as if they were venting their emotions, "Boss!" The group of people almost jumped up in joy, but their tears flew out one after another. "Boss! You've come! It's finally here, brothers, we've been waiting for you for a long time, really for a long time." In another direction. Stepping on the firmament, pointing your sword at Bai Yundong. "Brothers! I'm coming!" Yundong's clothes were as white as snow, and his sword was like a dragon. Crossing the sky, looking down on the world with disdain, the sword aura was extremely sharp, but it brought out a unique, cold, sharp, and unrestrained feeling. Wu Jiuqing and the others started shouting crazily, "Boss! It's Boss! Boss is here!" Hearing the long-awaited shouts of his brothers and seeing the familiar faces of his brothers, Yundong laughed loudly, but his tears also flew out. He moved his sword and let the cold tears dry on his face, but it was still difficult to hide the passion in his heart. 9 tribulations as one, invincible in the world. Yundong roared. The sword in his hand turned into a long dragon and rushed into the heavenly demon battle formation without turning back. "Brothers, after 50,000 years, we meet again after a long separation. Let's fight side by side again. After the demonic calamity is quelled, you and I can talk about our parting again." Jun Weiling, Meng Changge, Shiman Wanli, Yan Huaming and the others all felt as if their hearts were about to explode from the boiling hot blood in this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, they followed behind Yundong and charged forward. Even if there was a mountain of swords and a rain of bullets in front of them, there was no turning back. 9 tribulations as one, invincible in the world. 50,000 years later, we fight side by side. Hearing the long-awaited voice of their boss again, the joy and bitterness in their hearts made everyone's eyes brim with hot tears. They were extremely excited. It turned out that tens of thousands of years had already passed since they were separated. It had actually been so long. It turned out that we were finally able to see our boss again and fight side by side again. It turned out that we actually had a chance to get drunk for a few days and enjoy ourselves to our heart's content. Our boss said that he would talk about our parting after the heavenly demons were exterminated. His meaning was very clear. That was Now, let's fight like how we were together in the past. Everything can wait until after the battle. Meng Song, Duan Tian, Qin Feng, Lin Zun, Jun Lai, and the others also joined the battlefield in the most excited state. For a moment, even though the heavenly demon battlefield was filled with blood and flesh, even though it was in the midst of a fierce battle, it was still like a group of brothers reuniting after a long separation. Boss! Boss! The 9 Tribulations brothers all shouted from the bottom of their hearts, making the eyes of the previous sword masters brimming with tears and unable to suppress the excitement in their hearts. These are my brothers, no matter what they have experienced. No matter how many years have passed. No matter how much they have improved, but they will always be my brothers, and always will be. With my brothers by my side, I am invincible. Yun Dong's words made all the 9 Tribulations sword masters and 9 Tribulations brothers shed hot tears. How long had it been since they heard this sentence? It was exactly what everyone was thinking, and especially what everyone was thinking at this moment. It seemed to be repeated and contradictory, but in fact, it accurately described everyone's mentality at this moment. In the face of the swarm of heavenly demons, 7 battle circles were naturally formed. These 7 battle circles were like black holes that devoured the heavenly demon horde, endlessly devouring and killing. The 7 9 Tribulations sword masters each led their brothers whom they had not seen for a long time, and each blocked a part of the heavenly demon horde. Although there was a great disparity in the enemy's numbers, under the surging emotions of reuniting after such a long time, it was as if everyone was assisted by the gods. In front of them, the heavenly demon horde was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, melting one after another. They were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. On the other side, Xianxia and Mo Qinggu had already rushed to a faraway place and were about to converge with the army of the remnants of Purple Cloud. The 2 women were not injured at the moment and were safe and sound. The Purple Cloud Emperor's seal was still rotating slowly in midair like a huge beacon, guiding the remnants of Purple Cloud to converge here. Seeing the scene in front of them, countless survivors of Xixiao burst into tears. Finally, he could see the legendary holy object with his own eyes. Heavenly Emperor Purple Firmament, our sovereign, finally returned again. To be continued. Search the Yunlai Pavilion for 100 times, read 10,000 books for free. Yunlai at this time, apart from Zi Wuji, the rest of the 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress had already joined the battle. The strength of these people was really not to be underestimated. Although it was difficult for them to perform well among the high-end forces, that was because Cloud Master and Chu Yang's strength and combat power were too abnormal. In fact, they were also at the peak of the 9 heavens. Even though the 9 Tribulations brothers had soared to the same level as them, because they hadn't really broken in, it was difficult for them to control their own strength well. They couldn't really be on par with the 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress. As long as each of them attacked, a stretch of the heavenly demon army would be destroyed in front of them. They killed the heavenly demon horde as quickly as harvesting wheat. In just a moment, corpses and broken limbs were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. At this moment, the high-level battle power of both sides was truly disproportionate. The experts of Tian K's side were unleashing a one-sided massacre. However, at the same time, there was also a disproportionate number of people on both sides. The heavenly demon horde surged forward fearlessly. If you kill 10 of mine, I'll send 100 of mine. If you kill 100 of mine, I'll send 1,000 of mine, 10,000 of mine. Originally, the white fog covered an area of more than 10,000 miles. Although each of these people on Tian K's side was an expert and each of them could cause damage within a considerable range, the heavenly demons in the defensive line of more than 10,000 miles were pouring in crazily. They really couldn't kill them all, and ultimately, they couldn't completely stop them. Everyone tried their best to move about, blocking and killing, but it was still beyond their power. They might be able to destroy the area covered by their destructive power. However, the areas that couldn't be covered were still filled with heavenly demon horde. Those heavenly demon horde roared and rushed into the 9 heavens imperial court, breathing and feeling the smell of the air that was completely different from the heavenly demon territory and purple cloud heavens. All the heavenly demons were extremely excited. They let out strange cries, not fearing death as they rushed in wave after wave. The battle continued. Everyone was already going all out, trying their best to clean up the heavenly demon horde that they could see. However, they had no time to care about the heavenly demon troops that had already rushed in. They really weren't strong enough and couldn't take care of everything. Dong Wushang could only issue an order. Middle Extreme Heaven Army, intercept them head-on. Also, leave a portion of the army to guard the various strategic points. Bit by bit, block the heavenly demons that have sneaked into the Middle Extreme Heaven. You must. Don't let the heavenly demon army enter the hinterland of Tian. As for other matters, right now, he could only resign himself to fate. At the same time, the entire 9 heavens imperial court's 10 great heavens and earths also started to move like wildfire. The first batch of flying ships from each great heavens and earths that were fully loaded with experts were already flying in the air, rushing rapidly towards purple cloud heavens. For a time, the flying boat soared into the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Just the heavenly armament pavilion that Demon Emperor Heavenly Chu Yang belonged to had 100 flying ships as the first batch of reinforcements. The preparations that Chu Yang had made all this while had finally paid off. It was a flying boat. Carrying 3,000 people, 100 ships meant 300,000 people, and this was only the first batch of reinforcements. Due to the suddenness of the situation, even though everyone was prepared for it, they never thought that the war would break out so quickly. For a moment, everyone was flustered. However, everyone was experienced in the martial arts world. After a moment of panic, they all calmed down, quickly stabilized their positions, and began to move. Wang Dao took his team of killers and set off in the first wave on the first, second, and third airboats. Then it was the team that Li Guanyu personally led. The second wave followed. Just the second wave already had 99 flying ships. Next was the majority of the troops led by Meng Wuya. They reorganized themselves one by one. Those that were reorganized immediately boarded the flying ships and set off, while the rest continued to reorganize themselves. They waited for the following flying ships to speed towards purple cloud heavens in batches. On the other side, in the fairy forest, thousands of flying ships soared into the air. The elite elven army led by the 5 fairy gods could be said to be the most orderly team. All of them set off at once. A total of 5 million elven troops came out in full force. Dark cloud heavens, great overarching heavens, great western skies, green cloud heavens, red north heavens, south pole heavens. Everywhere in the heavens and earths were all covered in the clouds of war. Everyone sped along the way. A few messengers were replaced in a day. The first few messengers had long lost their voices from shouting. Bloody battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Recover purple cloud heavens. Eternity depends on this battle. Not only the official forces, but all the major sects in the heavens and earths were also eager to participate in the war. This time, the number of experts sent by the various sects was greatly unexpected. Because in the past, when the major sects participated in this kind of war, they would inevitably keep some disciples with good aptitude as the foundation of the sect. This was also to prevent any accidents, and also to have the capital to make a comeback. It was understandable. But this time, after it was said that it was a holy war launched by Minister Xianxia, even those little fellows in the sects were clamoring one by one, insisting on participating in the war. And their attitudes were extremely firm and unshakable. This made the higher-ups in the sects feel as if their heads were about to explode. With such an unprecedented war situation, even if a saint-level expert went, he might not dare to say that he could come back alive. Perhaps his death would only be a matter of a blink of an eye. Why do you bunch of little brats who haven't even grown hair yet insist on going? Do you think this is a vacation for fun? But this bunch of little fellows were all resolute, and their reasons were very strong. I'm afraid this is the last battle against the extraterrestrial demons. There will definitely be no more extraterrestrial demons in the future. Besides, this is the holy war launched by Minister Chu. He's calling on all martial artists in the world to participate in the war, to do their part for Tian, to do their part for our homeland. We are martial artists too. Naturally, we have to do our part for the holy war. The higher-ups of the sects rolled their eyes and were speechless for a long time. They really couldn't understand what was wrong with this bunch of little fellows. How much could their little strength be of use? With the aptitude of these children, leaving them for the future was the choice to shine brightly. How would the higher-ups of the major sects know that each of these little fellows came from Chu Yang's family? Towards Chu Yang, everyone was inexplicably grateful from the bottom of their hearts, constantly thinking of what they could do for their benefactor. Some time ago, when Xu Yang was being hunted down by Tian Ke, the little fellows wanted to go out and help. But at that time, they hadn't gained a firm foothold yet, and their own strength wasn't enough. They couldn't help at all. This reality made these little fellows so worried that they sighed and felt ashamed. This time, when Xu Yang launched the holy war, these little fellows were determined. No matter what, they had to participate. In the end, the higher-ups of these sects were pestered until they had no other choice. Besides, there were already instances of this bunch of little fellows leaving to participate in the war. Helpless, they could only grit their teeth and agree to bring them along to see the world. But it was also because of this that these sects had originally only planned to mobilize 1/5 or 1/3 of their manpower. But now, they had all increased their strength by 1-fold. To ensure the safety of these little ancestors. These were the future hopes of their sects. Of course, what they didn't know was that it was precisely because of this holy war that these seeded contestants were allowed to participate in it that these sects were truly guaranteed to flourish for a long time to come. And after the older generation of experts had withered away. It was also these seeds that protected the Nine Heavens imperial court. To create countless legends for generations to come, and after this battle with the extraterrestrial demons, these seeds also truly united as one and became the true rulers of the Nine Heavens imperial court. After the Holy War, Xu Yang led the Nine Heavens imperial court for an extremely short period of time before he left to pursue the eternal path of the Great Tao. And the era that Xu Yang and the others were in was called the Era of the Throne. After Xu Yang left, it was these little fellows who led the way and ruled the Nine Heavens imperial court. Because these seeds of the major sects later revealed that they were people groomed by Minister Chu, the era that they ruled was called the Era of the Post-Minister. The front lines of the purple cloud heavens had already turned into a complete mess. After the arrival of the generations of 9 tribulation sword masters, the entire battlefield was cut into many pieces by the 9 tribulations battle formation. The 9 tribulations battle formation weaved in and out of battle, slaughtering the extraterrestrial demons in a crushing manner. And in the distance, sharp whistles gradually sounded, and smoke and dust rose. That was obviously the extraterrestrial demon army that had already received the news and was on the way. Although the distance between the two parties was still far, the smoke and dust that rose into the sky in the distance almost completely covered the entire blue sky. In the face of such an astonishing scene, Xu Yang and the others frowned deeply. The opposing party turned out to be an extraterrestrial demon army of at least 10 million or more. And on their side, even if Wu Yequang's original army and the subordinates of the original 9 tribulations brothers were added in. At the very most, there were less than 20,000 people. Although everyone was an expert and their high-end combat power far surpassed the enemy's, but how should they fight this battle exactly? This was no longer a question of whether they could win or not, it was a question of whether they could stop the enemy directly. Everyone was confident that their own safety shouldn't be too big of a problem. With so many experts gathered here, even if there were casualties, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. However, once the enemy's 10 million strong army charged in from the 10,000 miles of defensive line, how could they stop it with just the few people here? This was an extremely serious and unavoidable problem. Even if only a few tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons charged in, it would be a huge disaster for the ordinary people in the Nine Heavens imperial court. Chu Luer's poison had long been used up. After creating tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demon corpses, she simply lit a fire and set it ablaze. There's no way to defend. Xu Yang, Mo Tianji, Shui Leihan and the others were extremely troubled by this problem. Originally, when there was white fog, no matter how strong and special one's divine consciousness was, it couldn't penetrate the white fog and no one could fly. The first bridge was, of course, a natural stronghold in reality. After losing the barrier of the white fog, the so-called first bridge and the abyss under the first bridge became a joke. They only needed one leap to pass through it. It was as if it was a passageway, and in the long battles between the extraterrestrial demons, which of those who were qualified to gather near the first bridge were mediocre at all, today was really a difficult labor. I squeezed it out like toothpaste. My mind was full of thoughts, but I felt like it was a mess and I couldn't sort them out. Searched the Yunlai Pavilion for 100 times, read 10,000 books for free. Yunlai, these ordinary extraterrestrial demons might not be able to withstand a single blow from Xu Yang and the rest, the 9 emperors and the previous generations of the 9 tribulations, but that didn't mean that they were powerless. Chu Yang and the rest had no way of defending against these people. The absolute gap in strength couldn't be made up with numbers. But as long as these extraterrestrial demons rushed into the hinterland of Heaven Imperial City and faced the ordinary people of Heaven Imperial City, they would become an existence of absolute strength. That would be an unprecedented disaster. As time passed, although everyone still looked calm on the surface, in fact, everyone's heart was on fire. Dong Wushang, why isn't your vanguard here yet? Mo Tianji finally lost his composure and couldn't help but flare up. Must you transfer troops from the capital? Can't the garrison troops come spontaneously to eliminate the extraterrestrial demons? Could it be that you're an idiot and your subordinates are idiots as well? Dong Wushang was full of anger. He immediately ordered, "You bunch of idiots. Why aren't the garrison troops coming? Quickly come and help." The other side replied, "The garrison troops have already set off for a day and a half." Then, another message came, "The first batch of the garrison troops has already met the extraterrestrial demon army that broke into Heaven Imperial City. Both sides are fighting fiercely and the situation is extremely tragic." Dong Wushang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of the tragic situation, but he was afraid that the extraterrestrial demons would invade. That would be the end of everything. He calmed down a little and turned to find trouble with Mo Tianji, but found that this guy had already slipped away. At this time, Xianxia and Mo Qinggu finally broke through the obstacles. They joined forces with the remaining people of Purple Clouds. "You are Princess?" The leading elder looked at Xianxia excitedly. Xianxia raised her hand and the Purple Cloud's Emperor's seal fell down and landed in her palm. She used the most direct and purest method to prove her identity. "I am the daughter of the Purple Cloud's Emperor, Xianxia." Other things could be faked or impersonated, but the identity of the Purple Cloud's Emperor's descendant couldn't be faked. The Purple Cloud's Emperor's seal was the most direct and unquestionable evidence. If one wasn't a direct descendant of the Purple Cloud's Emperor's bloodline, it couldn't be activated. Witnessing everything happening in front of them and witnessing the Purple Cloud's Emperor's seal's long-lost brilliance. All the remnant citizens of Xixiao burst into tears. They were inexplicably excited and no longer had any doubts. With a loud shout, everyone knelt down neatly and paid their respects to Xianxia, the descendant of Zihao. "Greetings, Your Highness." The heavens took pity on him. "We are the descendants of the great heroes of Purple Cloud. There's also the day when I return to Purple Cloud and bring glory to the world." Xianxia saw the situation in front of her and was similarly overwhelmed with emotions. She almost shed tears. "Seniors, please rise. I dare not accept such a great gesture from you. Xianxia has been away for many years, and I've always been ashamed that I haven't done anything for Xixiao Heavens. It's because of all of you that Xixiao Heavens has been supporting Xixiao Heavens to this day, and that Xixiao Heavens' name has never fallen. Here. On behalf of my parents, I thank you." He said it out loud. Countless old survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe burst into tears. Their snot and tears flowed down their faces uncontrollably. Thinking of all the hardships, sacrifices, and encounters over the years, everyone couldn't help but feel sorrow in their hearts, choking with sobs. "As long as Your Highness returns, Xixiao Heavens will have a descendant, and there will be hope for Xixiao Heavens to regain its glory. All our hard work will have meaning. We will have no regrets even if we die." An old man with white hair and beard trembling slightly on the ground said in a choked voice. Xianxia couldn't help but feel sorrow in her heart. This old man also had the cultivation of a high-level saint. For an expert of this level, not to mention his combat power, he had already exceeded the limit of his lifespan and could control the aging of his body. However, he had already aged to such an extent now. All of this already explained too many problems. What kind of immense pressure had this old man been under all these years? Everyone. Xianxia's eyes were red. She took a deep breath and said, "We'll talk about all matters of Purple Cloud after the battle. Today's battle is the most important thing to Purple Cloud Heavens. Our top priority now is to bring glory to Purple Cloud Heavens. As for the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the 10 Heavens and Earth have already been activated at the same time, preparing to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons and bring glory to Purple Cloud Heavens." Xianxia introduced the current situation concisely. Everyone's blood was boiling as they listened. They breathed heavily. Finally, had this day finally arrived? Was Purple Cloud Heavens finally going to return to the embrace of the imperial court? From now on, it would no longer be occupied by the extraterrestrial demons and would no longer be invaded by other races? It's just that, because of some unforeseen events, the prelude to this counterattack has started prematurely. Currently, the situation is unprecedentedly grim, and our mission has become very important. Xianxia said, the white fog at the first bridge has been completely eliminated because of that unforeseen event. However, because this unforeseen event came too suddenly, the other heavens and earth are not fully prepared yet. The combat power that can be mobilized now is only us for the time being. With the white fog gone, we have to stop the extraterrestrial demon army from infiltrating the imperial court. So we have to guard here? That white-haired old man's gaze became extremely sharp. Just like a nail nailed here, completely stopping the reinforcements of the extraterrestrial demon army? Xianxia took a deep breath and said, yes. That's it. Upon hearing that, everyone was silent for a while. This was the first time there was an awkward silence since Xianxia revealed her identity. Although it was only for a moment, it was a real awkward silence. Xianxia was not surprised by this awkward silence. This was within her expectations. This was human nature. Everyone had the mentality of self-preservation, especially these remnants of Purple Cloud Heavens who had been abandoned by the Nine Heavens Imperial Court for countless years. Everyone knew what Xianxia meant. In the past, they were able to struggle at death's door. Apart from their own unyielding character, they also relied on guerrilla warfare tactics. They tried their best to hide, and only then could they barely survive. But this time, they had to use a frontal attack, and they were facing the entire extraterrestrial demon army, the strongest extraterrestrial demon elites. This time, if they really did so, the day of their destruction was really in sight. It was very likely that the last remaining forces of Purple Cloud Heavens would all be buried here in one go. That white-haired old man pondered for a while and said, Your Highness, I only want to know how many days we have to hold out for this wave of attack. I need to know an exact time. Xianxia said softly, at least, 3 days. 3 days. I got it. The white-haired old man took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. At this moment, we can't guarantee, really can't guarantee, that we can hold out for 3 days. But since the battle situation is so urgent, it has indeed reached the final critical juncture. We, the remnants of Purple Cloud Heavens, can only guarantee one thing. There is only one thing. He suddenly stood up, his body upright. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were like lightning. Sweeping his gaze across the densely packed brothers and sisters behind him, he said loudly, We can only guarantee. Before we are all dead, the extraterrestrial demons must not take a step forward. Yes. 1,000,000 people shouted at the same time. That's right. This is the promise of us, the people of Purple Cloud Heavens. We can only guarantee that before we are all dead, the extraterrestrial demons must not take a step forward from our side. Even if we have to fight to the last soldier, we will never retreat. Forever Purple Cloud, never retreat. The white-haired old man raised his arms and shouted. Forever Purple Cloud, forever Purple Cloud. Heroes of the world. Only I, Zhao. Forever Purple Cloud, never retreat. Millions of people shouted at the same time. Then, as if on a pilgrimage, they prostrated themselves before the Purple Cloud Emperor seal. They were so pious. In the distant forest, there were still countless remnants of Purple Cloud Heavens rushing over. Seeing this scene, they all knelt down. Hot tears filled their eyes, and they shouted themselves hoarse. Forever Purple Cloud, forever Purple Cloud. Only I, Zhao, hero of the world. Forever Purple Cloud, never retreat. Such a majestic voice reverberated in the sky for a long time. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, suppressing the monstrous aura of the extraterrestrial demons in the distance. The people of Purple Cloud Heavens, the remnants of Purple Cloud Heavens, no one could remain unmoved and no one could underestimate them. In all fairness, the people of Purple Cloud Heavens really shouldn't bear such casualties and the fate of being annihilated. So what if the extraterrestrial demon horde entered the interior of Heaven Imperial Court? They would still die. What was the difference between the people of Purple Cloud Heavens and those of Heaven Imperial Court? The people of Purple Cloud Heavens had already sacrificed too much blood and tears for this piece of Heaven Imperial Court. After a long period of being invaded, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. However, when the glimmer of hope arrived, it didn't bring hope, but an extremely heavy request, a request that could cost countless lives. But the people of Purple Cloud Heaven still fought without hesitation. Only I, Zihao, hero of the world. Forever Purple Cloud, never retreat. Xianxia suppressed the sour impulse in her heart and said in a choked voice, I know that all the people of Purple Cloud Heavens are heroes. I've always known. I, Xianxia, can only guarantee one thing. When you fight, as long as you're still fighting, I'll definitely be there. Until the last soldier of Purple Cloud Heavens, I'll definitely be one of them. If we're destined to be annihilated here, then among the thousands of corpses of our compatriots, I'll definitely be one. Xianxia hereby swears that we'll live and die together with the people of Purple Cloud Heavens. This is our spirit, the spirit of all the people of Purple Cloud Heavens. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this and said anxiously, Your Highness, you're the last pillar of support of Purple Cloud Heavens. No matter what, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, how can we face His Majesty the Celestial Emperor? You can't talk about life and death so easily. Am I not from Purple Cloud Heavens? Not a part of Purple Cloud Heavens. Xianxia's face was calm and she said softly, Purple Cloud Heavens, the reputation of Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor, can't be tarnished by me. I've made up my mind, there's no need to persuade me anymore. Since I'm the descendant of Zihao, I naturally have to bear more responsibility. How can the reputation of Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor be tarnished because of me? The white-haired elder and the remnants of purple clouds looked at Xianxia, their eyes full of gratitude and relief. There was no sadness or desolation from the impending war and the impending doom. You are indeed the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, the Princess of Purple Clouds Heaven. Your temperament is exactly the same as the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds. The few elders almost burst into tears. Xianxia shouted, Now, please allow me to give an order in the name of my father. People of Purple Clouds Heaven, listen to my order. The Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao, hereby gives the order. Yes, Your Majesty. Go through fire and water. Be smashed into pieces. Die 1,000 times. Purple Clouds Heaven will never retreat. Millions of people knelt down at the same time and roared in unison. All of them felt their blood boiling, as if their bodies were about to explode. Everyone seemed to see the mighty and invincible Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds again. He was still dressed in military attire, standing in front of them like a lofty mountain. His majestic and fiery gaze was looking at them and the others. In the distant place of Muduan, the heavenly demon army had already appeared, turning into dark clouds in the sky, as if to bring endless haze to the world. People of Purple Clouds Heaven must fight with all their might. Kill all the heavenly demons and restore the glory of Purple Clouds Mountain. Xianxia's voice was low, but it shook the earth and sky. Even if there is only one soldier left, people of Purple Clouds Heaven will never retreat. Never retreat. Everyone roared at the same time. Fight. Xianxia unsheathed her sword, and the magnificent sword light shone in the sky, but a red robe fluttered, and she rushed out first. Mo Qinggu didn't say a word from beginning to end. Following Xianxia, she walked with the 9 heavens dance steps. But this scene made all the remnants of Purple Clouds Heaven choke at the same time. It was as if they were seeing a scene they hadn't seen for a long time. It was like this back then. The Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zihao, and his wife, Ling Piaoping, were like this. One was strong and mighty, while the other was graceful and danced in the sky. They rushed towards the heavenly demons without hesitation. Everything. It was as if it had completely reappeared today. It wasn't just the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds Heaven. Celestial Empress also had a descendant who came to Purple Clouds Heaven. All the survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe were so excited that their hearts were about to explode. Behind him, the Purple Cloud army was organized according to their formation, under the command of the white-haired old man. They lined up one by one in an orderly manner. Like a torrent of steel, it gradually took shape and then surged out. He did not back down at all as he faced the heavenly demon. Your Highness, ahead is the purple firmament desert. There is no way to defend here. The only way is to advance another 25 kilometers. Everyone, block the heavenly demon army at Boundary Mountain. That's the only place we can rely on. The white-haired old man suggested. The Boundary Mountain that descended from the heavens was insurmountable. An indestructible barrier, that place is the most suitable location for this battle. All right. Xianxia said without hesitation, Elder, I will listen to your commands. Today, I will be your vanguard. Your Highness, you are exaggerating. The white-haired old man hesitated and finally asked, Your Highness, why do you seem to be wearing wedding clothes? Xianxia blushed and said, Yes, just a few days ago, it was the day of my wedding. It was also on that day that I fought a decisive battle with the culprit of my father's death, the Imperial Court Saint, Cloud Master. This battle has been going on until today. Cloud Master finally died, but even if he died, he still wanted to harm all living beings. He also self-destructed at the last moment and destroyed the white fog of the Imperial Court barrier. That led to the early arrival of this battle. Cloud Master is a complete scumbag. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and scolded angrily. But he finally understood and said, Congratulations to your Highness on your wedding. I just don't know which young hero, this honor. His eyes were full of concern. Like an elder who was worried about the happiness of his juniors. Or like a grandfather who was worried about whether his granddaughter had married the wrong person. Xianxia blushed again and said, It's the current minister of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, Xianxia. The white-haired old man was stunned again. Worry was written all over his face. He said sadly, Your Highness, you have been wronged, really wronged. He sighed, almost tearing up. He said bitterly, I don't know how old this Minister Chu is. Sigh. We are useless. We can't protect you and actually let you be wronged like this. How can we face the late emperor? Xianxia was stunned when she heard that. Mo Qinggu, who was beside him, almost laughed out loud even though they were in such a dangerous situation where danger lurked everywhere and their hearts were heavy. This old man seemed to have misunderstood, and it was a huge misunderstanding. How old was he? Did this old man think that Minister Chu was as old as himself? But she didn't know that this old man really thought so. So much so that he even imagined many things in his mind. Could it be that for the sake of reviving the purple cloud heavens, for the sake of sacrificing her own body in order to get that Minister Xianxia to help her take revenge? Not to mention anything else, for someone to be able to kill a saint monarch, without a cultivation of a few million years, how could that be done? But Her Highness' sacrifice was really too great. Such a sacrifice was simply shocking to the heavens and earth. She had no regrets sacrificing herself for the sake of a part of the world. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He almost wanted to commit suicide to atone for his sins. If Minister Chu were here, or if he had heard these words, he would have wept bitterly. He would have been in so much pain that he would have wished for death. He would have been sullen to death. How is your princess aggrieved and sacrificed? I'm only in my early 20s, okay? If we're talking about longevity, your princess is the one who's... Well, I'm the one who's being eaten up by someone younger than me. Of course, even if a certain minister was here, regardless of whether Xianxia was here or not, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud no matter how much grievance he felt. It wasn't wrong for a man to be afraid of his wife. Especially when it came to the issue of each other's age. He didn't dare to make a sound. Xianxia coughed a few times. A trace of embarrassment and redness flashed across her fair and tender face. She said awkwardly, No. You've misunderstood. Xianxia is very good to me. He's not too old. The wife still felt sorry for her husband, especially when her husband was misunderstood to such an extent. He was already old. She was really unhappy to say it out loud. Very good to you? This can be taken for granted. The white-haired old man nodded sadly. Her Highness the Princess has sacrificed so much. This Minister Chu is able to obtain your favor in his old age. How can he be considered to have a little conscience? Sigh. On the other side, Mo Qinggu was already out of breath. She didn't know if she was angry, happy, or not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, she really didn't know what to say. It was the same for Xianxia and Mo Qinggu. Xianxia frowned. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You. You've really misunderstood. Chu Yang and I. We're poor friends. We've always been in love. And, actually, that Chu Yang is much younger than me. Cough cough. Oh. The white-haired old man realized that he had made a mistake. He was extremely embarrassed and said, This. Congratulations, Your Highness. You're a match made in heaven. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Give birth to a child soon. Generations to come. Xianxia was speechless again. Old man, those are all small matters. Our battle today is very important. The success or failure of today's battle will all depend on you. Xianxia hurriedly changed the topic. Although she was born a long time after her parents died, her actual age was indeed much older than Chu Yang. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was an old cow eating young grass. Faced with this question, a certain elder sister had always been a little embarrassed. Your Highness, please don't worry. I'll definitely do my best. The old man's face was full of embarrassment. I'll go and command the army now. We must stop the advance of the heavenly demon army. He left as if he was running away. Sigh, what am I thinking in my head? I'm really too embarrassed. But since the princess has found a suitable husband, all the more I can't let anything happen to her. Fighting on their wedding night, sigh, this girl really has a hard life. In the battle later, I must send someone to protect the princess. If I can prevent her from fighting, I'll try my best to prevent her from fighting. We have a lot of troops on our side now. There's still hope to stall for 3 days. Mo Qinggu calculated as she ran forward. It's far from enough. Xianxia frowned. The survivors of Purple Cloud are scattered all over the place. Although it's not easy for us to gather so many of them in such a short period of time, it shouldn't be the limit. There should still be a large number of them who haven't arrived yet. Based on the current numbers, although there are many of them, those who can really participate in the battle and compete with the sky demons are at most 500,000. Compared to the army of sky demons, this military strength is like a drop in the ocean. Xianxia frowned. And once the heavenly demon army comes, there will be at least 10 million of them. And their numbers will only increase. The battle situation is not optimistic. Xianxia pulled Mo Qinggu. Let's hurry up. The heavenly demon army is coming soon. Don't let them take over the Boundary Division Mountain first. Mo Qinggu nodded. She immediately sped up and rushed to the Boundary Division Mountain. Before this, the entire Purple Cloud's heavens was almost occupied by the heavenly demons. Therefore, the geographical location of the Boundary Division Mountain was not very important. There were also no special resources. Naturally, it became one of the places that was not valued. But the situation now was different. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court's natural chasm had been lost. The Boundary Division Mountain had instead become another battlefield that could be used by both sides. The importance of this was imaginable. Therefore, even though Xianxia and the rest were rushing forward with all their might, the heavenly demons were also rushing forward without any regard for their lives. Everyone on the heavenly demons' side knew that if the remnants of Purple Clouds were to take over the Boundary Division Mountain first, it was very likely that they would be able to hold on until the heavenly Imperial Court's reinforcements arrived. When that time came, it would definitely be 100 times more difficult than the current chaotic situation. Xianxia and the rest also had the same idea. If one were to look down from the sky, they would be able to see clearly that there were 2 huge groups of people that were charging towards the 2 mountains in 2 different directions. Saber light flashed. Xianxia and Mo Qinggu were both top-notch experts, and they were almost above the East Emperor Demon Empress. With the 2 of them flying at full speed, they were extremely fast, and they even flew to the peak of the 2 boundaries mountain first. When they looked down, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the distant sky, there was a huge wave of sky devils and flying devils spreading their wings and flying in mid-air, rushing over in a black mass. On the ground in the distance, there was an even larger army of extraterrestrial demons. They were roaring in all kinds of strange shapes and sizes as they rushed over at full speed. The size of the ground army was at least tens of millions. There were no less than hundreds of thousands of flying demons in the sky, only more and less. We definitely won't be able to defend against an attack of this scale with our manpower. Xianxia's face was pale. This was only the first wave of heavenly demons rushing over. There would definitely be more and more demons coming over, and there would only be more and more of them. However, even this first wave had considerable strength, enough to swallow the people from purple cloud heavens that he was leading in one gulp. Qinggu, quickly go back and ask for help. Quick! You must be quick. Xianxia said hurriedly, ask Xiang and the rest to send people over quickly. We need at least 10 top experts to be able to defend this place. Hold on until the other armies come to help. All right. Then you be more careful. Mo Qinggu knew that this was not the time to hesitate, so she made a prompt decision. Her body turned into a rainbow and disappeared with a swoosh. Now, time was life and death. Mo Qinggu definitely wouldn't say things like what about you? What will you do after I leave? You can't do it alone, or nonsense like that, even if it was just one more word. Wasting time at this moment would be a great crime. Xianxia stood proudly on the peak of the mountain, her red dress fluttering in the wind. A cold murderous aura slowly rose on her face. This is my father's purple cloud heavens. Now, I'm fighting here, the purple cloud heavens will never retreat, the heroes of the Z clan, heroes of the past and present, in the sky, almost countless heavenly demons came from the sky. Xianxia did not hesitate. With a roar, the purple firmament emperor's seal flew into the sky and turned into thousands of mountains. It smashed down viciously. This time, it was truly a surprise attack that caught the devil by surprise. At the critical moment, Xianxia was quick-witted and unexpectedly comprehended the most powerful move of the purple cloud's emperor's seal. Thousand Mountain Fall, and this move. Even the heavenly emperor of the purple firmament, Zihao, could not use it. This was because Zihao's cultivation was not as good as Xianxia's now. There was no doubt that although Zihao's cultivation was not at the peak, he was still a hero from millions of years ago. Although his cultivation was at the peak during his time, he could at least be ranked in the top 5 of the celestial imperial court. Any living 9 thearchs and 1 empress could easily crush him. This was the accumulation of millions of years. However, it was different from normal cultivators. Now that Xianxia had ascended to the realm above the pinnacle of the sage realm, it was reasonable for her to surpass Zihao and even surpass him. Time was really a butcher's knife. The power of the Thousand Mountain Fall almost instantly caused a horrifying lethality that was beyond everyone's imagination. Instantly, there were countless shrill screams in the air. Under this attack, more than 100,000 flying demons were instantly turned into meat patties and fell to the ground. After the Thousand Mountain Fall, the ground was covered with a thick layer of minced meat. After Xianxia's attack succeeded, her long sword flashed again and left her hand. She actually used her chi to control the sword and formed a dragon-like giant meat grinder in the air. Wherever the dragon-like sword aura passed by, there were screams and wails. The purple cloud emperor's seal did not stop after the fall of 1,000 mountains lost its momentum. It was still spinning in the sky. In an instant, it rushed into the air again. Then, it turned into a huge fall of 1,000 mountains and smashed down again. After being smashed 3 times in a row, the remaining flying demons really did not dare to stay in this bloody area. They all retreated 30 miles away and stopped. Their eyes were still flickering with fear as they looked at the red-cloaked figure on the mountain top, as if they were looking at a demon that would devour lives. How could such a graceful and beautiful figure be able to unleash such a terrifying attack? And it was not just once. She devoured large amounts of demon lives again and again. This was simply inconceivable. On the mountain top, Xianxia stood proudly. Her wedding dress and long hair fluttered in the wind. The long sword in her right hand was like a clear spring, bright but cold. The purple cloud's emperor's seal in her left hand was murderous. It was really a mighty and awe-inspiring scene. Opposite her, a heavenly demon king dressed in black and surrounded by black gas looked serious. A kind of fear that came from the bottom of his heart rose in his eyes. Gradually, his whole body trembled. That's the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. The scene in front of him actually made him feel like he was facing Zihao back then. Back then, this heavenly demon king was one of the opponents who fought with the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. It was also because of that battle that this heavenly demon king was seriously injured. He recuperated for tens of thousands of years before he barely recovered. Moreover, for a long time after that, as long as he was in a battle, even if it was with his subordinates, he would feel like he was facing Zihao. As long as the other party showed his weapon, he would have the urge to run away. After 1,000,000 years, he finally got rid of his inner demons and his cultivation increased greatly. Only then did he have the courage to come to the purple cloud's heavens, only to see this scene again. At that moment, he was almost scared out of his wits. Even though his current cultivation had long surpassed that of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, that fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul still lingered in his heart for a long time. A heavenly demon beside him said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid the other party is not the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds." Smack! This heavenly demon king slapped his subordinate's face hard. With a trembling voice and a pale face, he said angrily, "Bullsh*t. Bastard! If it's not the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds, who can activate the purple clouds emperor's seal? That's the life weapon of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. This is clearly the reappearance of the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds. He's the ruler of the purple clouds heavens." The heavenly demon at the side was slapped and retreated obediently. The heavenly demon clan. The hierarchy was strict. The superior had absolute authority over the subordinates. No matter what was done to him, he had to endure and cooperate. Even if the superior said something ridiculous and unreasonable, subordinates had to flatter and do their best to complete the task. Although the heavenly demon who was beaten didn't dare to refute because of the difference in hierarchy, he kept cursing in his heart, F***CKU. You're F***king brainless. Are your eyes lame? Can't you see that it's a woman? How can the heavenly emperor of the purple clouds be a woman? You're really a frightened bird. You're obviously scared out of your wits by Zihao, but you're venting your anger on us subordinates and following a master like you. I'm so unlucky, but these were just thoughts. He didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing the commotion here, Xianxia pointed and shouted, "Heavenly demon! Come and fight!" In mid-air, the purple cloud's emperor's seal shone again. It spun and shone brightly as it flew up. The purple cloud's emperor's seal's power reappeared. Then, something really strange happened. No, it was more than strange. It was simply a supernatural event. The heavenly demon king who was still awe-inspiring a moment ago suddenly screamed. He immediately squatted down. Xianxia was stunned. We're so far away. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to reach it. What's wrong with him? Could it be that the purple cloud's emperor's seal has an unknown long-distance suppression? Impossible? The heavenly demon opposite her screamed again. He jumped up, turned and fled. As he fled, he screamed, "I said I didn't want to come. You insisted on letting me come. In the end, I met Zihao again. You're purely tricking me and trying to kill me." As he screamed, he ran and disappeared without a trace in an instant. His running speed was really fast. Even Xianxia was shocked. With his speed, who could do anything to him? Even if Shi or Chuyang went all out, their speed would only be comparable to his. Was there a need to be so scared? Humans, yes, not only humans, demons were the same. In the face of extreme fear, they could indeed exert amazing abilities beyond their limits. This demon's actions today were proof of this point. The white-haired old man had just arrived at the boundary dividing mountain with the remnants of purple clouds. When he saw the situation in front of him, he was also shocked. Not only was the white-haired old man surprised, but everyone, regardless of friend or foe, was also shocked. No one expected that the heavenly demon king would be so scared that he turned around and fled. And he ran so fast. He could actually run so fast. This reality was really too unbelievable. When this heavenly demon king ran, how could his subordinates not follow suit? They turned around and fled without a word. F***ck, our kings have already run away. What are we still doing here? Waiting for death. Thus, the flying demons in the sky collectively turned around and flew away. On the ground, a heavenly demon king stomped his feet and scolded, "Bastard! Bastard! Dongqiayuku, you bastard! It's fine that you were scared out of your wits by Zihao, but why did you have to come and disturb my army's morale? You're really a coward. You wasted your high cultivation. You're really pissing me off, pissing me off." He really couldn't help but be angry. That heavenly demon king called Dongxia Yuku was scared out of his wits by Zi Hao and developed an inner demon. Although he didn't dare to fight with anyone for a long time, he devoted himself to cultivation. His cultivation was quite high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to Heavenly Demon King after overcoming his inner demon. His real cultivation was even higher than that of the Heavenly Demon King who was in charge of commanding the troops on the ground. Even in the entire extraterrestrial demon clan, his skills were considered to be quite high. However, it was precisely because of this that his heart demon had appeared and caused him to panic, causing his subordinates to flee with him. Even the demon army on the ground was restless. "King, what should we do now?" a big-tongued heavenly demon beside him asked. It was obvious that he was also a little scared. "Charge!" This heavenly demon king roared. "Kill! We have to kill our way over." "What Zi Hao's return?" Bull *T. However, before they could kill their way over, Zi Shiqing had already killed her way over. "Kill!" Zi Shiqing brought along the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe who had hurriedly rushed over. Like a ferocious tiger coming down from the mountain, Zi Shiqing rushed down with a strong momentum. Now that the flying demons were gone, the other side had the high ground and occupied such a geographical advantage. Although they still did not know the specific reason why a heavenly demon king of the other side actually fled at the last minute, it was already a fact that the other side's morale was low. Such a great victory could at least prolong the defense by more than half a day. How could Zi Shiqing let go of such a great opportunity? It wasn't that Zi Shiqing didn't think that this could be a trap set by the enemy to lure them in. However, after careful consideration, Zi Shiqing realized that this was impossible. There was an army of flying demons in the sky. As long as they rushed up in one go, she wouldn't be able to stop the demon army even though she was strong and had the Purple Cloud's Emperor's seal. Especially when she was alone, she wouldn't be able to stop the demon army, especially the Heaven Demon King who escaped. Not to mention anything else, just his speed alone was enough to shock Zi Shiqing. If the Heavenly Demon King were to use this speed to deal with her, he would definitely be able to hold her back for a considerable amount of time, allowing the flying demon horde to occupy the two-world mountain more quickly. Trying to lure the enemy now was simply superfluous and meaningless. The facts also proved Zi Shiqing's judgment. That Heaven Demon King really escaped, and the defeat of the flying demons was also real. When the remnants of Purple Cloud were still halfway up the mountain, Zi Shiqing, who was dressed in red, had already charged into the enemy's formation alone. Purple Cloud Emperor's seal. Boom! 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 Another 3 consecutive strikes. With Zi Shiqing's current cultivation, she could fully activate the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal. She could only activate it 3 times in one go. But under the superposition of these 3 powers, the effect was simply apocalyptic. The entire land. Because of these 3 consecutive strikes, even the ground was flipped a few hundred feet high. The troops of extraterrestrial demons on the ground were instantly thrown off their feet. Countless extraterrestrial demons were shaken into meat paste, and countless extraterrestrial demons were directly sent flying into the air and then torn into pieces. The white-haired old man and the others who were rushing down immediately sucked in a breath of air. They almost stumbled and rolled down from the mountainside. They rushed out from under the princess. In the blink of an eye, the originally neat and tidy Skyfiend troop that had arrived like an avalanche had been wiped out. How did it become a scene of hell on earth? What was going on? On the dry ground, blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. Then, it didn't even have time to penetrate into the ground. It was a torrential flow. The so-called blood pool purgatory was nothing more than this, right? May the heavens bless us. Her Royal Highness looks gentle and graceful, but I didn't expect her to be so fierce. The remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe were dumbfounded, but they suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It is said that His Majesty Zi Hao was so mighty back then, but I'm afraid that even if His Majesty comes back to life, he won't be as mighty as Princess. You're so awesome. The morale of the people of Purple Cloud rose to an unprecedented high. Kill! They rushed out like a flood. For a moment, it became a situation where they were outnumbered. Heaven Devil King, who was in charge of commanding on the ground, flew up. He faced Zi Shiqing head-on. At this moment, he could already see that if he allowed this beauty to do as she wished, he would not be able to do as he pleased. He was afraid that his millions of troops would only be able to withstand 20 to 30 attacks from her. Moreover, the sword in her hand didn't seem to be easy to deal with either. The most important thing now was to contain the other party's momentum and then transfer experts to form an encirclement as soon as possible. Only then could they hope to get rid of this beautiful expert. Or, even if they couldn't get rid of her, he and the other experts could hold her back while the others rushed over to attack the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. It would also be a great achievement. If they could charge further into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, it would be even better. Besides, this girl had used the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal consecutively just now, which consumed a lot of her energy. She might already be at the end of her rope. Who knows, I might even be able to take advantage of her and take down this ridiculously strong girl. The Heavenly Devil King was secretly excited. If you hadn't used the Purple Heaven Emperor seal just now, I would have suffered a great loss if I had rushed up suddenly like this. However, with just the 3 consecutive strikes, I'm afraid I would have suffered a great loss. But you exposed your strength in advance, and even used up so much of your strength. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this. But he didn't know that this Heaven Devil King rushing over now was also exactly what Xianxia wanted. The Heaven Devil King who was in charge of the sky attack had escaped for some reason. Although the reason was still unknown, he had escaped after all. Currently, the highest commander of the Heavenly Devil Horde was only this ground commander. If even this ground commander was done for, then the battle situation would be too advantageous. Other than the fall of the enemy's leader and causing the enemy to collapse, it would also make it difficult for the enemy to form a new wave of attacks for a considerable period of time. This would allow the people of Purple Cloud to maintain their defensive line for a longer time. Therefore, Xianxia's target was originally this guy. It was just that it wasn't so easy to find him in such a densely packed army. Therefore, Xianxia deliberately created a huge chaos and concealed her own strength, creating a look of exhaustion. She purposely lured him over and formed a king meeting king situation, hoping to achieve success in one go. King meeting king, both were happy, but no one knew who would emerge victorious. Seeing that the Heaven Devil King finally took the initiative to come over, Xianxia was overjoyed. With a long roar, he didn't dodge and went up with his sword. Before he went up, he actually smashed the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal once again. The earth trembled, countless heaven devils screamed and wailed, and a cloud of dust rose thousands of feet into the sky. Just at this moment of extreme chaos, the remaining people of Purple Cloud rushed over like a tide, with a kill that both sides couldn't wait. Both sides crashed into the earth like meteors. They collided with each other with a loud bang, like starving wild wolves. They couldn't wait to bite, kill, and fight for their lives. Everything happened in an instant. It was just the first collision, but it created waves of blood that covered the sky and covered the sun. Blood flowed like a river. The original blood pool hell was dyed red again, immediately. Both sides seemed to be moving forward. Only corpses were left under their feet. Rolling forward, waves of blood filled the air. Xianxia, who was in midair. Finally, she collided with this Heaven Devil King. Come and report. The Heaven Devil King opened his mouth ferociously, his blood-red teeth almost protruding from the corners of his mouth. Is there a need? I've never had the habit of reporting to a corpse. Xianxia snorted, holding the sword that Chu Yang had painstakingly forged. The sword light was like rain, and the sword aura was like a waterfall. Once Pu Shiqing took over, this Heaven Devil King immediately complained, this woman in front of him. Regardless of cultivation or swordsmanship, the comprehensive quality of his opponent was not something that he could contend against. What was even more ridiculous was that even his weapon was no match for her. It was just a face-to-face encounter, but the weapon in his hand was already chipped, and his body was also shaken. Could it be that you're actually a peerless expert above the peak? This Heaven Devil King cried out in grief and indignation. A feeling of I've finally been fooled rose in his heart. The pinnacle of the Saint Realm? Xianxia threw out 1,800 swords that formed a screen of light. She said lightly, I'm not that long ago. Oh, my vomiting and coughing injuries. Cough. In the words of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, oh, my God, this Heaven Devil King groaned and tried his best to ward off the attacks. You bastard, it's useless even if you vomit your lungs out. Go to hell. Xianxia didn't understand what he meant at all. She casually scolded him, and a storm of swords surrounded this heaven devil king and bombarded him indiscriminately. At this moment, the pressure on Chu Yang's side had decreased by a lot. The invading army of the heavenly demons. Although it was inevitable that many of them would barge into the imperial court, the troops from the middle polar heavens also gradually arrived and launched a counterattack. They fought fiercely in various regions and passes, trying their best to exterminate the demon invasion. On the other side of the first bridge, Xianxia led the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe to block off the heavenly demon army. Although this was destined to be a very short stalemate, the sudden reduction in pressure was also obvious. Therefore, with so many peak experts working together, they traversed the heavenly demon formation and killed with greater ease. There weren't many experts in this wave of heavenly demon horde to begin with. Under the massacre of so many peak experts, the numbers of the heavenly demon horde decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Yang became one with his sword, sweeping back and forth in the heavenly demon horde like a long dragon. He didn't show any mercy. After each traverse, the ground behind him was densely covered with corpses. Then, new heavenly demon horde quickly filled up the empty space, and they came back to kill. But as they went back and forth, there were still many who slipped through the cracks and rushed into the imperial court. The extraterrestrial demons had an extraordinarily stubborn mentality towards marching into the Nine Heavens imperial court. They had an inexplicable mentality of even if they died, they would die on the Nine Heavens imperial court, but it was this mentality that caused great trouble for Chu Yang and the others. Chu Yang killed his way back, but saw a red shadow descending from the sky. It was Mo Qinggu, who rushed back to deliver a message. "Why are you back? Is there a big change over there?" Chu Yang asked. "There is indeed a big change. Sister Z needs experts over there. Especially manpower. A lot of manpower." Mo Qinggu said hurriedly, "She sent me back to ask for help." At a time like this, there was no need for any nonsense. It was the most direct demand. Both Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu knew this very well. So when they spoke, they hit the nail on the head. "How many exactly?" Chu Yang was energized. Since it was a request for help, the situation must be stable. "We need at least a dozen peak-level experts. This is the minimum number. And the sooner the better." Mo Qinggu said, "I have to go back quickly. The situation over there is really too urgent." As Mo Qinggu spoke, she had already started to fly back. She was sure that Chu Yang completely understood. So, she had to go back immediately to help Xianxia. "We'll be there right away." Chu Yang only had time to say this before Mo Qinggu's figure turned into a red shadow in the sky. "Happy face after cousin left, I worked overtime to write another chapter. I'm sorry for the late update. Also, I recommend a book. World-Defying Martial Emperor. Book number 325-9003. The author is the great god of Qidian. The sense of direction he once had. The book he wrote was very satisfying. Introduction. In order to enter a martial arts sect to seek medicine to save his father, Xianxia worshipped 50 sections. After entering the sect, he obtained a treasure by chance. His vitality is vigorous, his body is unparalleled, and he almost has an immortal body. 6. I'm so handsome that I've angered both humans and gods. Even if it's the middle of the night, I still have to say it. I stayed up too late last night, so I'm very tired today. The plot has reached a critical moment. Allow me to take a day off today. Thank you. Also, I was drunk last night, so I don't even know what Dan Zhang said. Cough cough. Looking at myself today, I'm also quite embarrassed. Although I'm really handsome, but I still feel a little embarrassed when I'm announcing it to the world. Due to my embarrassment, I also need to take a day off. Thank you for your approval. Although everyone can praise me for being handsome, I won't be narcissistic. I wish everyone a happy day, thank you." Mo Qinggu knew that Xianxia was under immense pressure now. Even if he were to speak an extra word here, countless accidents could happen. Therefore, after reporting the news, Mo Qinggu left immediately, full speed. The moment Mo Qinggu turned into a red shadow and disappeared, Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all. He leaped into the air and shouted, "Mo Tianji." It was better for Mo Tianji to take charge of these things now. In these few years, he understood the fighting style of almost every expert in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court clearly and put in a lot of effort. Now was the time to use all of this. Chu Yang jumped up and shouted. But, it was inevitable that he would be exposed to countless attacks from all directions at the same time. In fact, there were no less than hundreds of attacks. This was because Chu Yang's strength was ridiculously high, and it just so happened that there were no experts in the Devil Army. If there were experts like the 9 emperors and 1 empress in the Devil Army, there wouldn't be too many of them. As long as there were 2 or 3 of them here, Minister Chu would have been cut into pieces. It was a pity that the only advantage the Devil Army had was their numbers. Their individual strength was not that great. Hundreds of fire-focused attacks could not even scratch Chu Yang's skin. Otherwise, Chu Yang was not a fool. Why would he yell so loudly at such a time? Mo Tianji held the purple jade flute in his hand, a strong aura surrounding him as he leaped over. What's the matter? Is it Qingwu's side? Mo Tianji's current cultivation stopped at the peak of the Saint Realm. His actual strength was slightly below the East Emperor Demon Empress. Naturally, he didn't dare to be as unscrupulous as Chu Yang. Although there was almost no Devil Army here that could threaten him, he had always been careful. He never let his guard down. Qingwu informed that there is an urgent need for manpower over there. He needed at least 10 top-notch experts. Looks like there's strength over there. You understand. Chu Yang immediately said, you arrange this. Deal with it as soon as possible. Mo Tianji didn't answer at all. He leaped into the air and shouted, Ao Xian. Rui Badong. Xia Donqiong, Dong Wushong, Gu Duxing. Mo Qingqing. Long Yinghuan, Shui Leihan. Yao Xian. Divine Soul. It was an emergency, so he couldn't care less about politeness. In the chaotic horse army, only by calling out their names in such a straightforward manner could one be more intuitive. And, the people that Mo Tianji had called over were all capable of causing large-scale destruction. Moreover, it was an indiscriminate attack. They were all extremely experienced. Chu Lu'er didn't even need to call her. Naturally, he followed behind Mo Tianji. When these people heard this, they flew up almost at the same time. However, the moment they flew up, thousands of heavenly demon corpses flew up with them. Everyone, follow me. Let's rush to the first bridge and assist the survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe in stopping the Heavenly Devil Army. All right. Everyone agreed in unison. Mo Tianji roared, Brother 9 Tribulations. All the past 9 tribulations roared at the same time, here. 9 tribulations as one. Invincible in the world. Mo Tianji's voice was like a bolt from the blue. He shouted, everyone, do your best to kill the enemy. Don't tarnish the reputation of the 9 tribulations of the 9 heavens. Moreover, I don't want to ruin the prestige of the 9 tribulations Sword Master. All the sky fiends here. Kill them all. I'll leave this place to you. Kill all the sky fiends here as soon as possible and then rush over to reinforce them. All right. Yundong's sword was like the wind, flying everywhere, the sentence that the 9 tribulations brothers and sword masters couldn't stand the most, and it was also the most glorious sentence, when the 9 tribulations unite, invincible in the world. This was the greatest pride that belonged to the 9 tribulations. At the same time, it was also an incomparable honor, especially now, when the brothers were reunited after countless years of separation. Everyone cherished this very much. Even if someone else said a word or looked at them, in their current mood, they would immediately go up and fight with their lives, not to mention shouting this slogan in their hearts. In an instant, all the 9 tribulations brothers unleashed their might at the same time, and the destructive power that they formed increased exponentially. The sky fiends around them were wiped out almost instantly. Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor. Wu Yequang. Mo Tianji roared, focus on defense, you must guard this place. Exterminate the sky fiends here. Not a single one of them is allowed to live. Mo Tianji's words could be said to be extremely rude, but Wu Yequang felt warmth in his heart. I'm finally no longer an ostracized saint monarch. Although the tone of this sentence was extremely rude and it was even more of an order, it wasn't stingy in handing over the safety of the 9 heavens imperial court to me. Rather than calling it an order, it was better to call it a great trust, Wu Yequang roared, "As long as I'm alive, I'll never back down and defend the imperial court, even at the cost of my life." Mo Tianji saw that the situation here was settled, and the follow-up arrangements were in place. He roared again, "Chu Yang. Let's go." Without waiting for Chu Yang's response, he had already flown up. Chu Yang, who was already waiting in midair, waved the 9 tribulation sword rapidly again. In an instant, it had already formed a colorful and bright light ball dragon. He roared, "Follow me." Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang followed suit with a roar. Then, they rushed out of a bloody alley through the crowd and rose to their feet. A total of more than 10 peak-level experts turned into rainbows in the sky and left. Many heavenly demons below took the opportunity to launch their sharpest attacks at the sky. Chu Yang and the others in midair were the most eye-catching targets at this moment. However, the attacks of the heavenly demon horde couldn't even break through the first line of defense that Chu Yang had set up. The attacks that came down from the sky were as dense as a storm. The 13 experts in midair attacked together, and a huge space that could accommodate tens of thousands of people was directly and abruptly created below. It was like a huge flat bottom. The most conservative estimate was that no less than 50,000 to 60,000 heavenly demons were instantly reduced to dust by the combined attacks of these 13 people. This was even after the massacre. The number of heavenly demon horde had already decreased sharply, and they were far less dense than before. Otherwise, this number would probably have multiplied. It was just that Chu Yang and the others only knew about this number after the fact. This was because after Chu Yang and the others launched this attack, they didn't care about the results of the battle at all. They left on their own accord and turned into flying birds in the sky, rushing to the rescue. The long sword in Xianxia's hand had already broken into 2. After countless fierce collisions, even though the sword in Xianxia's hand was of a special quality and was far superior to ordinary weapons and had reached the level of a divine weapon, it still had its limits and finally broke. However, the heavenly demon army also paid a heavy price. Around her, there were no less than thousands of heavenly demon experts' corpses that had fallen. It turned out that the heavenly demon king who was in charge of commanding the ground realized that he was no match for Xianxia and immediately called for experts to come and help her. Xianxia empathized with the survivors of purple clouds. At the same time, she also had the intention of purposely attracting the other party's experts so that she could kill as many heavenly demon horde as possible. In such a continuous battle, more than half of the surrounding heavenly demons had already fallen. However, there were still countless heavenly demon experts rushing over from all directions. It was a horrifying scene below, like a slaughterhouse. Even though Xianxia was doing her best to restrain the enemy and attract a lot of attention, the survivors of purple clouds still inevitably fell into a disadvantageous position due to their absolute disadvantage in numbers. Although they could still defend the pass for the time being, it was still getting more and more dangerous, and more unbearable. The casualties were also increasing. It was unknown when, but a low chant suddenly rang out in the battlefield. "This is my purple cloud heavens. My brothers, my sisters, my parents are here, my disciple, my dignity, my everything. When the heavenly demons attack, we can only fight. With our lives, we can only defend our everything. With our blood, we can witness our dignity. Purple clouds throughout the ages, the name of the heroes will last forever. Purple cloud's strength of spirit will last forever. To perish together with the enemy is also our greatest glory. Because we are doing this for purple clouds. Because we are doing this for glory. Purple clouds is invincible, only we, purple clouds." In such a low voice, which sounded like a ballad or a slogan, the survivors of purple clouds suddenly launched the most extreme self-detonation attack at the critical moment, and it was continuous self-detonation. There were survivors of purple clouds laughing wildly, and they forced their way into the dense formation of the heavenly demon army. Then, there was a loud explosion, and they turned into bright fireworks. Hearing the almost continuous sound of explosions, one after another, Xianxia felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. Suddenly, with a loud roar, she went to the extreme and launched an attack with her sword. With the purple cloud's imperial seal in her left hand and the long sword in her right hand, she launched an attack in an almost desperate way. Wherever Xianxia passed, there were waves of blood. The long sword turned into a rainbow, and at least thousands of heavenly demons were beheaded. Xianxia finally couldn't help but take action. She would rather suffer some injuries, and try her best to reduce the pressure on the survivors of purple clouds, even if it was just a little. The highest commander here, the Heavenly Demon King, was already exhausted, and he couldn't help but think of retreating. But he was surprised to see Xianxia suddenly go crazy at such a critical moment, and fight with all her might without reservation. He couldn't help but be delighted. This was a great opportunity to turn the tide of the battle. The enemy leader actually made such a stupid move at such a critical moment. It was clear that the Heavenly Demon clan was blessed. Everyone, come up. Come up. Dripping blood battle technique. The Heavenly Demon King's plan was very successful. Since you care so much about your subordinates, then I'll follow your wishes. Even if I have to sacrifice twice as much as you, I'll let you suffer more. Then, I'll use these cannon fodders to kill you, exhaust you to death. He was even a little excited in his heart. I really didn't expect that a top master would go crazy for a group of ants. This is simply unbelievable. The leader of the heavenly demons did not understand Xianxia's thoughts and actions, which stemmed from the difference in nature between the two races. In the eyes of the heavenly demons, all those who were not powerful enough were just ants. At best, they were just some tools that could be used. Whether these ants lived or died in the end, it was no big deal. What was there to be concerned about? As a superior, he actually had to care about the life and death of these ants in his heart. It was truly an extremely foolish way of thinking, and it was even a method of courting death, but since you care so much about the lives of these ants, I will use these cannon fodders to pin you down. I really didn't realize that the Nine Heavens Imperial Court experts had such a strange mentality. It was so unbelievable. Just a few cannon fodders could pin you down and shake your minds? Unbelievable. Inconceivable. How can such a fragile and compassionate attitude shake our heavenly demon army? The vast land of the Heavenly Demon Imperial Court must be the territory of the heavenly demons, following the command of the dripping blood tactic. A battle that was several times more brutal than before instantly began. The previous battle was already extremely bloody, and the scene was filled with blood and slaughter. At this moment, it was several times worse than before. What kind of situation would it be? The hideous bodies of the extraterrestrial demons were completely unafraid of death. They rushed forward one after another, attacking with an aura of even if they were to injure themselves, they would still injure the enemy. You guys self-destruct? Sure, it's okay. We will fight with our lives on the line. You survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe can disregard life and death, so can we, no matter whether it's voluntary or forced. But, at least for now, they were all doing so, although their intentions were different. The outcome was the same. In another sense, it was the same. In this extremely cruel and indescribable meat-grinder battlefield, human lives were actually so lowly at this moment. At this moment, the eyes of both the enemy and our side had turned red from killing. The only thing they knew in their minds was to kill the enemy. Other than that, they would not consider anything else. Boundary dividing mountain. The boundary was really separated now. It was not the boundary between the two races. It was the boundary between life and death, the boundary between yin and yang. Every moment, countless people would fall, die, and be annihilated. Massive amounts of blood stained the earth red. Boom, 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 the sound of self-destruction. It also rang out almost endlessly. On the side of the heavenly demons, there were constantly new teams of heavenly demons rushing over. On the side of the Purple Cloud tribe, there were also more survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe emerging from the mountains, joining the battle without hesitation. Xianxia attacked with all her might, wantonly reaping the lives of the heavenly demons. The Purple Cloud Emperor's seal flew up and fell down, along with the sword in her hand. There was no time for rest. Although the sword that Chu Yang had meticulously crafted for her had already broken due to the heavy burden, there were other good things in the space ring. Previously, Xianxia had coincidentally retrieved the treasures that her parents had left for her. There were quite a number of divine weapons hidden within. Big Sister Z was extremely wealthy. Other than Chu Yang, few people could compare to her. The sword that she had taken out at this moment was probably even better than the broken sword that she had taken out previously. This sword was the divine weapon that Ling Piaping always carried with her, the flowing light sword. This sword was originally a divine weapon of the demon race and was only inferior to the demon king hook of the demon empress. The reason why she still used the original sword was firstly because she was used to it, and secondly, because Xianxia treasured her mother's legacy very much. Even though she knew the power of this sword and that it was not easy to damage, she still did not want to use it easily. Even when she was fighting against Guru Yun, she did not use it. It was only because the situation was urgent that she used this divine weapon for the first time. At this moment, Xianxia held the divine weapon in her hand, and her power was even stronger than before. The sword aura that was hundreds of feet long rampaged through the heavenly demon battle formation as if it did not know fatigue. Everywhere it passed, the heavenly demons were killed instantly. Every moment, the number of heavenly demons was decreasing by the large amount. However, more extraterritorial demons appeared and joined the battle. The overall numbers of the heavenly demons had been increasing all this time. Fortunately, Xianxia's side still had a certain geographical advantage. They were still fighting in the borderline mountain. Both sides could only come into contact with hundreds of thousands of people. More people were behind them. No matter how big the battlefield was, it would definitely not have the capacity to accommodate millions of people fighting at the same time. It was because of this key factor that the remnants of Purple Cloud tribe guarded the pass of the borderline mountain with all their might. The battle range was further reduced. Therefore, the only solution now was to take the place of the fallen. Under such circumstances, both sides could only fight a war of attrition. No matter how ingenious the other tactics were, they were useless. You use people's lives to attack, I'll use people's lives to defend, regardless of whether it was the enemy or their side. When the battle reached a certain extent, there would always be a side that could not hold on, but before this certain extent, the battle would only be in a stalemate. On the Nine Heavens Imperial Court side, they always had an extraordinary obsession to protect their own home. It was also an aura of being united against a common enemy. Although I may not have any enmity with the extraterritorial demons, or rather, I have no enmity with them, but, as long as you take a step forward, I'll kill you even if I have to risk my life. I'll do everything I can to stop the enemy from entering the country, and the extraterritorial demons were even more obsessed with charging into the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's territory. That was a space that our ancestors had not been able to charge into and enjoy for generations. That place was the legendary paradise. Even if he died, he would rather die in heaven. Both sides fought to the death in the most extreme way, shouting, sacrificing, exploding. They continued to be in a stalemate. In the distant sky, another large patch of dark clouds rose and covered the sky. That was the flying demon troop of the extraterritorial demons. They were rushing over in large batches. Xianxia's pretty face was cold and she was even more anxious. The extraterritorial demon king who had escaped previously was the leader of the flying demon horde. His sudden retreat for no reason directly caused the flying demon horde's morale to crumble and the entire army to collapse. It could be said that it was very lucky, or even very lucky. But now that the flying demon horde had made a comeback, she believed that the supernatural phenomenon of their leader collapsing without a fight would definitely not happen again. In other words, the flying demon horde this time would definitely be far more difficult to deal with than before. If the flying demon horde really rushed over, the geographical restrictions of the two boundaries mountain would greatly reduce their threat to them. And she was only one person, how could she possibly hold them off? Not to mention the flying demon horde in the sky, just the sky demon army on the ground was already too much for her to handle. In other words, the flying demon horde in the sky would definitely be rushed over no matter what. Her side had no way to resist at all. While she was worried, her hands couldn't help but slow down a little. The hundreds of extraterritorial demon experts who were fighting desperately around her saw a flaw in her opponent's defense and immediately seized the opportunity to attack. In just a moment, Xianxia was suppressed into a disadvantageous position. In a battle of formations, a moment's difference could mean the difference between life and death. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia's actual strength was far above the enemies who were besieging her, the attacking power of these extraterritorial demons wouldn't be enough to break through Xianxia's protective aura. Just this moment's lapse would cause Xianxia to be seriously injured even if she didn't die. Even so, Xianxia was still at a disadvantage in this part of the battle. Xianxia's heart trembled. Her sword light surged and the purple cloud's emperor's seal transformed into a huge mountain that smashed down 7 to 8 times. Only then did the situation become even again. She stabilized her state of mind and focused on the battle, not daring to be distracted again. But the dark clouds in the distance were getting closer and closer. Once the extraterritorial demons and flying demons arrived at the Two Boundaries Mountain, it would mean that the defense line built by the remnants of purple clouds would be tested like never before. It could collapse at any time, perhaps in just a moment. At this critical moment, a clear whistling sound echoed in the wind. A beautiful red shadow darted over from behind. A dreamy saber aura instantly covered the entire area of the Two Boundaries Mountain. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Mo Qingwu had rushed back in time at this crucial moment. The difference in this situation might only be a moment. If Mo Qingwu had chosen to come back with Chu Yang and the rest, or if she had rushed back a moment later, the entire battle situation and the final outcome of the battle might have been changed. The dreamy saber light that suddenly appeared burst out 9 times in the shortest time. The Qingwu Dream Saber was waved rapidly for more than 70,000 times. Due to the excessive friction with the air, the Qingwu Dream Saber, which had a unique texture, only stopped when it was about to melt from the heat. The air around Mo Qingwu suddenly burst into flames. That was because the friction between the saber aura was too dense and actually caused a vacuum fire, a special flame that didn't exist because of the air, a flame that was almost inextinguishable. Under the burning of this flame, no less than tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons fell neatly on the ground. They were killed by the saber aura of the Qingwu Dream Saber and were annihilated in one go. With Mo Qingwu's timely arrival, the pressure on the remnants of purple clouds on Xianxia's side was instantly alleviated. While the extraterrestrial demons in the distance were still running forward crazily, there was an absolutely empty space in the middle. This absolutely empty space was the gap created by Mo Qingwu's saber. Although the time gained by this gap was destined to be short, it was of great significance. As the saying goes, a general becomes famous and tens of thousands of corpses withered. This was the most realistic portrayal of the battlefield, but on this peak battlefield of the 9 heavens Imperial Court's purple clouds heavens, how could it be just tens of thousands of corpses? I'll go and block the flying demons. After the 9 saber strikes, Mo Qingwu didn't even pause for a moment. She suddenly rose into the air and rushed straight into the air. Then, her entire graceful body turned into a hurricane and rushed into the distance without stopping. She went straight into the path of the flying demons and faced them head-on. Then, there was a clear and long howl that shook the sky. 9 heavens dance. Mo Qingwu's bright red figure, along with the clear howl, seemed to have dyed the whole world red. It was a red color that connected the heavens and the earth and covered the whole universe. This kind of delicate red luster was accompanied by an extreme dreamy beauty. Everyone who saw it suddenly felt that they had lost their sense of heaven and earth. In everyone's eyes and hearts, there was only this patch of red, only this gorgeous sight. An incomparably graceful figure danced gracefully in that patch of red. Every dance made this patch of red even more magnificent, even more dreamy, yet even more breathtaking and soul-stirring. 9 heavens dance, dance of the 9 heavens. The first dance is a dance of heaven and earth, the second dance is a dance of heaven and earth, the third dance is a dance of heaven and earth, the fourth dance is a dance of heaven and earth, the fifth dance is a dance of vicissitudes, the sixth dance is a dance of heaven and earth, the seventh dance is a dance of heaven and earth. At this moment, Mo Qingwu's entire person was dancing gracefully in mid-air. As she danced to her heart's content, everyone actually had a strange feeling. When she was reciting these incantations, Mo Qingwu should have been completely unconscious, and these incantations were a part of this 9 heavens dance, because as these incantations were recited, the first dance was as if the whole world was dancing gracefully. The second dance was an even darker one, the sun and moon lost their light. The third dance, the cold moon shone upon the earth, the humans and demons were chilled to the bone. The fourth dance, the whole world seemed to be rotating as well. At this moment, Mo Qingwu had already used all the strength she had in her life. She was fully focused on performing the most powerful and all-out attack in her life so far. Right in front of everyone's eyes, 2 rays of white light suddenly shot out from Mo Qingwu's beautiful eyes. Her black hair was like a waterfall, fluttering in all directions. Then, she soared into the sky, her red robes fluttering. Mo Qingwu's voice was suppressed very softly at this moment. but it carried an inexplicable heaviness, an indescribable heaviness. She said in a low voice, 8 dances. Creation, life and death. Defy. Everyone suddenly had a feeling, but they actually didn't know if it was real or not. Or maybe it was an illusion. The whole world seemed to be reversing at this moment. Me and the enemy. It also seemed to be reversing at this moment. The roots of the trees were facing the sky, the peaks of the mountains were touching the ground, the lakes and seas were about to pour. In short, everything between heaven and earth seemed to be reversing suddenly. That was an extremely strange and mysterious feeling. They knew that all of this was absurd and absolutely impossible. But in their hearts, they clearly believed that all of this was real. Everything was real. At the very least, at this moment, everything was real. Mo Qingwu's last sentence was filled with murderous intent. Awe-inspiring. 9 dances. Dance of the 9 heavens. Boom, the sky was filled with boundless scarlet. It suddenly exploded, the sky within a radius of 2,000 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't see anything but a sea of red. Only countless graceful figures could be seen dancing in the air. Her dance was gorgeous to the extreme, and her posture was so beautiful that it could enchant people to death, yet, it still had the terrifying power to kill. Just as everyone was dazzled by this stunning dance, the large group of extraterrestrial devils and flying devils that were flying over at high speed all changed their expressions abruptly. Is this Ling Piaping's Jiutian dance? Was that really the 9 heavens dance? Furthermore, it was the 9 heavens dance in its peak state. But even Ling Piaping wasn't at this level. How could the force field take shape so quickly? Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Hurry up. A panicked roar rang out. It seemed like the leader of this flying devil army was quite knowledgeable. There was a high chance that he was one of the high-level devil generals who had participated in the battle against the purple cloud heavens. The winged demon army, which had been flying forward with all their might, heard this cry of surprise. Without exception, all of them came to a stop, and then they planned to retreat away from this extremely dangerous area. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The red cloud that had spread for thousands of kilometers flew from top to bottom at an astonishing speed like a shooting star. It reached the sky and reached 100 feet from the ground. It was boundless. It flew rapidly into the heavenly devil array and exploded in the most extreme way possible. Immediately after, everyone who saw this scene saw the most beautiful but also the cruelest scene in their lives. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the red cloud in the sky enveloped the entire army of winged devils, and then it instantly exploded. As a result, the sky turned even redder. What added to the redness was a large amount of fresh blood from the extraterrestrial devils. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, the bodies of countless extraterrestrial demons exploded and split apart without exception. Countless flowers of blood flowed in the air, filling the heavens and earth. A total of 1 million flying devils actually collapsed, died, and were annihilated in that moment of absent-mindedness. The number of casualties at this moment was actually the highest since the fall of purple cloud heavens. 2 mournful cries rang out at almost the same time. 2 black figures shot out from the group of flying devils and into the sky amidst the brilliant red. They were still coughing out blood from their mouths. They were 2 high-level extraterrestrial devil commanders, and also the only 2 survivors in this batch of flying devils. Their strength naturally far surpassed that of ordinary flying devils. At this moment, they desperately rushed out of the lethality of the 9 heavens dance, but they still couldn't escape the fate of being seriously injured. One dance overturned the world, and almost all of the flying devils were exterminated. Everyone who saw this scene was almost collectively petrified. They all stared blankly at the boundless blood red in the sky for a long time. It was like a whole piece of satin, falling from the sky with a smacking sound. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. Turbid waves of blood rose into the sky once again. It was really a spectacular sight. However, everyone knew one thing. This time, this wave of flying demon corporation's million-man army had been completely annihilated. Only the 2 extraterrestrial devil commanders with the highest cultivation were lucky enough to escape alive, but they were still inevitably seriously injured. The power of this attack was actually unprecedented. Although it might not be the last, it was definitely unprecedented. Even in the final battle of the Queen of Purple Cloud Heavens, Ling Piaping, the same 9 heavens dance destroyed 3 million extraterrestrial devil army. The result of the battle seemed more glorious, but it was at the cost of Ling Piaping's life. At this moment, Mo Qingwu's dance overturned the world, but she still had energy left. Although her specific combat strength was unknown, at least she didn't hurt her life source. The difference between the two was obvious. The bright red cloud in the sky was still slowly falling, but this nine heavens dance finally came to an end. The entire battlefield also suddenly quieted down because of the end of the dance. Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared at the graceful red figure in the sky, dumbfounded. Even though the graceful red figure was no longer dancing, it was still breathtaking and endlessly austere. That red figure, with long hair and clothes fluttering in the wind, stood quietly in the air like the most beautiful painting since ancient times. This peerless beauty, this unparalleled beauty, the lethality caused by a single dance was actually so terrifying. Everyone, regardless of friend or foe, secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was really too shocking. In the sky, Missouri Qingwu was still standing motionlessly. She looked calm and composed, full of the feeling that she didn't care about anyone but herself. Whether it was the heavenly devil army or the remnant people of Purple Cloud Heavens, they were all full of fear towards this woman who had quietly arrived. This was an extraordinary existence that was even more outstanding than the Queen of Purple Cloud Heavens, Ling Piaping. However, Mo Qingwu knew that she had consumed a lot of energy this time. She hadn't consumed much of her life force, but she had consumed more than 99% of her vitality. So, she could barely stand in the air at the moment. Even if she wanted to float down, she did not have the energy to do so. Speaking of which, this was mostly a coincidence. Mo Qingwu did not expect that the Nine Heavens dance could cause such a result. Under the extreme outburst, she had used up all of her energy in an instant. She had even used up quite a bit of her energy. In fact, Mo Qingwu did not know that the Nine Heavens dance had a special attribute. Every time she danced, her energy consumption would double. That day, when Ling Piaping used the Nine Heavens dance, she did not have enough energy. But she used the most extreme method of using up her energy to forcefully destroy the enemy. Although she managed to kill 3 million enemies in one dance, her energy consumption was also extremely high. After the dance ended, she passed away, her beauty was gone, and she disappeared from the world. Mo Qingwu's current cultivation was far above Ling Piaping's. Although this dance had used up a lot of energy, it did not deplete her life force. This was extremely rare. Being rare and precious was one thing, but Mo Qingwu's cultivation was also a fact. This was the true meaning of a lamp that had run out of oil. At this moment, Mo Qingwu's vision was constantly darkening, and she felt as if she was about to faint. If she didn't know that she couldn't fall down at this moment, and forced herself to support herself, she would have entered a deep sleep to recuperate with just a thought. No wonder Ling Piaping passed away after using the Nine Heavens dance to kill 3 million demons in one go. This Nine Heavens dance is actually so domineering. Mo Qingwu thought. After a short moment of silence. Following Xianxia's roar, the Purple Cloud's Emperor's seal showed its power again. The majestic sword light surged like a dragon. After the momentary silence, the battle resumed its frenzy. It was even crazier than before. After all, both parties were still on the battlefield. In the sky, the flying demon army had all disappeared. But the extraterrestrial demon army on the ground did not decrease at all. Instead, there were more and more reinforcements. It was endless. Although Xianxia was still fighting with all her might, she could not help but be suppressed by the experts of the Devil Army. Step by step, they retreated bit by bit, and the number of Purple Cloud tribe survivors around them grew smaller and smaller, to the point that the Purple Cloud tribe survivors who came later could no longer keep up with the rate of consumption. And it was becoming more and more obvious. The number of Sky Devil Army. There were simply too many of them, so many that the quantitative change had led to a qualitative change. In front of the Boundary Mountain, the heavenly demons were still surging like a tide. Xianxia and the rest tried their best to resist, but they felt more and more powerless. Their original goal was to guard the Boundary Mountain for at least 3 days, however, from the looks of it now, being able to hold on for an entire morning was already pretty good. As for the original 3 days, it was simply impossible. It was completely unrealistic. Even if it was only for 1 day. That was something that was absolutely impossible to achieve. There were too few people on the other side. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. The remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe who were still rushing over were all fighting desperately. Their faces were full of grief and indignation. They knew that it was hopeless, but they were still fighting with all their might. We have been struggling in despair for 1,000,000 years. A whole 1,000,000 years. The white-haired old man leaped into the air and shouted crazily, "We have been in despair throughout this long period of time. However, no matter what predicament we were in, we never gave up fighting. We never gave up hope. We are the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe. We are the subjects of the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor." His voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat as he howled, "Let's fight. For the Purple Cloud Heavens. For the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. For our descendants to no longer be in despair." Xianxia's roar shook heaven and earth. All the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe roared crazily at the same time, for our descendants to no longer be in despair. For a moment, one by one, they rushed up like crazy. They felt that every single strand of their hair was also exploding. Despair, yes, it was despair. Just like what the white-haired old man said, they had been in despair for 1,000,000 years, although they had been fighting and fighting all along. But who was really willing to live in despair all the time, if they could sacrifice themselves in exchange for a chance for their descendants to no longer be in despair? Every one of them would do it without hesitation. For the Purple Cloud Heavens to no longer be called a fallen area, for their descendants to no longer be in despair, fight. However, even though everyone was fighting with their lives on the line, trying their best and sacrificing their lives, the difference in numbers between the two sides was still too great. The momentum created by Mo Qingwu's dance just now was gradually eliminated by the huge number of demon monarchs that came later. Even though every one of the remnants of the Purple Cloud tribe tried their best and risked their lives, they still couldn't turn the situation around. The situation was precarious, and the defense line could collapse at any time. At this critical moment, a majestic sword light appeared in the sky again, projecting from far behind. Then, a voice shouted, "A ray of cold light." The sword arrived, the voice arrived, and the person arrived. It was Chu Yang. This loud shout made Xianxia and Mo Qingwu almost burst into tears. They instantly calmed down their state of mind that was on the verge of collapse. "Sweetheart, you're finally here. Why are you only here now? If you didn't come, or if you came a little later, the 2 daughters-in-law you just married might have to die here." The moment Chu Yang arrived, he went to Xianxia's side. The first 4 moves of the 9 Tribulations sword burst out directly. In just a moment, a large area was cleared. Those who stood in his way were really invincible and successful. There were at least hundreds of people from the Heavenly Devil Horde who died under the combination of Chu Yang's 4 moves. These people were originally joining forces to besiege Xianxia. With Xianxia's current cultivation, the Heavenly Devils who were qualified to deal with her might not be able to take 1 or 2 moves from her, but they were definitely not ordinary people. This group of people died under the combination of Chu Yang's 4 moves. They really died unjustly. However, the most unjustly was still the Heavenly Devil King who had been fighting with Xianxia all this while. He was the most unjustly one among them. In order to take down Big Sister Z, this guy had almost overdrawn all of his cultivation. Only with the help of his many trusted subordinates could he hold Xianxia tightly. Seeing the enemy's strength being depleted bit by bit, seeing that his plan was about to succeed, he had just heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling that he was about to taste the fruits of victory. As everyone knew, after an intense battle or activity, if one heaved a sigh of relief at an untimely moment, he would immediately feel tired all over. The accumulated fatigue would attack him by 2 to 3 times. And this Heavenly Devil King was in such a situation. He originally wanted to immediately let a few of his senior subordinates self-destruct at this moment so that he could take the opportunity to take a breather and rest. Then, he could easily get rid of Xianxia and reap this huge achievement. Originally, based on this situation at that time, his thoughts and actions couldn't be considered wrong. However, there were only unexpected things in this world. When unexpected things came, any beautiful blueprint would just be a dream. At this extremely delicate and critical moment, just when the Heavenly Devil King had just heaved a sigh of relief and hadn't ordered his subordinates to self-destruct, it was as if someone more ferocious than Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere, and it was an extremely unreasonable person. Without a second word, he used a killer move right away, a super killer move. It was such a coincidence that the Heavenly Devil King, who was at his lowest point, was instantly destroyed by the 9 Tribulations sword without a word. His soul was scattered and his spirit was destroyed, consigned to eternal damnation. And that group of extraterrestrial demon experts who were besieging Xianxia, before he died, he only had one thought: damn you. You came to kill me without even saying goodbye. You're really a tyrant, too much of a tyrant. Chu Yang's sword didn't stop after it succeeded. He continued to attack in all directions and rushed into the crowd of extraterrestrial demons. At this moment, the 9 Tribulation sword didn't use any sword moves at all. It just swept, and swept again. The sword intent of the 9 Tribulation sword was attached to the sword aura, forming a sword aura that was 400 to 500 feet long. With a sweep, Chu Yang cleared a huge circle of 400 to 500 feet in radius. Like a large-scale indiscriminate attack, it came one after another. Such attacks quickly formed a vacuum of life. Whooshing sounds could be heard. The Heavenly Devil King roared angrily and scattered tens of thousands of soul doppelgangers, which rushed out. Splitting one's own strength like this was originally an unwise move because each soul doppelganger only had 1/10,000th of its own destructive power, which was relatively limited. However, the Heavenly Devil King's own attributes were special. His attacks might be completely meaningless to the experts of the Heavenly Devil Horde, but to ordinary demon soldiers, it was still powerful enough to kill the enemy demons. It was the most suitable method to deal with the current situation. The moment he attacked, he achieved miraculous results. In a few seconds, tens of thousands of demon soldiers had already fallen under the Heavenly Devil King's soul doppelgangers. It was really impressive. Just in terms of headcount, even the number of casualties caused by Chu Yang was far behind. Only Amo Qingwu's 9 Heavens Dance of Illusion could temporarily suppress the Heavenly Devil King's heavenly spirit. Shui Leihan, Dong Wushang, Gu Duxing and the others directly landed in the Heavenly Devil camp and did the same thing as Chu Yang. They went on a killing spree, killing as many demon soldiers as possible. Poof, poof, poof. After what seemed like the blink of an eye, the remnants of Purple Cloud who were still madly killing their enemies a moment ago suddenly stopped. This was because they discovered to their astonishment that there were no longer any heavenly devils in front of them. There was only a ground full of corpses and wreckage. There were clearly still heavenly devils in the distance, and there were countless heavenly devils who were charging towards them. But why were they charging further and further away? They were clearly charging in this direction, not retreating. Could it be that there was something wrong with their eyes after such a long battle? Everyone took a closer look and realized that it wasn't their eyes that were out of order, but something else that had happened. The change was actually very simple. Between them and the demon soldiers, there were more than a dozen figures. They didn't notice them earlier because these people were moving too fast and had exceeded the limit of their visual perception. Now, they could sense them because the impact they had caused was too great. Every one of them was wielding chilling sword energy and saber light, forming a death domain and a vacuum of life. And they were also charging forward. Although there were still a lot of people on the side of the sky demons, they couldn't keep up with the speed of these people's killing. Each of these people was responsible for a distance of about 1,000 feet in front of them. Although there were only a dozen of them, they had completely cut off the battlefield. Every one of them was the mainstay of this battle. Every one of them was crazily charging forward, killing. If that was all, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. What really shocked the survivors of Purple Cloud was that many of them were wielding strange things that looked like the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal. Just like the princess, they were desperately smashing down, and a large area of sky demons was smashed into meat pies. What did this situation mean? There were actually 5, 6, 7, or 8 special weapons that were similar to the Purple Cloud Emperor's seal. How could there be so many, but there were only so many of them? Too ferocious, this is too ferocious. The white-haired elder of the survivors of Purple Cloud grinned, staring at the battlefield that was getting further and further away. He even forgot to treat the wounds on his body. This is really too ferocious. Those are seals. The seals that represent the authority of the Celestial Emperor. How could there be so many seals appearing in Purple Cloud Heaven at the same time? Could it be that the 9 emperors and 1 empress of the Celestial Court are all here? If not, how could there be so many seals? The person beside him hissed in cold air. He was half shocked and half in pain. I'm afraid that's it. Take a closer look over there. The 4 words on the seal seem to be only I, the Eastern Emperor. And on the other side, that woman must be the Demon Empress. And here, since the 9 emperors and 1 empress have arrived at the same time, our Purple Cloud Heaven is saved. There's really hope for Purple Cloud Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor's royal seal's attack is fierce. However, it's difficult for them to attack consecutively. The one with the most destructive power is still that Minister Xianxia. Look at the one in the middle who has killed the most people. This is really unbelievable. He's the son-in-law of our Purple Cloud Heavens. The white-haired elder's eyes were brimming with tears. Our Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Firmament's son-in-law. Our Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Firmament's son-in-law and daughter came to save us. The remnant people of Purple Cloud burst into tears. She was extremely touched. The East Emperor Demon Empress and the others, who were in the midst of battle, had extremely clear eyes and ears. Even in such an intense and cruel battle, they could still see everything clearly and see what was happening on the other side. They were all speechless. This was too much. All of us here are fighting with our lives on the line, but you guys are only thanking Xiaotian's daughter and son-in-law when you're free. It feels like we've been working for nothing, ever since the arrival of Chu Yang and the others. Xianxia, who was already extremely exhausted, did not even have the time to catch her breath. She had already shot up into the air and carried Mo Qinggu down. How are you? Qinggu? Xianxia panted and asked with concern. Only she knew that this battle could last until Chu Yang and the others arrived. Mo Qinggu's contribution was the greatest. It was Mo Qinggu who was at the most crucial moment. She destroyed the flying demons in one fell swoop and won the most crucial opportunity for the 2-world mountain defense line. In this battle, Mo Qinggu rushed back with all her might and joined the battle. In total, there were only a few moves in the battle, however, it was her all-out effort and the 9 heavens dance that she unleashed with all her might that completely changed the situation of the battle. However, it was precisely because of that 9 heavens dance that Xianxia was even more anxious. Among everyone present, the one who understood the 9 heavens dance and Mo Qinggu's current situation the most was Xianxia. Xianxia was really a little scared. Back then, her mother died because she unleashed the 9 heavens dance to the limit. Although Mo Qinggu's current cultivation was definitely far superior to her mother's then, no one knew how much energy the 9 heavens dance would consume. Even if it wasn't to the point of death, overexerting one's life force was still a huge hidden danger. With this in mind, how could Xianxia not be anxious? Mo Qinggu's lips trembled as she said, "Sister, don't worry. I'm fine. It's just that I've overexerted my vital energy. I just need to rest for a while." Although Mo Qinggu said it casually, in reality, she couldn't even lift her hand. It was obvious how much she had overexerted herself just now. Xianxia took out a Super 9 Tribulations pill and stuffed it into Mo Qinggu's cherry lips. The Super 9 Tribulations pill was less effective for Chu Yang. He needed 15 pills to fully recover his vital energy. Although Mo Qinggu was at the same level as Chu Yang, she didn't have 9 dantians like Chu Yang. One Super 9 Tribulations pill couldn't recover too much, but it could occasionally recover about 20% of her vital energy. When one's cultivation level reached the peak of the saint level, as long as they had time to recover their vital energy, the recovery speed of pure vital energy would be extremely fast. After Mo Qinggu took the Super 9 Tribulations pill, she recovered 30% of her original strength in just a short while. When Chu Yang came over, he actually saw that Mo Qinggu looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, at that time, Chu Yang simply couldn't stop to care for Mo Qinggu. He could only choose to replace Xianxia to take care of Mo Qinggu. Even though this was already a very selfish act, however, if Chu Yang really stopped to take care of Mo Qinggu, the impact of his identity as Qiongzhao's minister would be unpredictable. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Xianxia the moment he came and pointed this out. Xianxia was about to explain Chu Yang's difficulties to Mo Qinggu. However, Mo Qinggu said gently, "I understand. There's no need to say more about this. Chu Yang has his own responsibilities. If we can't understand him a little more, how can we?" Xianxia nodded silently. She smiled bitterly and self-deprecatingly and said, "No wonder Chu Yang never wanted to be a hero. There are indeed many considerations to be a hero. Instead of being a true gentleman, it's better to be a true villain and put everything out in the open. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine." It's a pity that even though Chu Yang still has such a mentality, he was still pushed to the throne of a hero by the times. It's really helpless. Heroes are created by the times. The ancient saying is true. Mo Qinggu smiled gently and said, "Sister Z, don't you want your husband to be a great hero? I'm not that delicate. Aren't I fine now? I just need to rest for a while and I'll be able to fight the enemy again." The two girls looked at each other and smiled. This was originally the common hope of all women in the world. Even though Xianxia and Mo Qinggu were extraordinary, they were no exception. Although their husband was already perfect enough, they couldn't help but hope that he could be even more perfect. This was also the most typical mentality that women in the world had towards their men who liked to dress them up. The two ladies retreated at the same time. They regulated their inner yuan and repaired their bodies, quietly watching the scene in front of them. On the other side, more than 10 peak experts were slaughtering their way forward. It was truly a ghastly sight. It was not entirely because of Chu Yang and the rest's massacre, but because of those corpses earlier. Were those mountains and seas of corpses really our handiwork? Women were always sentimental. Even though such a massacre was caused by their own hands, at this moment, when they calmed down, they actually found it somewhat hard to believe. In front of Boundary Mountain, corpses were piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. A thick smell of blood permeated between heaven and earth, like a gloomy fog. No matter how strong the wind was, it could not disperse at all. Vaguely, one could even hear the cries of many vengeful spirits, as well as the killing of soldiers. When Chu Yang and the rest returned exhausted, Mo Qinggu had completely recovered. Together with Xianxia and the rest, she went forward to welcome them. "How's the situation?" Mo Qinggu asked. "A total of 7 million extraterrestrial demons." Mo Tianji sat down on the ground, exhausted. For someone like him who had always paid attention to cleanliness, at this moment, he actually did not have the slightest scruple about whether the ground was clean or not. It could be seen how exhausted he was. He sat down and took a deep breath before saying, "They've all been killed, all exterminated." The corner of Xianxia's mouth could not help but twitch. On the other side, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. Rather than saying that they were holding each other's shoulders, it was better to say that they were supporting each other. Dong Wushang laughed loudly. Today's massacre was satisfying. Gu Duxing nodded repeatedly and shouted, "It was really satisfying. These two murderers." Everyone could not help but mutter in their hearts. Mo Tianji's heavenly secret hand suddenly made clanging sounds. Mo Tianji took it out to check the news. He said, "Good news, the front of the first bridge has been cleared out. All the extraterrestrial demons. They have all been wiped out. We're just waiting for the arrival of the extraterrestrial demon army." "What about those extraterrestrial demons who have already entered? Are they also extinct?" Chu Yang asked. "Previously, our strength was really too limited and our battle lines were too spread out. Currently, a considerable number of Heavenly Devil Horde have already infiltrated the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Fortunately, all the passes are blocking them with all their might. It's just that many cities have already fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Devils. The defending generals have all perished in battle." Mo Tianji raised his head and looked at Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang's face dimmed for a moment. He murmured, "Since he died in battle, it's not shameful at all. They are all good men of the human race." Everyone sighed and sighed from the bottom of their hearts. Analyze the current intelligence. Although there are quite a number of heavenly demons that have already entered, they are not enough to cause a huge problem. As long as we can annihilate the main force of the heavenly demon army, we can deal with them in the future. Right now, the vanguard of Middle Heaven. They are already close to this place. They will need at most 1.5 days to reach the first bridge. Mo Tianji continued to check the news. With this speed, I believe they're already going all out. Everyone was well aware of how far this distance was. The gathering speed of the middle pole heaven had already exceeded everyone's expectations by half a day. There was no doubt that this was the result of them rushing over here with all their might. The armies of all the major heavens and earth have already set off on their way. They are all rushing here day and night. Motianji finished reading the news gathered from all the major heavens and earth. He said with a heavy expression, "The above is all good news. Next, we need to discuss the major issues that we need to solve. We need to discuss the big problems that we need to face. At the very least, we need to hold on for another day and a half. With the strength we have here, we can complete this task." Motianji continued, "This 1.5 days refers to 2 days and 1 night. It's the most conservative time limit." Everyone's expression was heavy and they were speechless for a moment. Although the results of the massacre just now were obvious, and the experts on their side were unharmed, this result was due to the fact that most of the peak experts on the other side did not come up. So far, every army that they came into contact with only had a commander. Only then could they slaughter their way over without any scruples, and even achieve a complete victory. It was precisely because the other party did not have the combat power that could threaten their safety that they did not need to worry about their own safety. Even if their combat power was occasionally depleted, they could rest as long as they had some time to recover. Anyway, the combat power of the Heavenly Devil Army was completely unable to break through the protective aura of these top experts. However, they believed that the following battle situation would be completely different. When the second batch of people from the other side arrived, it was very likely that the Heavenly Devil Army would gather their experts. At the very least, there would be 7 or 8 Heavenly Devil King level experts. If that was the case, they would not be able to use today's battle method. This was because as long as there was any sign of overdraft, under the covetous eyes of those experts, it was very likely that their souls would scatter in the next moment and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Approximately how many people can the purple cloud heavens gather in 4 hours? Motianji turned his head and asked. The white-haired old man said in a low voice, "Not too many. At most, 2 million people can come. This is already all the strength we can gather. The rest of the people are hiding on the other side. Although the battle here is intense and earth-shattering, the other side may not know about it. The news of the remnants of the purple cloud heavens is still in a state of isolation even among ourselves. We are afraid that the heavenly devils will catch a group of people and expose all of us." Motianji nodded in understanding. In other words, more than 1 million people from the purple cloud heavens who participated in the battle just now have already died. With another 2 million, it's no more than 6 or 7 million. Excluding the old, weak, sick, women, and children who can't fight, at most, they only have 2 million combat power. The white-haired old man's face contorted in pain. He said, 2 million is the most optimistic number. If they can really gather 1,500,000, it's already not bad. Hearing this, Motianji could not help but be stunned for a moment. He muttered, "More or less. Yes, this is the number. Even if 1,500,000 come to help, the next wave of attack from the heavenly devils will definitely come at the same time. At that time, the most conservative estimate of the enemy's military strength is probably at least 20 million. Everyone furrowed their brows. There was really no solution to this problem. Tianji, can you create some kind of formation on this boundary-dividing mountain where one man can hold back 10,000 men? If the formation is not successful, how about creating a favorable terrain? Chu Yang asked hopefully. Impossible. Motianji smiled bitterly. I've actually thought about this problem many times. I've been observing the terrain ever since I came here. Firstly, other than the treasure mountains created by the heavens and earth, the other ordinary mountains are basically useless. But here, the boundary-dividing mountain created by the heavens and earth is difficult to be invaded by external forces. There's no way to use it at all. Although the territory here is wide enough, it's definitely not high enough. But for the extraterrestrial demons, there are flying demons that can launch large-scale aerial attacks. Motianji frowned and said, "Of course, I can make use of the terrain here to set up some formations and maximize the effectiveness of the terrain here to block the extraterrestrial demons that attack from the ground. However, against the sky, there's nothing I can do. As long as there are formations that can provide support, it'll be fine." Now, every bit of improvement in battle power must be fought for. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Being able to block the attacks from the ground is already a great help. As for the flying demons in the sky, we can just go all out again. He gritted his teeth. Tianji, set up the formations at once. Mo Tianji nodded. It's not difficult to set up the formations, but the materials are another problem. I need large amounts of souls of purple crystal, no less than 900 of them. The group of heavenly emperors, the East Emperor Demon Empress, and the others were all shocked when they heard this. Mo Tianji's words were like a joke. At least 900 souls of purple crystal. This was not just a difficult problem, it was an unsolvable problem. If there were 30, 50, or even 100, with the 9 emperors and 1 empress gathered here, they might be able to do it. However, Mo Tianji actually said that he needed 900 souls of purple crystal. Looking at the entire imperial court of heaven, the total number of souls of purple crystal in the mortal world over the past million years might not even reach 900. It's alright, I have them. I'll set them up to the maximum. There's no need to be stingy with the materials. Chu Yang placed a huge pile of souls of purple crystal on the ground. Purple light flashed. From the looks of it, there were probably no less than a few thousand of them. The Demon Empress and the others were all stunned. These were souls of purple crystal. Although everyone present was a top-level figure, they weren't unfamiliar with souls of purple crystal. Each of the 9 emperors and 1 empress had some in their hands. Shui Leihan had the most, and he also had dozens of souls of purple crystal. But who would dare to throw out so many at once like Chu Yang? Using more than 10 souls of purple crystal at once was already a heartache for everyone. Now, using so many at once was simply too extravagant. Mo Tianji didn't hesitate at all. He quickly collected the souls of purple crystal on the ground and immediately became spirited. He jumped up and said, "A few of you come over and help me. I'll arrange it immediately." After saying that, he hurriedly walked out. An hour later, the 9 Tribulations Sword Master, the 9 Tribulations Brothers, and Wu Yequang, who had been left behind at the first bridge, also rushed over. At this moment, all the peak experts of Tian had finally gathered here for the first time in history. Everyone only enjoyed the peaceful atmosphere for 4 hours. Before Mo Tianji could finish setting up the Great Formation, the Heavenly Demon Army arrived once again. But this time, they didn't manage to catch up. Shui Leihan, the Demon Empress, and the others had already charged up as the first wave of attacks. The veteran 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress moved in unison and attacked. Together, the Skyfiend camp instantly fell into chaos. After Dong Wang's group succeeded in their attack. However, he didn't maintain this large-scale attack for long before quickly withdrawing and adjusting his breathing. Tian K's offensive naturally wouldn't end there. Following the veteran 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress, from the second generation of the 9 Tribulations Brothers, the successive generations of the 9 Tribulations launched wave after wave of attacks. Everyone took turns to bombard, forming waves of attacks. Chu Yang had set a strict rule for this tactic: everyone can only make 3 moves at most. Large-scale attacks without discrimination. After 3 moves, no matter how many extraterrestrial demons are killed, they must immediately withdraw and adjust their breathing. The next wave will take over and continue attacking. Now, the 70 to 80 people on Chu Yang's side were all peak experts. The lowest cultivation was at the peak of the saint level. And most of them had immortal bodies. With this level of cultivation, they could only make 3 moves each time they attacked. Then how should they make 3 moves? There was no need to talk about it. The moment everyone attacked, they would exhaust themselves to the limit and use all their strength to make 3 consecutive moves, instantly causing large-scale damage. Once the 3 moves were over, they wouldn't be greedy and would immediately withdraw and adjust their breathing. Then, they would prepare for the next wave of attacks. This cycle continued endlessly. There were simply too many heavenly demons. What was the point of attacking in such a large area? Every wave of attacks could kill tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of heavenly demons. Even so, the heavenly demons continued to swarm forward. From a distance of 300 miles, they started to attack. Then, wave after wave of attacks gradually took turns. When the heavenly demons rushed to the front of Boundary Mountain, it was already the 9th time that 9 batches of people had taken turns. In other words, the heavenly demon army suffered a total of 81 waves of large-scale, indiscriminate attacks. In the time it took to eat a meal, tens of millions of heavenly demons fell on the path of attack just like that. The people of Purple Cloud Heavens who were standing on Boundary Mountain to watch the battle, especially the white-robed elder and the others who were of higher status, stronger abilities, and better eyesight, were all dumbfounded. This kind of fighting style, this kind of lethality, it was really unbelievable. It seemed that any one of these people was better than Emperor Zhao in the past. Had this world gone mad? How could there be so many peerless experts and all of them gathered here? However, even though Chu Yang and the others had achieved a glorious result, the whole battle situation was not tilted towards the heavenly imperial court. Even though the heavenly demon army suffered heavy casualties, they were piling up demon lives in exchange for space to advance. The endless heavenly demon army gradually approached the Boundary Mountain area. In the last wave, Chu Yang and the others attacked for the last time, completely wiping out the heavenly demon army. Perhaps after this attack, what would follow would be the real most tragic hand-to-hand combat. Because there was no more space left for Chu Yang and the other top experts, the heavenly demon army used demon lives to deplete and fill up the space of 300 miles. Mo Tianji's formation still lacked the last step. However, he also hurried back at this moment. It would not be too late to set up the formation after this wave of attacks. The first few attacks. Mo Tianji was busy setting up the formation and did not participate. But this last attack, in order to achieve the maximum lethality and complete the power of the 9 tribulations, he had to take action. As the last wave of attacks, it would be best if this wave of attacks could cause the extraterrestrial demons an extremely strong and indelible shock. This would buy time. The most important thing now was to buy time, whether it was Chu Yang and the others' attacks in batches or the formation set up by Mo Tianji. The ultimate goal was always to buy time. Everyone was present. In fact, they were even afraid of affecting the power of the 9 tribulation sword formation. Even Xianxia and the tribulation spirit Chu Lu'er were not allowed to take action as long as they did not belong to Chu Yang's generation of 9 tribulations. 9 tribulation sword formation. Chu Yang shouted in a low voice. Set up the formation. Chu Yang was in front. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang followed closely behind. Mo Tianji, Xia Danqiong, Rui Budong, Ao Xieyun, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Mo Qinggu took a step forward at the same time. Ultimate 9 tribulation sword. Chu Yang murmured in a low voice. The murderous aura in his eyes surged like never before. He even pushed his aura to the peak. With a flip of his palm, the 9 tribulation sword jumped and flickered with a cold light. It quietly appeared in his hand. The moment the 9 tribulation sword appeared in Chu Yang's hand, Chu Yang's body slowly floated up. The 9 people behind him also floated up together with him. 10 people. It was as if they were a single entity. At this moment, Yun Dongqin, Fang Junlai, and the other 9 tribulation sword masters. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out at the same time. Their bodies shook as they clearly felt a change in their bodies. The sword aura of the 9 tribulation sword suddenly skyrocketed as if it had gone mad. In an extremely short period of time, it skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. The sword aura traversed 3,000 miles and cut open the heavens and the earth. Witnessing this shocking scene with their own eyes, both the enemy and their allies were shocked beyond words. For a moment, they completely did not understand what was going on. How could there be such a shocking divine sword aura in the universe, shocking the universe and looking down on the 9 heavens? It was just that most of the people who witnessed this scene were only shocked. However, there were some who felt something else. When the past 9 tribulation sword masters saw Chu Yang's actions, besides being shocked, their bodies suddenly shook. An unprecedented strange aura slowly emerged from their bodies and rose into the air. Gradually, it gathered in midair. In midair, a sharp and clear sound of a sword rang out for no apparent reason, clang. This sword chime of unknown origin seemed to have come from the 9 heavens. In the world, in everyone's hearts, it suddenly sounded. In everyone's hearts, they could suddenly clearly feel a sword appearing without any warning. The next moment, everyone who was staring at Chu Yang and the others sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. They were dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Because, right in front of everyone's eyes, the bodies of Chu Yang and the other 9 disappeared just like that. What replaced them was a sword, an unusually huge sword, a huge sword that was at least 5,000 feet long. That huge sword was filled with a cold murderous aura. It floated in midair and the tip of the sword flickered with a cold light. It faced the extraterrestrial demons who were charging at it crazily, ready to attack. Between the heaven and earth, a sudden clap of thunder sounded. Sword. Along with this sudden clap of thunder, a huge word suddenly appeared in the distant sky, radiating light in all directions. At this moment, even the heaven and earth lost their color. Chu Yang's voice also sounded at this moment. 1 ray of cold light, 10,000 feet of light. That huge sword formed by the 10 people suddenly spun rapidly. 10,000 points of light scattered in all directions along with a ray of cold light. A series of densely packed screams immediately came from the crowd of extraterrestrial demons. Innumerable extraterrestrial demons had a bloody hole in their foreheads for no reason. Along with their screams, they fell on their backs. They were dead. His soul had been completely destroyed. In the sky, another 2 claps of thunder suddenly sounded. As the 2 claps of thunder flashed, 2 bolts of lightning fell from the sky and exploded in the extraterrestrial demon array. Wherever the thunder and lightning passed, tens of thousands of heavenly demons were blown into smithereens. At the same time, another big word appeared in the sky. Explode. This explode word was placed side by side with the previous sword word, shining with a unique brilliance. An unprecedented violent aura was emitted. Before everyone could recover from their shock, another 3 thunderbolts appeared in the sky. This time, the 3 thunderbolts that appeared were accompanied by 3 huge meteorites. One of them fell into the heavenly demon army where the tip of the sword was pointing. In an instant, it was another scene of hell on earth. The third word had also appeared in the sky, side by side with the previous 2 words. Song. Everyone was so shocked that they were at a loss for words. Sword explodes song. Shui Leihan's mind suddenly flashed and he blurted out, "Isn't this the 9 tribulation sword masters?" Thinking of this, he suddenly gasped and didn't continue speaking. For a moment, he only felt that his mind was shaken and filled with traces of fate. The demon empress asked in confusion, "What? What did you say?" Shui Leihan shook his head and looked at the sky cautiously. Looking into the distance, he said, "Nothing. Look. You'll know if you continue watching." In just 2 short sentences, 4 thunderbolts had already lit up the entire land. In the heavenly demon array, an even more powerful 4th explosion had already begun. Boom 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 boom. It was as if doomsday had arrived. However, doomsday was actually far from truly arriving. Or perhaps, only the changes later could be called doomsday. In midair, another word flashed across the sky, emitting a dazzling light. Heaven. Until now, Shui Leihan was completely sure of what would happen next. Between the heavens and earth, these words would continue to appear until the 9th one appeared, because there were 9 names of the 9 tribulation sword master. The first one was Sword. The second one was Storm. The third one was Meng Song. The 4th one was Duan Tian. The 5th one was Yundong. The 6th one was Qin Feng. The 9th one was Chu Yang. As Shui Leihan expected, there were indeed 5 explosions. There were indeed 5 thunderbolts. Then, another big word appeared in the sky. Dong. Yundong, the huge 9 tribulation sword was still in midair, spinning slowly. The murderous aura continued to sweep out. The heavenly devil army finally stopped advancing, but no matter how far they were still killed by the powerful sword Qi one after another. The incessant bolts of lightning that fell from the sky were also within the heavenly demon army. It caused an unusually large amount of damage. For now, only 5 words had appeared, but the heavenly demon army had already lost over 2 million soldiers in the Sky Devil army camp. A total of 8 heavenly demon kings looked at the sword in the sky with fear. Their bodies and minds were filled with powerlessness. In the face of such might of heaven and earth, how could he resist it? There was simply no way to resist. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about. They could only passively endure it and watch as their subordinates were massacred in batches, because they didn't even have the slightest desire to fight. Even if they wanted to fight, they couldn't find the target. The 8 heavenly devil kings truly didn't have the guts to contend against the might of heaven and earth. They only had one thought in their hearts: let this nightmare end quickly, don't continue. However, the lightning in the sky clearly didn't hear the heavenly demon king's expectations. It flickered crazily again and descended. The 8 heavenly demon kings closed their eyes at the same time. Without a doubt, it would definitely be another huge loss, one that was even greater than the previous loss. When would the nightmare end? When would it truly end? They had never even heard of such a strange thing. Even in their dreams, they couldn't imagine that the infinite horror had actually appeared in front of them. Furthermore, it was directed at their own side. Countless people were instantly annihilated and no longer existed in this world. This kind of feeling of defeat was really hard to comprehend. Indeed, after 6 flashes of lightning and 6 explosions, a new word appeared in the sky. Fong. 7 flashes of lightning appeared again without any break. The heavenly demon army had already begun to show signs of collapse, and there was a commotion. In the face of such a strange death, no matter how strong they were, they would be fools to say that they weren't afraid. No matter how strict the discipline of the army was, when faced with such might of heaven and earth, they would definitely not be able to hold on. Because this was absolutely not something that could be resisted or understood by human strength. Countless heavenly demons scattered and fled in all directions, trying to avoid the lightning calamity in the sky. However, the 7 explosions still detonated at the densest places. Where there were fewer people, the lightning wouldn't fall at all. In the face of such a situation, the 8 heavenly demon kings all wanted to open their mouths and curse. Did the lightning have eyes or something? The 7th wave of lightning calamity ended, and the 7th word appeared as before. Venerable. It should be over soon, right? The heavenly demon kings were eagerly looking forward to it. They couldn't continue. If they continued, they would really be finished. However, reality still went against their wishes. An even more frightening aura began to condense in the sky. F*CK, there's more? The heavenly demon army really collapsed, and even more soldiers began to flee. In some military camps, all the members of the entire army fled in groups. Every heavenly demon hated their parents for giving them 2 less legs. They were really scared to death. Boom 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 boom, 8 flashes of lightning exploded, as if they were going to blow up the entire purple cloud heaven, and landed in the midst of the heavenly demon army. One of the flashes of lightning, as if it had eyes, went straight to where the 8 heavenly demon kings were and landed with a loud bang. This sudden attack came too suddenly. The 8 heavenly demon kings didn't even have time to dodge. Although they saw it with their eyes, their bodies didn't have time to do anything. The 8 heavenly demon kings let out a strange cry at the same time and circulated all their cultivation, to defend together. At this moment, they could only defend. They did their best to defend, hoping to resist the might of heaven and earth and the lightning calamity. Boom, after the lightning explosion. The 8 heavenly demon kings fell to the ground in unison, their bodies charred black. 2 of the weaker ones had already lost their lives. Their entire bodies had been turned into 2 pieces of charcoal, and black smoke was still coming out. The air was filled with the smell of cooked meat. These heavenly demon kings were experts equivalent to the 9 thearchs and 1 empress. The 8 of them had joined forces to defend, but they were killed by lightning just like that. As for the 6 people who were lucky enough to survive, they had exhausted all their vitality and couldn't even get up. They couldn't even make a single sound. All their cultivation was under the vast heavenly might of that lightning. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, the hearts of every heavenly demon king were filled with extreme fear. If they could move now, they would definitely run away. Run as far as they could. Run as fast as they could. Run as fast as they could. This was too terrifying. This time, His Majesty sent the 8 of us out together, leading an army of 40 million. Could it be that we are all going to die here? This is too unlucky, right? Why did the sky start to rain down such lightning for no reason? And it only struck us, not them. This was too demonic. The 8th word also appeared after the lightning tribulation ended. Lie. After the 8th word appeared, the sky was silent for a short period of time, but the hidden pressure didn't weaken. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. The vast power of heaven and earth had condensed to an unprecedented terrifying level. even with the cultivation of the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress. Under the pressure of such a power of heaven and earth, she didn't dare to rashly take a deep breath. The previous 8 waves of explosions already had the power to destroy the heavenly demon kings, but this time, the energy required was obviously even greater. Then, what level would the power reach after the explosion? In the sky, that terrifying aura was still condensing and accumulating. And Chu Yang's voice also sounded at this moment. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Together with the tens of millions of heavenly demon corpses underground, the murderous aura in Chu Yang's words had really reached the level of breaking through the heavens. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued to ring out, and lightning continued to fall. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyebrows twitched violently. The originally densely packed heavenly demon army, which had no end to it, actually turned into scattered little fish after 9 lightning bolts and 9 explosions, scattering wildly on the ground. They fought to escape. All the other troops, all the heavenly demons, whether they were earth demons, flame demons, flying demons, or, all died in this strange explosion. As for the 8 heavenly demon kings, no, the 6 that luckily survived, they were obviously not lucky anymore. Not a single one was left, and all of them turned into ashes. A total of 40 million heavenly demon army actually turned into powder so inexplicably, not even a complete corpse could be seen. The catastrophe that Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the rest had no confidence in dealing with was solved so inexplicably. All of this was just like a dream, different from the nightmare that the heavenly demon kings thought it was. To the imperial court, this was simply too wonderful a dream, so good that it was unbelievable, and in mid-air, the 9th word finally appeared. Yang. The 9 words were arranged neatly in mid-air, like 9 suns, existing since ancient times. Sword. Explode. Song. Heaven. Dong. Fong. Zun. Lai. Yang. It was these 9 words, the 9 tribulations sword, the names of the 9 sword masters, produced such an incredible explosion under a mysterious and inconceivable power, and the power of this explosion was so earth-shattering. Even when the explosion was over, everyone, including Chu Yang, still didn't know what was going on. Above the giant sword in the sky, a puff of black smoke suddenly appeared. Chu Yang clearly heard a voice full of relief saying, "Finally, it's complete. Damn it, I'm really going to die from exhaustion." Then, the giant sword suddenly disappeared. And the bodies of Chu Yang and the rest reappeared in midair. I remember when I opened the book, I once said that I had already written tens of thousands of words for the ending of the 9 Heavens world-defying stage. Of course, at that time, it was just to set a goal for myself. At least I won't write it wrong. But now, I've finally reached here, so I'm constantly revising it. Of course, what I wrote back then does not match up with the countless plots now. Fellow students. Great news! The theme song of the world defying the 9 heavens is out. Everyone is welcome to listen to it. I just heard it. It's really too cool. He. The title of the song is called The World Defying the 9 Heavens. The production was funded by Xianxia Play Games Company and built by Xiaoxi Music Studio. The address is, as. Lyrics of the World Defying the 9 Heavens theme song lyrics. Wind conquers the world, cough, I'm in name. I only contributed a little, cough cough. Composer, Xiaoxi Music Mail. Wind and rain stand falling flowers everywhere, don't ask the way home, laughing with head up. Wind and thunder rise, shaking Jianghu female. Past life into dust, longing to accompany you, gently dance lonely for a lifetime. Purple bamboo forest acacia bitter male. Breaking the firmament with one hand, future generations don't forget. Purple night, heroes conquering the world to fight heavenly demons. Heavy sentiments female, red sleeves. Dance long sky, 1,000 years wish to express our love, look at each other and you can see forever male. Breaking through the 9 heavens, imperial court with a sword, who cares what calamity female. Accompanying you for all ages, no resentment, no hatred, no regrets male. Arrogant, unruly, fearless, saber light and sword shadow swirl female. The beauty that looks back when picking flowers, fate is like the wind, hard to chase together. The world defying the 9 heavens, follow me bravely onward, the past is Smoke fighting the purple night, sleepless the world defying the nine heavens, nine tribulations, sword in the palm through endless cultivation, no matter yesterday, tomorrow, the world defying the nine heavens, the flames of war burn boundlessly, blood stains the wilderness, the cold moon is like a soul offering sacrifice, the world defying the nine heavens, accompanied by beauty in the mortal world through endless cultivation, no matter if there is tomorrow. This inexplicable lightning and thunder tribulation was filled with a magnificent, dreamy, and even strange atmosphere. The result was so glorious that no one dared to believe it. The 40 million heavenly demon army, which was a great threat and almost impossible to resist, actually died in this lightning tribulation in a very magnificent manner, vanishing into thin air. Moreover, this included the heavenly demon kings who had reached the level of 9 thearchs and 1 empress. 8 heavenly demon kings perished together. These heavenly demon kings were so miserable that they didn't even have the chance to display their strength before their divine souls perished together. They didn't even have the time to watch the last wave of heavenly thunder before they were turned into ashes under the 9th wave of heavenly thunder tribulation, consigned to eternal damnation. The heavenly demon army of such quantity and quality was all inexplicably destroyed just like that. It really didn't make sense. It was simply like a joke, and a joke so absurd that no one would believe it. However, all of this had happened in such an atmosphere, and it had become a reality, under the inexplicably shocked gazes of everyone in front of them. Xianxia and the others reappeared and slowly landed on the ground. It was just that there was an additional layer of faint light on each of them. If not for the constant flickering of the light, it was almost impossible to see. Among them, the light on Xianxia's body was the most obvious. It was as if it had condensed into a substance, and the 7-colored light was shining brightly. Xianxia and the others clearly felt that for some reason, their cultivation was actually soaring in some unimaginable way, and the strange thing was, this time, there was no problem of meridians being overloaded. It seemed that no matter how much spiritual energy there was, their bodies, they could withstand and absorb it. The 10 of them closed their eyes together and silently sensed the vast increase in their cultivation that had suddenly occurred in their bodies. Xianxia's own cultivation was far above the other brothers, and with the 9 nascent souls, he benefited the most. The layer of light that lingered on the surface of his body was also the most obvious. The obvious strength of the light was probably the difference in the strength of each person's cultivation. In the sky, the 9 big words that appeared one by one were still flashing and lingering in midair for a long time. It should have been afternoon at this moment, and the sun should have been shining brightly. But at this moment. But strangely, it turned into night. What was even stranger was that the sky turned dark, but the sun was still there. It shone with boundless splendor. The moon also appeared, illuminating the universe. There were also stars in the sky, densely packed together, flickering with all their might. The night sky was black. In the dark night sky, the sun, moon, and stars all appeared in the sky at the same time. At this moment, the sun, the moon, and the stars shone. They actually appeared at the same time, as if to prove this unprecedented phenomenon. Streaks of mysterious power poured down from the sea of stars that suddenly appeared in the sky, landing on the 9 words. It was unknown when it came, but the 9 words "Sword explodes the heavens, east reigns the blazing sun" began to slowly spin. As a result, streams of extremely pure spiritual energy rushed madly into the bodies of Xianxia and the others like a tsunami. No, the target of this pure spiritual energy was not only Xianxia and the others, but also the previous generations of the 9 tribulations. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the bodies of the past 9 tribulations sword masters and the past 9 tribulations brothers also overflowed with a faint glow. Their cultivations also advanced by leaps and bounds, as if they were assisted by the gods. I understand now. I really understand completely this time. Shui Leihan stared dumbfoundedly at the occurrence and development of all this. Finally, he sighed and muttered to himself. No wonder he had always found it strange how such supernatural things could happen. Sword explodes the heavens, east reigns the blazing sun. The names of the past 9 tribulation sword masters were like this. The first word was sword. A sword, if not used by humans, was ultimately an emotionless object. Therefore, the first 9 tribulation sword master was emotionless by nature. In the end, it was just a sword, an emotionless sword. In the end, it could only perish and disappear. And the next 7 generations of 9 tribulation sword masters were the true leaders. They were also the executors of this true mission, but everything should be in accordance with a number of 9 and 1, but what was the purpose of this number? This was still unknown for the time being. The past 9 tribulation sword masters had used that kind of heroic method to send their brothers here to become indestructible heavenly guards, protecting the 9 heavens imperial court all this time. It had been like this for 90,000 years. And when the first batch of people arrived, it was the time when the extraterrestrial demons began their probing invasion. After that, as the number of extraterrestrial demons increased, their attacks became more frequent, and the number of golden-robed heavenly guards also increased. All along, they were able to withstand it. Until the appearance of the 9th generation 9 tribulation sword master ended everything. Xianxia, the 9 tribulation sword master, could be said to be the strongest in history. This was also undeniable. Therefore, it was up to Xianxia to wrap things up and trigger a phenomenon of heaven and earth. At the moment when the ultimate 9 tribulation sword appeared, thunder roared in the clear sky and lightning flashed in the daytime. The 3 lights of the sun, moon, and stars merged into one, creating a phenomenon of heaven and earth. This was the greatest phenomenon of all time. This extremely mystical phenomenon actually lasted for a very long time. Only then did it slowly dissipate. The phenomenon of heaven and earth gradually ended, and the 9 huge words in the sky finally changed again. First, the first word suddenly exploded and turned into countless fragments, but all of them came down to the last word, yang. The other 8 words spun and spun even more intensely. In an instant, the first 7 words respectively chose their corresponding people and whizzed down, entering the bodies of the previous 7 generations of 9 tribulation sword masters. At this moment, only the last word, yang, was left in the sky, existing eternally in the sky. The wind and clouds were silent, the stars in the sky gradually disappeared, and the moonlight also finally disappeared. Heaven and earth once again returned to the normal scene of a clear sky and daytime. A red sun still hung high in the sky, shining in all directions, and dawn arrived again. The only remaining word, yang, and the blazing sun in the sky, reflected each other. After a moment, the sun focused its endless brilliance without warning, shining on this word. The next moment, the word, which bore the majestic sunlight, also emitted 3 rays of light. One of them entered Xianxia's body like lightning, while the other 2 soared into the sky and flew away, their specific destination unknown. However, Shui Leihan and the others vaguely guessed that these 2 rays of light should have gone to find Wu Qianqian and Tai Badian. The reason why Mo Qinggu didn't receive such treatment was because she was originally one of the 9 tribulations of this generation. She had already been nourished by the previous 3 rays of light, so she didn't need another one. After the 3 rays of light scattered, the word seemed to have completed its mission, causing everyone present to heave a sigh of relief. Then, it suddenly rushed down. It rushed directly into Xianxia's body. Xianxia only felt his own body shake violently. It was as if he had woken up from a big dream. Opening his eyes, he looked around him and realized that his brothers all looked confused, but there was some kind of inexplicable excitement hidden in their faces. Xianxia had just activated the 9 tribulation sword formation with the intention of stopping the invasion of the demon army. The moment the formation was formed, he also lost consciousness. He didn't know what happened after that at all. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard a voice. "Silly boy, do you still not understand?" Haha. This voice was obviously right beside him. Xianxia couldn't help but frown, and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw that in front of him, there seemed to be a faint sword shadow that seemed to have quietly emerged from nothingness. However, the expressions of Mo Tianji and the others didn't change. Obviously, even though it was just a faint sword shadow, only Xianxia could see it. "Who are you?" Xianxia asked. "Me? I am the predecessor of the 9 tribulations sword." The faint illusory sword shadow said lightly. Then, a drop of blood suddenly appeared on the sword's body. That drop of blood instantly entered between Xianxia's eyebrows and disappeared. The sword said casually, "My name is Blood of Yellow Flame. I haven't used this name for many, many years." The sword shadow flashed, and a black shadow whose face couldn't be seen appeared. It said, "Today, you know my origin. Then, I'll give you a drop of blood of yellow flame." Although the drop of blood entered his body, Yang didn't feel anything wrong with his body. Almost subconsciously, he muttered, "Blood of yellow flame? Yes, you will know the use of this drop of blood in the future. Wait until you reach a higher level." This sword shadow called Blood of Yellow Flame said, "Now, your 9 tribulation sword has reached great success. My mission is also completed. It's time to leave. My mission, my calamity, my everything has become a thing of the past. Right now, it no longer belongs to me." "You're leaving? But I still don't understand. Since you're leaving, why don't you explain everything clearly before leaving?" Yang said, "As far as I know, my 9 tribulation sword has only obtained the first 8 fragments. The so-called 9th fragment, I haven't really obtained it." No. Actually, you've already obtained it." The black shadow smiled. "The so-called 9th fragment is actually the sword spirit. All sword spirits that come from outside are not true sword spirits. At least, they aren't your sword spirit. Only what you give your sword is the true sword spirit of this sword. Or rather, it's the sword spirit of your own sword. And the name of the sword spirit you give your sword is to protect." The black shadow said lightly, "Protect your family, protect your friends, protect the heavens and earth, protect all living things, protect everything. This is the sword spirit of the gods." "Oh?" Yang looked at the 9 tribulation sword in his hand in puzzlement. The light of the 9 tribulation sword flashed as before. But Yang could clearly feel that the 9 tribulation sword now was truly and completely his. There was no trace of anyone left on it. Even the aura of the Almighty Person who created the 9 tribulation sword was gone. "This sword is mine. It's like a part of my body. I can completely make the decision. Only when the sword master personally gives the sword spirit can it be the true sword spirit. Now, do you understand? Therefore, this sword of yours is a true divine sword. After you control it for a period of time, it will gradually grow along with you. And when it grows to my level one day, you will have to eliminate the tribulation for it and make it a true, supreme sword." The black shadow sighed with emotion as he said, "Therefore, this sword of yours is a true divine sword. After you control it for a period of time, it will gradually grow along with you. And when it grows to my level one day, you will have to eliminate the tribulation for it and make it a true, supreme sword." "Eliminate the tribulation? Supreme sword?" Yang didn't understand. "Simply put, the origin of the 9 tribulation sword is nothing more than a process of my tribulations. If you want to talk about it in more detail." "I don't want to talk about it. Wait until you reach a certain level. Then, you'll naturally understand." The shadow smiled. "But I think I still don't understand what's going on." "So, it's because of you that the 9 tribulation sword appeared in this world. That's why this kind of reincarnation appeared. That's why the 9 tribulations of each generation appeared. That's the simple explanation, right? And all this is because you encountered a tribulation that belongs to the sword, so your master wants to eliminate the tribulation for you?" Yang said. As he spoke, an indistinct emotion that was difficult to conceal arose spontaneously. There was also some anger that arose spontaneously. "That's how it is. Because I discovered that in the 90,000 years of the 9 tribulation sword reincarnation, the so-called tribulations are actually true feelings. It was the true love between brothers. This isn't something that can be manipulated by anyone. This emotion shouldn't be manipulated by anyone. All of this makes me angry." He faced the black shadow and said in a deep voice, "Every generation of the 9 tribulation sword master was a righteous man. They were all good men who valued friendship and righteousness. His brothers were also people who treated each other with sincerity. They had no selfish motives. But, for this so-called tribulation, the so-called mission of the 9 tribulation sword, they went through such an unforgettable internal strife. Although in the end they achieved perfection, but is perfection really perfection? Are the wounds and painful memories from all these years really hard to make up for? I don't think so. This kind of manipulation is done by a kind of master." Yang said sharply, "I think these good men. They shouldn't have gone through such an experience." The black shadow was silent for a while. Then, he said somewhat mockingly, "How can you see the rainbow if you don't experience the storm? It's because of this world that there are such tortures. That's why you can call them good men at this moment. If he hadn't experienced anything before, how could he be considered a good man? As the saying goes, the times create heroes. That's the truth. Preposterous logic. What you said is only preposterous logic. A good man doesn't mean that he should be kept in the dark and be wantonly played by others. Xianxia was somewhat angry. Kid, listen to me. You're walking into the wrong place. Don't let your anger blind you. This is my fate, but there are countless ways to get rid of my tribulation. Why do I have to create a group of experts like you? If my master were to help me get rid of this calamity, he would only need to turn his palm over. However, the reason why the 9 Tribulation Swords reincarnation mission appeared is because of your own fate. During this process, I was never involved in anything. You're the one who's doing everything. Your success is your success. It has nothing to do with me. As for me, living in silence for so many years is a kind of grievance. It's just to help you walk on the path of great Tao. The Black Shadow was somewhat aggrieved. It's simply too unfair for me to sleep like this without saying a word. And everything is for you. Xianxia said lightly, is your master lonely? Does he want to train a few people to play with him? Lonely? Haha. The Black Shadow said lightly and mockingly, first, this process can be said to be a selection. And these people are not selected to relieve loneliness, but, for this world. This world needs someone to preside over it, someone to manage it, someone to punish evil and promote good, especially to get rid of calamities. You may think that my master, who created the 9 Tribulation Sword, only needs to blow a breath to destroy these present extraterrestrial demons. Why would he go through so much trouble? But these enemies, these calamities, to you, must be faced personally. External forces to wipe them out by force will only add more calamities and tribulations. In the end, it will only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Because in this world, all opponents are the other party's whetstones. If you defeat him, he's the whetstone. If he defeats you, you'll become the whetstone. You need such whetstones to make you stronger. And this is also the law, power of the universe since ancient times. If there's no whetstone, then the whole world will be filled with mediocre people. Do you know how many people there are in this world? The Black Shadow looked at Xianxia and said lightly, do you know how many other places like the 9 Heavens continent and the 9 Heavens imperial court are in this universe? Between heaven and earth, there needs to be order. And now, time and space are already in chaos. All kinds of transmigrations, intrusions, and rebirths are common. So, there's even more need to reorganize and set things right. And as far as I know, you experts are the makers, executors, and managers of order. Under this premise, any grievance, any sacrifice is worth it. The Black Shadow said, I've only heard vaguely that in the coming years, a long time later, there will be a great calamity that belongs to all living beings in this world. Even my master and the others are actively preparing to deal with the arrival of this calamity. This is the common calamity of all living beings in the universe. The Black Shadow said heavily, do you understand? It's the whole universe. This is the fate of heaven and earth, and also the fate of the universe. And my master wants to reverse this fate. But it's not enough with just him and a limited number of people. That's why there's your fate. You need to grow to a certain level before you can participate. I don't understand, I still don't understand. Xianxia was even more confused. Or rather, I'm even more confused. I don't understand at all. What are you talking about? Just like you or your master, wantonly manipulating living beings. It actually makes sense. Besides, is the fate of heaven and earth something that can be reversed by human strength? The Black Shadow said lightly, how do you know if you don't try? He breathed a sigh of relief tiredly. If you don't understand, then don't understand. Heaven and earth have their limits, and human strength has their limits. When the time comes, you'll understand everything. The Black Shadow smiled faintly. I really have to go. I haven't seen my boss for many, many years. I should go and see him. The Black Shadow began to fade, as if it was going to return to nothingness. Xianxia's 9 Tribulation Sword let out a reluctant sword cry. There was no trace of a mark, but it didn't mean that there was no connection at all. The Nine Tribulation Sword obviously had too many feelings for the only one of its kind in this world. The Black Shadow turned his head and looked at the Nine Tribulation Sword. It actually had a sense of familiarity. He said, "I believe that we'll meet again after some time. At that time, we may have new companions. So you won't be lonely. You don't have to look forward to your master rising to a higher level." Seeing that the Black Shadow was really about to leave, Chu Yang hurriedly stopped him and said, "Then, where's my sword spirit?" The Black Shadow said lightly, "Sword spirit? That little phoenix? He has now found the path that he belongs to. There will be a day when you and he will meet again. You don't have to worry about him." Chu Yang's eyes were filled with longing. He said, "Right now, I just want to know if the sword spirit is doing well." The Black Shadow looked up at the sky and said, "At that time, you'll definitely know." Then, a black shadow instantly flashed across the sky. In midair, it suddenly appeared. Suddenly, it let out a loud sword cry that sounded like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Faintly, a transcendent shadow flashed across the sky from east to west. It seemed as if the entire blue sky was split into two halves by that light shadow. At this point, the Black Shadow had completely disappeared. "Boss, what happened to you?" Mo Tianji and the others gathered around and asked with concern. Nothing. I was just distracted." Chu Yang was a little absent-minded. He answered casually. In his heart, he was still thinking about what the Black Shadow had said. All of this isn't the end. It's just the beginning. The calamity of all the creatures in the universe. What kind of calamity was that? What kind of calamity was that? Chu Yang thought for a long time but ultimately felt that there was only a fog in front of him. It turned out that the more he knew, the more he realized that he was actually so ignorant, everyone was still in a daze. It might not be good for him to be the only one awake. When he woke up, he realized that there were cheers all around him. Mo Tianji and the others were cheering because Gu Duxing and the rest of the Nine Tribulations had all realized that their cultivation had suddenly increased by more than 10 times. An unprecedented feeling of mystery and confidence rose in everyone's hearts. It was as if as long as he wanted to, he could easily leave this world and go to an even vaster starry sky with just a thought. The final barrier of the 9 heavens imperial court cultivators, the realm above the saint level, had all been broken through by these people. And the past 9 Tribulation Sword Masters also felt that they had stepped into a whole new realm. All of them were pleasantly surprised. And what the past 9 Tribulations brothers were cheering about was that their own bodies had undergone an earth-shattering change. Originally, they had only come here as spirits. Due to some kind of opportunity, they had become immortal golden bodies. Although their cultivation was extremely high and powerful, because they didn't have their physical bodies, the space for improvement was almost non-existent. However, just now, after that sword piercing the heavens and honoring the blazing sun of the east, everyone unexpectedly and clearly discovered that what they had lost all these years had actually been made up for, and it had been made up for even more. In front of them, a path to the heavens was gradually opening up, and it was incomparably clear. As long as they didn't give up and worked hard to continue walking, there would come a day when they would also walk into that universe. They would become indisputable experts. Perhaps one day, in another book, I will open up this destiny of heaven and earth mentioned in this chapter. But it definitely won't be the next book. The East Emperor Demon Empress, the veteran members of the 9 Emperors and 1 Empress, as well as the people of the Purple Clouds, were also cheering. A total of 40 million heavenly demon army, an enemy that they couldn't contend against, was completely annihilated, and their side actually suffered 0 casualties. How could they not be happy? This was simply a miracle. Everyone was jubilant and discussing. Everyone was full of smiles and joy. Only Chu Yang was feeling the changes of the 9 Tribulation Sword. The 9 Tribulation Sword was now completely unified, and no traces could be seen anymore. But Chu Yang could feel that the 9 Tribulation Sword could only truly be completely controlled by him now. He could do as he pleased. He could change the size of the 9 Tribulation Sword into anything in the world with just a thought. In fact, he could even change it into whatever Chu Yang wanted it to be. Any weapon, he wouldn't be restricted by the restrictions of weapons, or even anything else. Everything was so natural and mysterious. With a thought, Qi Yang kept the 9 tribulations soared from big to small into the 9 tribulations space. And when he came into contact with the 9 tribulations space again, he was surprised to find that his 9 tribulations space seemed to have undergone an earth-shaking change. The space was bigger, the spiritual energy was more abundant, and the purity was higher. In addition, the embryonic form of a small world was formed inside. Mountains and rivers, the sky and the earth. Everything was there. Although it was still a very small world and was far from being comparable to the Great Thousand World, but after all, this was also a world of its own. Qi Yang was surprised by this change and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Holding back the shock in his heart, he looked internally at himself. His cultivation should have improved by quite a bit, right? With one look, he almost screamed. This was also because Qi Yang's cultivation was more stable after this change. Otherwise, he would have made such a big fuss during the process of looking internally. It would be strange if he didn't go crazy. Actually, it was no wonder that Qi Yang was so surprised. His improvement this time was really a little too big. He saw that his 9 dantians were densely filled with nebulas. As it rotated slowly, the sun, moon, and stars were all present, and there was only a corner of the skies. But it seemed that there was no end to it. At the most central position, a clearly visible Milky Way was already taking shape. Within the Milky Way, there were already stars that were constantly blinking. The countless starlight belts in the distance were also flickering with a faint light. These were clearly 9 miniature worlds. These 9 worlds had already begun to produce spiritual energy on their own, and were gradually filling up. Other than being able to be absorbed from the outside world, it could also be produced from the inside, one could imagine. It wouldn't be long before the 9 small worlds were fully formed. Qi Yang tried to activate the 9 heavens divine technique. Suddenly, he felt that the spiritual qi of the 9 worlds had formed a storm in an instant. Then, it merged into one and rushed into the meridians of his body. He only needed a single thought to launch an attack, and the power that this attack could produce was absolutely enormous. It was something that Qi Yang didn't even dare to imagine before. Just a moment ago, he actually made such astonishing progress, as if he was stepping into the clouds and reaching the heavens in a single bound. Qi Yang couldn't believe it. Even if it was a dream, this dream was too exaggerated. In the distance, black clouds once again filled the sky. The extraterrestrial demon's attack this time was actually much more powerful than before. It was truly overwhelming. Qi Yang remained calm and collected. He narrowed his eyes and looked over. Everything that was happening tens of thousands of miles away, no matter how big or small, entered his eyes. On the other side, a large flag stood tall. It was black with a red sun shining on it. The words on it were none other than the extraterrestrial demon imperial flag. In the distance, there were countless otherworldly demons coming from 8 different directions. They were advancing rapidly towards this place. And this was only a rough estimate. The most conservative estimate was that there were at least 1 billion of them. Evidently, the extraterrestrial demons had truly turned out in full force after learning about the disappearance of the ancient white fog at the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. They wanted to conquer and occupy the 9 Heavens Imperial Court in one fell swoop. The Heavenly Devil Army, which was coming from 8 different directions, soared into the sky and formed an extremely strange thing in the air. This thing wasn't the same as any known living thing in the Imperial Court. Therefore, no one knew what it was exactly. The only thing that could be clearly confirmed was that it was the image of a monster with 8 heads. Accompanying that monster image was a ferocious aura that could devour heaven and earth, breaking through the air and arriving. 8 heads, long body. There was disgust in Qi Yang's eyes. What kind of monster is this? Its strength seems to be quite strong. Yes, why does every head of this monster look like a hen's head? Qi Yang rolled his eyes and said, whatever, I don't know its name anyway. Besides, I'll just kill it next. Who cares what you are? I'll just call you a chicken serpent. Trash with the head of a chicken and the body of a snake. This name is very appropriate. As he spoke, Qi Yang's eyes widened. An unprecedentedly strong murderous intent surged and exploded. In the extraterrestrial demon army, there was a man in a yellow robe with the image of a scorching sun embroidered on his chest. He sat on a luxurious chariot with his eyes closed. This was the supreme emperor of the extraterrestrial demon clan, the almighty sovereign, the heavenly demon emperor, the security ruler, and his weapon was a heaven-measuring ruler. The celestial imperial court had a supreme sovereign, Master Cloud. The extraterrestrial demons also had a supreme sovereign, the security ruler. This security ruler was a rare peerless genius in the extraterrestrial demon clan for millions of years. Full of ambition, his cultivation had progressed by leaps and bounds since he was young. His original name was originally Security Xiaoquan. However, ever since he used the heaven-measuring ruler, he felt that his original name was really petty. In addition, he felt that he was going to use this heaven-measuring ruler to order the whole world around him around. Therefore, he changed his name to Security Ruler Envoy. He thought that he was very awe-inspiring and high-class. At this moment, he knew that the white fog in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had been broken. Now that the natural hazards had been eliminated, he was even more complacent and awe-inspiring. He felt from the bottom of his heart that this was simply heaven's will, heaven's will. This was heaven's greatest wish for the extraterrestrial demon clan to be fulfilled in his own hands. The place where the extraterrestrial demon clan originally lived had once again experienced a serious spatial collapse. The space that could be used for survival had shrunk even further. Therefore, the security ruler made up his mind and simply migrated the entire clan, turning out in full force. All of them came to the purple cloud heavens. They wanted to flatten the Nine Heavens Imperial Court with their superior military strength. This time, it was indeed all the forces of the extraterrestrial demon clan that had come, at the rear. They didn't even leave behind a single soldier or guard, they were determined to win this battle. In front of him, there was another small altar. On it, there was a strange-looking fellow. It was entrenched on top of it. Its lower body was like a snake, but there were 8 heads at the top, breathing in and out fog. This was the divine beast that the extraterrestrial demon clan had worshipped for millions of years. It was also the guardian of the extraterrestrial demon clan. One couldn't help but admit that a certain minister really had a gift for words. Because this thing's name was 8 Strange Great Snake, although it was strange and different. Their names were really similar. At this moment, it was advancing forward complacently. In his heart, the security ruler was really full of confidence. In the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, he was the only person he cared about and feared. Cloudmaster was the only one. And now, Cloudmaster was actually dead. He died from internal strife. This is really. Heaven is helping me. Master Yun's cultivation is about the same as mine. Moreover, he has an extremely miraculous life-saving martial art. If we were to fight against him, the best outcome would be that both of us would be heavily injured and die together. Of course, I would have to die. However, Master Yun has a life-saving martial art. There's a very high chance that he'll be able to escape from death. Therefore, I never dared to come to the Nine Heavens Imperial Court easily. But it was different this time. Cloudmaster was dead. Cloudmaster was actually dead? Wahahaha, I heard that it was because of that miraculous technique that Cloudmaster cultivated that consumed a lot of lives. It wasn't tolerated by those gentlemen in the Imperial Court and brought about a fatal disaster. Those idiots in the Imperial Court actually destroyed their own Great Wall. Didn't they know that all living beings were ants that should serve those in power? If not for Cloudmaster guarding the Imperial Court for millions of years, I would have long been able to rule the Imperial Court and rule the world. Now that Cloudmaster is dead, I no longer have any opponents. Even if the East Emperor Demon Empress appears, it won't be difficult to get rid of her. There will be no more obstructions in entering the Imperial Court. Looks like even heaven is looking after us extraterrestrial demons. When he thought of this, Ambassador Enbei wanted to laugh out loud to vent the joy in his heart. Because there was nothing more satisfying than this. As for the accident just now, when the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth broke out unexpectedly, 40 million demon soldiers were killed, and the 8 heavenly demon kings were also killed. Although Commander Enbei was shocked, he didn't take it too seriously. How could there be no sacrifices in war? How could one not pay a considerable price to occupy this beautiful world of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court? As for the explosion of the lightning tribulation, that was just an accident. Natural disaster, losing 40 million in a natural disaster, didn't matter. On the contrary, if the lightning tribulation didn't erupt, it would be a threat. Even if it did, at least it wouldn't happen again in a short period of time. As long as it wasn't an accident that could threaten him, there was no problem. What he needed to consider now was the other party's current combat power. He heard that there were many pinnacle experts gathered there. The East Emperor Demon Empress had already appeared for battle, and there were also the other 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress. Almost all of them were here, yes, so what if all the pinnacle experts were here? So what if the East Emperor Demon Empress, the 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress were all here? As long as the 8 Wonders Great Gods appeared, they would be swallowed whole. He really didn't expect that the 8 Wonders Great Gods would actually be willing to take action personally this time. Once the 8 Wonders Great Gods of the 8 Wonders Great Gods appeared, there was no enemy that couldn't be destroyed. This was really another unexpected surprise. The 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress, these veteran experts of the imperial court, were all idiots. When such a great war of the century was coming, they actually didn't gather the military forces of their territories and only gathered a few pinnacle experts to come here with the intention of stopping the advance of my heavenly demon army. The only reason was to prevent the loss of the civilians in the imperial court. How stupid and idiotic they were. Even if these people could hold back the army for a short while, they would also all die here because they were alone. The 9 Heavens imperial court, which had lost these pinnacle battle powers, would quickly fall into the hands of the heavenly demon clan. It looked like the heavens were really protecting the extraterrestrial demon clan. Otherwise, how would the imperial court's side be forced to make such foolish moves? A certain emperor was marching forward, thinking about his hegemony for thousands of years. Suddenly, the 8 Wonders Great God in front of him suddenly stood up, and his miniature body suddenly straightened, his small eyes shone with bewilderment, and he seemed to be at a loss for what to do. 8 Great God, what's wrong with you? Although Commander-in-Bay was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly demon clan, he still had to grovel and curry favor with this beast in front of him. Because the 8 Great God hated people being rude to him the most, but why would the 8 Great God make such a shocking move? That uncertain look in his eyes had already completely revealed his current state of mind. In Commander-in-Bay's mind, the 8 Strange Great God was the most powerful existence in this world. Any of his 8 special abilities had earth-shattering powers. But what kind of change could actually make such a powerful existence like the 8 Great God panic like this? A voice condensed from divine consciousness sounded with uncertainty. Could it be that the other side has another unparalleled expert in hiding? What kind of aura is this? Why is it so dangerous? Unparalleled expert? Commander-in-Bay was stunned. That's impossible. In the entire 9 Heavens imperial court, the one with the highest cultivation is only that Master Yun. Other than that, there's no other expert who can face us. Our spies in the heavenly imperial court sent news just a few days ago. Guru Yun is dead now, and it's his death that caused the white fog to vanish. He sneered disdainfully in his heart. Beasts will always be beasts. No matter how much you feed them, they're still beasts. They actually got scared before the battle because they don't even know if there's a threat. No, that's impossible. My ability can't be wrong. Fear and wariness flashed in the eyes of the 8 Strange Great Snake. This murderous aura, this divine consciousness, far surpasses mine. This is too powerful. This is too bad. Murderous aura far surpasses yours? Spiritual sense? Ambassador-in-Bay was stunned. How is that possible? It must be an illusion. It was impossible to tolerate such a person. This is absolutely impossible. You are already the ultimate existence in this world, and there is absolutely no power that can surpass you. Hearing these words, Octatic Orochi nodded. He said, what you said makes sense. Indeed, existence is stronger than me would not linger in this world. He sensed it carefully again and confirmed that the murderous aura had completely disappeared. He slowly relaxed and thought, could it be the might of the heavenly tribulation just now? That's right, it must be the might of the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, why would I feel so creeped out? Only this kind of power can exist. Only then would I be so shocked and unable to resist. As for humans, you can't threaten me at all. The celestial demon army was like a black cloud that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Mixed with boundless haze, they continued to march forward. On this side, Chu Yang had already turned around indifferently and said, the main forces of the heavenly demons have all come out. Right now, they are thousands of miles away and will be here soon. Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi laughed and immediately stood up. The battle just now was inexplicable, and the victory was inexplicable. We didn't release our fighting spirit at all. Since the enemies are coming, we might as well go and kill them. Let's go now. The inexplicable increase in strength this time filled everyone with confidence. Moreover, all the 9 Tribulation sword masters and all the brothers of the 9 Tribulations had a considerable increase in strength this time. Now, even the weakest among them was not inferior to Seijun Shangren. As for Chu Yang and the others, they had already surpassed the limits of this world. With such strength, it was naturally easy to deal with the heavenly demons. In the face of absolute strength, there was no suspense at all. Even if there was a huge difference in numbers, intercepting the celestial demon army head-on was an extremely crazy thing to do just now. But now, it was not a big deal. At least, everyone had this kind of confidence. The reason was obvious. This is not good. Mo Tianji pondered and said, we can't choose to intercept them head-on for now. We have to stop them from advancing first and wait for our reinforcements to arrive. Then, we can talk about annihilating them. Why? Everyone was baffled. Victory was already in their hands. Why did they have to use such a roundabout method? Was there any more meaning to it? If we really wipe out the celestial demon army in one go and wipe them out, then, it might not be a good thing for the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Mo Tianji said, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court still needs to fight and enemies. What kind of logic is this? I don't understand. Many people shook their heads. This time, they really did not understand. Everyone's main purpose of gathering here was to wipe out the celestial demons and quell the demon threat. Now that they had the ability to do so, why did they say that completely wiping out the demon threat was not a good thing? If this was not a good thing, then what was? The strategists of the 9 Tribulations lowered their heads and thought for a while. They actually agreed, yes, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court does need such a war. Everyone was even more baffled by this argument. Because we have already started the Holy War. And there are already reinforcements on the way. We need to let the descendants of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court really grow up in this war. We can't just rely on the few of us and the strength of some experts to resolve this war. Chu Yang said softly, doing this may be a little cruel, but we have no other choice. It's like a pair of parents to their children. Actually, the parents have the ability to solve all the problems that the children have to go through. But they can't. They can only let the children do it on their own. Because, after everything is done for them, their lives will be over. Other than becoming a good-for-nothing, they will become a good-for-nothing. It's the same this time too. Besides, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court needs heroes now, and we are no longer suitable for the identity of heroes. Chu Yang looked at Xue Leihan and said softly, Brother Xue, I can feel that not long after this war, we will be leaving this place. And all of you are obviously tired of power. To you, power is just a burden. Xue Leihan's expression was heavy. He sighed. That's right. Someone raised an objection. But won't doing this cause too many casualties? Don't you think it's too cruel? You must know that a war like this will cost the lives of millions of soldiers. Since there's a way to reduce casualties, why give up what's near at hand and seek what's far away? Everyone was silent on this point. Yes, the consequences of doing this would definitely be very cruel. However, this battle was imperative. Otherwise, after Chu Yang and the rest left, Xue Leihan and the rest would also retire. Although there would be a period of peace in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, it would definitely be accompanied by disasters afterward. Because at that time it would be equivalent to the Imperial Court being stripped of its bones. Without bones, even if it was a giant, there was only one path, which was to fall down forever. Without Chu Yang and the Demon Empress, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court needed new heroes to rise. This was the need of the era and also the guarantee of the Imperial Court. The times create heroes, and heroes also create the times. What we can do now is to reduce their casualties, but we can't completely prevent them from dying. Mo Tianji's expression was heavy. He pondered and said softly, but this kind of sacrifice must be made by them. This victory must also be fought for by them. Everyone's expression was very heavy. Although many people already understood why, there were still many people who did not understand it. And this kind of confusion would only be understood many years later. It was this seemingly unrestrained war that left behind such precious spiritual wealth for the entire Nine Heavens imperial court, and those things couldn't be exchanged even with millions of sacrifices. Amidst the silence, Xianxia said, "The higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons, will take them." The brothers looked at each other and smiled, full of confidence. Xianxia thought of 3 words, whetstone. And what the blood of yellow flame said, without a whetstone, the world is full of mediocre people. Next, Mo Tianji went to set up the formation and completed the final key. And Chu Yan and the rest of the 9 Tribulations brothers, as well as the previous sword masters, started to rise and rush to the front, starting to effect the advance of the extraterrestrial demons. The army of extraterrestrial demons was advancing when suddenly, someone shouted in panic, "What's that?" All the extraterrestrial demons looked over and couldn't help but shudder. In front of them, there were a few unbelievably powerful tornadoes coming from the ground. They actually spanned across the entire land, whistling as they came and went. The vanguard of the extraterrestrial demons was attacked directly by the tornadoes and was actually swept up. In the air, no matter what kind of experts they were all torn into pieces without exception. And in the distant sky, the sound of thunder could be heard faintly. Purple lightning filled the vast sky, an extremely oppressive feeling of heaven and earth was clearly felt. "Stop advancing." This time, it was 8 Strange Serpent who gave the direct order. This creature was the most sensitive to this kind of heaven and earth crisis. "There's an unpredictable change in heaven and earth ahead. If we force our way through, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out. Don't act rashly." Ambassador and Beiqi thought deeply and immediately gave the order. The army of extraterrestrial demons immediately stopped advancing and waited for orders. Fortunately, that terrifying tornado had only swept away a few 100,000 people who were closest to the vanguard, and it did not continue to extend over. All the extraterrestrial devils could not help but heave a sigh of relief when they saw this situation. This wait lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. Happy Face, the first wave of Heavenly Demon Camp's newest troops, was another type of Heavenly Demon tribe, Earth Demons. Earth Demons were different from flying demons. They could fly in the sky and were used for ground combat. However, they were also different from ordinary Heavenly Demon Horde. Ordinary Heavenly Demon Horde was just a group of cannon fodder that won with numbers, but Earth Demons were the trump card for ground combat. The Earth Demons were huge in size and possessed immense strength. Any Earth Demon would at least have the strength of a Heaven Stage Master, but if they were to fight against a normal Heaven Stage Master from Tianke, the Earth Demons would definitely win. Aside from their great strength, the Earth Demons had another advantage, and that was their exceptionally tough bodies. Normal blades, swords, fists, and palms would find it difficult to injure them. To break through their defenses, one would have to be at least a minor level stronger than the Earth Demons. The Heavenly Demon Emperor had put in a lot of effort and capital in order to defeat the enemy. He wanted to finish the job in one battle. A dark mass of strange shapes and sizes. To be safe, apart from sending out the Earth Demon army, countless monsters also appeared in the Heavenly Demon camp this time. Due to the participation of Yamada no Orochi in this battle, under his strong pressure, many monsters on the Heavenly Demons side had no choice but to join the Heavenly Demons battle formation, even though they were unwilling. This time, they cooperated with the Earth Demons army, and their power was even stronger. Speaking of the monsters on the Heavenly Demon camp's territory, they really lived up to the word strange. They were really strange in all shapes and sizes. However, this was because the Heavenly Demon camp's territory had a harsh environment. It was hard to find good mountains and rivers. In such an environment, if they wanted to survive, they had to adapt to their environment. He had to adapt to the environment with his own body. It would be strange if he still looked good. However, it was natural selection that allowed the fittest to survive. Creatures that could survive in such a harsh environment on the Heavenly Demon camp's territory had an essential characteristic: they were strong. The combat force formed by countless Heavenly Demon camp's monsters was also a trump card of the Heavenly Demon camp. This combat force was definitely not to be underestimated, seeing that the Heavenly Demon camp was already moving. On the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's side, a bugle horn sounded. With a long howl, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth suddenly surged. Under Wu Shang's blade. Only death and no injuries. Dong Wushang personally led the Middle Extreme Heavens army to meet the enemy. Emperor Wushang personally took action, personally leading an expedition. This was a huge boost to the morale of Middle Heavens warriors. Everyone's blood was boiling and their morale was greatly boosted. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei were both celestial emperors. One day later, they were the best emperor and empress couple that shone before Zhao and his wife back then. The two of them were far ahead, taking the lead. Yao Yao was far ahead. Dong Wushang held the black saber in his hand, and a boundless domineering aura that filled the sky suddenly erupted and surged out. Everyone had a feeling that with him in the front, they might not even notice the thousands of soldiers behind him. Just him alone was already a mountain that was destined to be insurmountable. It was blocked. It attracted everyone's attention. All attention. Behind him, Li Xiongtu's expression was complicated. Finally, he sighed sadly. He could sense that the current Dong Wushang had already far exceeded the level that he could understand. To Li Xiongtu, Dong Wushang had always been the goal that he was chasing, and also the motivation for his courageous improvement. Before this, although Dong Wushang was strong, far stronger than Li Xiongtu, and the two of them were almost incomparable, Li Xiongtu had already sensed one thing, and that was that Dong Wushang seemed to have reached a bottleneck. This bottleneck was not Dong Wushang's own bottleneck, but a restriction that belonged to the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Under this restriction, no one could take another step forward, such as Master Yun. He had been at the peak for a long, long time, but still could not break through this restriction and take another step forward. Therefore, Li Xiongtu had never despaired, and felt that the distance between him and Dong Wushang was really not very far. But as long as he worked hard enough, there would be a day when he could be on par with Dong Wushang, and even defeat him. All along, catching up to Dong Wushang, defeating him had been Li Xiongtu's greatest wish. It was also his lifelong pursuit. But now, at this moment, at this place, he had this kind of feeling. No matter how hard he worked, catching up to Dong Wushang had already become an extravagant hope. The distance between the two of them was already completely unreachable, or perhaps it was the difference in the levels of the planes. The two of them were already fundamentally different. This unique feeling of quantitative change and qualitative change made him feel helpless and helpless. From this day onwards, it had actually truly extinguished Li Xiongtu's desire to catch up to Dong Wushang. Perhaps one day, I can also climb to the peak, and even catch up to him at the peak. But by the time I catch up to him, he will already be long gone from this world. He will have gone to a wider world, and I will ultimately be unable to catch up to him. The ultimate peak of the Saber Dao belongs only to Dong Wushang. In this Nine Heavens Imperial Court, I will definitely not be able to catch up to him. Li Xiongtu strode forward, charging towards the extraterrestrial demons. For a moment, his heart was in turmoil. Unexpectedly, another clear thought rose in his mind. So, there really is a higher level of existence above and below this starry sky. Right at this moment, a sharp voice rang out from the opposite side. I am the master of the earth demons. Tanaka Kogo. Who are you? Tell me your name. Dong Wushang let out a long howl and shouted, I am your ancestor, Dong Wushang. Come, let me see your dog head. You Tanaka Kogo. Tanaka Kogo was enraged. Bastard. I am Tanaka Kogo, not a dog. Mother ***, you don't even know how to speak properly. Calling you a dog is mocking other people's dogs. Dong Wushang said disdainfully. Suddenly, his saber slashed down. The sharp saber aura that had been hidden all this while suddenly surged out violently at this critical moment. This saber aura was as long as 1,000 feet, overflowing with a golden glow, incomparably dazzling. This sudden saber strike seemed as if it was going to split the blue sky into two as well. This Tanaka Kogo was shocked to see such a domineering saber strike. In his inexplicable shock, he finally reacted and shouted. The hook in his hand transformed into countless yellow lights as he desperately tried to block the attack, hoping to escape death. However, the reality was really cruel. But, after a dang sound, the attack landed. However, with a clang, that hook broke into two the moment it came into contact with the saber aura. Then, the saber aura instantly broke the hook, and the remaining force did not diminish at all. It directly slashed down from the forehead, from the head to the neck, to the chest, to the abdomen, and finally to that thing. The entire body was directly split into two vertically, very, very symmetrically. The physical body was instantly annihilated, and a certain Kogo's soul left the body, wanting to escape. It tried to renew its life, but the golden saber aura on Dong Wushang's saber immediately shone brightly again. It actually absorbed that Kogo's soul completely, turning it into nothing and turning it into smoke. A dignified heavenly demon king, the lord of earth demons, under Dong Wushang's saber. He actually did not even finish a single move before his body and soul was destroyed. He was doomed eternally. Dong Wushang waved his saber and shouted, "Lord of earth demons? That's all there is to it. Indeed, trash that is not even comparable to a dog. Kill." After saying that, he took the lead and charged into the enemy's formation, starting a massacre and slaughtering the demons. Behind him, millions of Middle Pole Heaven's soldiers and horses. They saw Heavenly Emperor destroying the demon's body with a single move, and the remaining force destroying his soul. They even charged into the crowd of earth demons like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Their aura was even more invigorated, and they charged into the crowd of earth demons with a ferocious attitude as if they were about to go crazy. The Lord of Earth Demons was instantly annihilated, and he was already dead. The earth demons simply did not dare to believe this shocking fact before their eyes. They were at a loss and were at a loss, like a group of dragons without a leader. It was a complete mess, and they suddenly encountered such a crazy attack from such a powerful army. Even though their own strength was tyrannical, they no longer had the heart to fight. They only had the thought of escaping with their lives intact. They scattered and fled in all directions, and their formation collapsed. It was really a complete defeat, and there was no turning back. To be fair, the army of Middle Pole Heavens that went to war this time was the most elite army of Middle Pole Heavens, but their actual strength might not be above the army of Earth Demons. If the two sides were to fight normally, Middle Pole Heavens would definitely be at a disadvantage. But this situation was special. The Lord of Earth Demons was defeated and killed by Heavenly Emperor Wushang of Middle Pole Heavenly Emperor in one move. This result was too unexpected and incomparably shocking. Because their leader died so abruptly, how could the Earth Demons under his command not be terrified? Even their great master was not a match for one move of the other party, and with their little bit of weight, the other party could probably kill them with just a breath. With this thought in mind, how could they not escape? Dong Wushang and Mo Lei together wantonly rampaged through the enemy's formation. All the enemy experts that were exposed to their eyes were all destroyed like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. First, it was the generals of the Earth Demon Horde. The martial-level commanders were all killed neatly one by one, as if their names were being called out. Next, they targeted the leaders of each army of 10,000 people. Occasionally, they would also kill them along the way. Then, those were the ordinary experts hidden among the troops. Given Dong Wushang's current cultivation, strength, and divine senses, no matter how these extraterrestrial demons tried to hide, it was meaningless. With just a glance, he could see everything clearly. He did not even need to blow. With just a glance, he could kill a heavenly demon general. This kind of battle was really easy to the extreme, and he was always at a disadvantage. Of course, in the hearts of the ordinary soldiers of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, other than feeling that great Emperor Wushang was invincible and mighty, they did not have much of a relaxed feeling. Even though the Earth Demon Horde's fighting spirit was already high, this was still a battle to the death. There were casualties on both sides. With just a single clash, there were already countless severed limbs scattered on the ground. The Middle Heaven soldiers could still personally feel how difficult it was to deal with the Earth Demon Horde's heavenly demons, as well as the strength of their physical bodies, as well as the sharpness and tenacity of their dying counterattacks. Even though the Earth Demon Horde's fighting spirit had collapsed and their fighting spirit was even more lacking, their instincts to save themselves at the critical moment of life and death still allowed the Earth Demon Horde to counterattack considerably. Especially when the Middle Heaven soldiers' killing moves were about to reach them, the Earth Demon Horde's most fatal counterattack would follow. Almost every time an Earth Demon Horde member was killed, a Middle Heaven soldier would be injured, crippled, or killed, but even so, the moment they defeated the enemy, the self-confidence and satisfaction in their hearts increased even more. Apart from Dong Wushang and the rest, no one else knew that if Dong Wushang and the rest hadn't killed all the heavenly demon generals in the Earth Demon Membrane Army, what kind of shocking number of casualties would have risen to now. the truth of the battle now was almost equivalent to Dong Wushang shouldering more than 90% of the pressure on himself. Such a battle had never happened since ancient times. It had never happened before. This was also the countermeasure that Chu Yang and the rest had discussed. After this battle, all the people who participated in the battle returned alive. They would all become the heroes of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, and such a heroic concept and appeal would be preserved in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court for a long time. At the very least, it could be maintained for a considerable period of time. And these people would become the spiritual pillars of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. This would be the last bit of strength that Chu Yang and the rest could do for this world. Although doing so would definitely be accompanied by sacrifices, a lot of sacrifices. But compared to the original sacrifice of the entire battle, it had already been reduced by 1,000,000 times. The situation of the battle was obvious. It had only been a meal's time, but the Earth Demon army was already on the verge of collapsing, and there were even demons that had begun to flee. Ambassador Enbeichi couldn't help but frown. He naturally wasn't willing to let the situation continue to deteriorate. Immediately, a decree was passed down, and the Fire Demon army in another direction moved with a rumble, rapidly and frantically pressing towards this side of the battlefield. The Fire Demon army was another valiant race among the heavenly demon races, and their current movements were very obvious. They were rushing to the aid of the Earth Demon Horde, intending to salvage the situation of the Earth Demon Horde's total defeat, and set things right. And even counterattack the middle extreme heavenly army, turning defeat into victory. But how could their movements escape Mo-Tianji's calculations? But at this moment, Mo-Tianji's central army waved its flag, and Gudu Xing roared. The Western Skies army rushed out like a tide, intercepting the Fire Demon army. Gudu Xing was alone with his sword, man and sword as one. The Black Dragon sword was like a flying black dragon, flashing the most resplendent sword light in the air, and this incomparably resplendent sword light illuminated the Fire Demon army. This battle continued for no less than a day and night, an entire day and night. On the Nine Heavens Imperial Court side, the various forces of the heavenly demons took turns going into battle. On the opposite side, the 8 great tribes of the heavenly demons and the magical beast army also took turns, killing until the heavens were worried and the earth was miserable, and blood flowed like a river. Until the early morning of the second day, both sides withdrew their troops. It's just that their auras were very different. On the Nine Heavens Imperial Court side, it could be said that they returned triumphantly and complacently, while the heavenly demons' side was deathly silent. Even the heavenly demon Heavenly Emperor Enbei was shocked to the point of speechlessness. Looks like the other side was actually prepared for battle. Moreover, their strength still far surpasses ours. 8 Strange Great Serpent had somewhat waning interest in this current situation. He said, "Be prepared, otherwise, we can only withdraw for the time being. Although the environment over there is vile, it's stable. I believe the space can still be maintained for a period of time. Purple Cloud Heavens is still in our hands, and being content in a corner is still possible. If we continue to fight like this, I'm afraid your heavenly demon race will be completely obliterated from this world." Heavenly Emperor Enbei silently nodded. The discomfort in his heart at this moment was really incomparable. Of course, the current situation was as such, but being exposed in front of others was another matter altogether. It was really too tragic, too depressing, too disgusting. Originally, when he first came here, he was full of excitement and confidence, thinking that everything was in his hands and victory was within his grasp. Who would have thought that when he arrived here, he would come face to face with a terrifying reality that he didn't even dare to dream of? Cloud Shungren was indeed dead. However, the current strength of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's peak experts had actually already surpassed Cloud Shungren. In fact, it was more than just a level higher. Wasn't this just toying with them, especially when this battle was against their entire race? The Heavenly Imperial Court had turned out in full force. In the face of such combat strength and such a result, it was truly even more difficult for him to accept. However, he had to accept it even if he didn't want to. The cruel reality was right in front of him. Stubbornly holding on and not retreating? Then there would really only be total annihilation. Although the other side's experts hadn't really engaged in a head-on battle for the time being, Heavenly Emperor Enbei could already tell that any one of the few young experts that the other side sent out was stronger than him, the kind that was much stronger. Even if the 8 Wonders personally took action, they would at most be able to fight against one of them. If he wanted to fight against two of them alone, that was practically courting death. Even his chances of escaping were very slim. In the face of such a powerful enemy, Heavenly Emperor Bei was full of dejection. He no longer had any fighting spirit or will to fight. He originally thought that victory was certain this time. All he had to do was to take down the enemy, take over the entire Heavenly Imperial Court, and rule the world. However, he never thought that he actually still underestimated his opponent. That's true. The entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court's population is no less than 100 billion. How can the mere few billion of our Heavenly Demon clan compare to it? Forget it, forget it. It's better to be content with a corner than to have our entire race wiped out. Heavenly Emperor Bei's face was full of dejection. He was just about to give the order to retreat. However, suddenly, right at this moment, the sky suddenly shook violently, as if something huge had happened at this moment. The entire sky actually started to shake violently at this moment. Furthermore, a ball of purple suddenly appeared and shot up into the sky, filling the entire firmament. As if it had encountered some huge impact, even Chu Yang and the others were baffled by this sudden turn of events. This was because the entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court, regardless of the region, the mountains, plains, lakes, or valleys, all of them experienced an earthquake at this moment. Especially at Purple Cloud Heaven's side, the tremors were the most severe. Almost all the mountain ranges within a radius of tens of thousands of miles had ruptured to varying degrees. This earth-shattering, and violent disaster of heaven and earth caused everyone to be inexplicably shocked. They completely couldn't understand what exactly was going on. How could there be such a huge commotion? In the camp of the heavenly demons, Heavenly Emperor Bei and the Eight Wonders Great Serpent shuddered at the same time and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The demon and the serpent looked at each other and saw the endless panic in each other's eyes, as well as a kind of indescribable despair. This was because there was only one situation that could cause both of them to spit out blood at the same time even though they weren't injured. That was, something had happened to the origin of their godly consciousness that they had left on the planet where the heavenly demons lived. However, there was also only one situation that could cause their godly consciousness to completely collapse like this. That was, the planet had exploded, the space had collapsed. In other words, the base camp of the extraterrestrial demons had completely ceased to exist now. This was originally within their expectations, but it just so happened that they had no way forward and had just decided to retreat. This unforeseen event undoubtedly made things worse. It was like adding hail to the snow. It also caused the demon and the serpent to feel endless despair at the same time. They couldn't charge forward at all. According to the current situation of the battle, charging forward was simply equivalent to courting death. Since they couldn't advance, they had to retreat. However, there was already no way out now, because their path of retreat was cut off. 3 years of arrogance, a million brothers battling the winds and clouds, soaring into the sky, a sword leaving dust behind, a sword spirit passed down through the ages in the martial world. He believed that the small number of sky devils who had stayed on the heavenly devil planet would have no chance of surviving even 1 in a billion as the planet completely exploded and collapsed. There was no way to advance or retreat. The affairs of the world were indeed fickle. From the time when they were in high spirits and complacent, everything was under their control, to the present situation where they had no way to advance or retreat and could face annihilation at any time. The situation of the entire clan being annihilated had changed in just a few days. What should we do? What should we do now? Ambassador Bei was at a loss for a moment. He lost his composure and muttered, "Eighth Great King, you must save our heavenly demon clan." The 8 hens of the 8 strange serpents swayed furiously at the same time. "I also want to save your heavenly demon clan, but, at this moment, who is going to save me?" The collapse of the rear meant that their home was finished and their retreat was blocked. The higher-ups of the heavenly demon clan also sensed this. Their faces were pale and filled with despair. The news spread across the entire celestial devil camp in a very short time. Without a doubt, the celestial devil army's morale plummeted to rock bottom in just as short a time after the shock. Mo Tianji, who had been paying attention to the movements of the heavenly demon army, discovered the sudden collapse of the heavenly demon army without any difficulty. Although he didn't know the reason yet, he obviously realized that there was no time to lose. He waved his hand and said, "All troops, attack." In the battle that lasted for an entire day and night, almost all the reinforcements from the Nine Heavens Imperial Court had arrived. In other words, not only was the Imperial Court's combat power far superior to the heavenly demons in terms of high-end combat power, but the number of ordinary combat power was also not inferior to the enemy. At this moment, the heavenly demon army unexpectedly collapsed. It could be said that this was the best time to launch an all-out attack. At Mo Tianji's command, the Nine Heavens Imperial Court's experts rushed forward like an avalanche. Mo Tianji, Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and the others rushed at the front. They left their own army far behind. Chu Yang and the others' original intention was to train and create new heroes, but if they could reduce unnecessary casualties, they still had to try their best. For example, facing the ordinary heavenly demons could naturally be left to the Imperial Court. As for the high-end combat power of the heavenly demons, they still had to be dealt with by themselves. 10 figures charged into the heavenly demon army like shooting stars. The resistance they encountered along the way was actually minuscule. Compared to the previous battle, it seemed to be 10,000 times easier. It seemed that all the high-level extraterrestrial demons had lost their will to fight at this moment. It was more or less equivalent to waiting to be killed. Chu Yang charged all the way. Wherever the 9 tribulation swords' edge passed, all the heavenly demons disintegrated and were instantly annihilated. At this moment, a long-lost feeling suddenly came. That is? In addition to his own feelings, Chu Yang also felt that the 9 tribulation sword was also transmitting a feeling of happiness. Who else was there in this world? What else was there? Can it affect me and the 9 tribulation sword at the same time? The next moment, Chu Yang felt that there seemed to be one more person beside him. Turning his head, he saw an unfamiliar yet familiar middle-aged man in green looking at him with a smile. I originally wanted to lend you a hand, but I didn't expect that I wouldn't be needed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have made this trip. Hearing this, Chu Yang was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. Sword Spirit. The azure-robed middle-aged man looked unfamiliar yet felt familiar. His body had completely solidified. It was the incarnation of the Sword Spirit that he hadn't seen in a long time. In this last battle in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court, the long-lost Sword Spirit finally returned. Once again, he fought side by side with Chu Yang. I haven't had the time to congratulate you. Lord Sword Master has improved so quickly. You have greatly exceeded my expectations. The Sword Spirit smiled. You still have the cheek to say that. You disappeared the moment you left. How long have you been gone? Why haven't I heard from you at all? Have you been there all this time? Have you found the path that belongs to you? Chu Yang was overjoyed. As he fought, he asked the Sword Spirit a number of questions in a row. I have found the path that belongs to me. This is all thanks to Lord Sword Master's reminder that made me realize it. The Sword Spirit smiled and said, as for where I have been all this time. Actually, you know it. You have been there before. Chu Yang was instantly confused. A place that I know? A place that I have been to? Where is it? That's impossible. The Sword Spirit laughed. Don't say that it's impossible. Not only have you been there, we have even met. Chu Yang was even more confused. That's really impossible. If we had really met, how could I not have recognized you? The Sword Spirit laughed merrily. Is it really impossible? At that time, I was on a pillar. But you really didn't recognize me. Chu Yang's expression changed when he heard that. Then, realization dawned on him. So, it was at that strange place. You, the Sword Spirit suddenly said very seriously, yes. At that time, when you went, I was practicing the secret technique with the elders of my clan. At that time, I even especially blinked at you. I thought that with our tacit understanding, you would definitely be able to discover my presence. But Chu Yang looked embarrassed. Sorry, I really didn't notice. But there were so many dragons and phoenixes blinking at that time. It was really hard to recognize. I really didn't recognize you. The Sword Spirit laughed and said, I'm just joking with you. If you could really recognize me at that time, that would be strange. Okay, let's kill the enemy first. After we are done with the things here, we can talk in detail. We don't have much time then. Xianxia nodded. Well said. After this battle, what's the harm in talking for 3 days and 3 nights? The sword spirit burst out laughing and waved his robes. In the next moment, the nirvana flame appeared all over the sky. The nirvana flame could incinerate everything in the world. The nirvana flame that was released by the sword spirit was even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, a huge path was burned out. Xianxia let out a long roar. His body and sword became one as he rushed forward like a rolling hurricane. Under Xianxia's extreme speed, he flashed past where the core tent of the heavenly demons was at. Swoosh, the 9 tribulation sword directly opened the tent of the heavenly demons like a whirlwind. Commander Anbei roared angrily. He jumped up from the throne. Even though the situation was dire, even though the situation was so bad, he was still an emperor. At the end of the day, he was not going to resign himself to death and not put up any resistance. Xianxia finally saw the enemy's hand. He frowned and stretched out his hand. As he raised his hand, all the air around him seemed to have condensed into a substance. Commander Anbei had just jumped up. His whole body was already frozen in the air, unable to move at all. The gap between them was so huge that there was no comparison at all. Xianxia's next action made Commander Anbei even more surprised. He saw a certain minister slap down fiercely, as if he was slapping a mosquito. The heavenly demon emperor was slapped to the ground. Then, a foot stepped on the emperor's head. He seemed to ask casually, "You are the heavenly demon emperor?" Commander Anbei's head was stepped on by Xianxia's foot. The surrounding space was also tightly sealed. There was no room for struggle. It seemed that he could not even speak. But his eyes shone with extreme humiliation and anger. Xianxia frowned and looked at the aura around him. He said, "Other than the heavenly demon emperor, there is no other heavenly demon who can have such providence. It seems that it is undoubtedly this guy. How convenient. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly." He stretched out his hand. With a few cracking sounds, he had already crushed all the bones in Commander Anbei's body. Then, he pointed a finger at the emperor's dantian. Anbei's body, which was convulsing due to the shattering of all the bones in his body, once again emitted a pu sound, as if a pig's urine bubble had burst. His astonishing cultivation base instantly vanished into nothingness. Xianxia slowly lifted his foot. This heavenly demon emperor was paralyzed on the ground like an earthworm at this moment. He was panting and screaming loudly, but he still couldn't move at all. A red figure flashed and Xianxia also entered. Seeing that the emperor had been captured, she raised the purple cloud's emperor's seal and cried with tears in her eyes, "Father! Mother! Your daughter has avenged all of you today." The purple cloud's emperor's seal came crashing down. His cultivation was destroyed. His body was like a pile of mud. Commander Anbei did not even have the chance to scream before his entire body was smashed into a real pile of mud and meat paste. His remaining spirit was also absorbed by the purple cloud's emperor's seal and instantly turned into pure spiritual energy of the universe. At this point, the highest emperor of the extraterrestrial demons, the emperor of a generation, had completely disappeared from the world. The reason why Xianxia only shattered his bones and destroyed his cultivation was because he wanted to hand over the job of dealing with this heavenly emperor to Xianxia. Otherwise, with Xianxia's current strength, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. That slap was enough to annihilate the heavenly emperor instantly. At the moment when the emperor was killed, Xianxia and Xianxia actually clearly felt a sense of relief from the purple cloud's emperor's seal. It was as if the purple cloud spirit in the distance had also felt the death of its life's greatest enemy. It let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Xianxia could no longer suppress the sadness in her heart. She burst into tears. Xianxia gently held her in his arms, and slowly patted her back. But, he also sighed deeply. For this day, how much did the 9 heavens imperial court sacrifice? How much did the fallen purple clouds heavens suffer? Today's battle seemed extremely easy, but how could the suffering of the past million years be easily erased from the history of the 9 heavens imperial court? It would definitely remain forever. Xianxia lay in Xianxia's arms. Her heart was filled with inexplicable grief and indignation. She burst into tears to vent the depression in her heart. However, Xianxia's eyes were still staring closely at the altar in the tent. There was a very strange-looking snake there. That snake had a total of 8 heads, and its long body was currently trembling. Its entire body was not even the size of a palm. It was extremely miniature, but it was definitely not cute or adorable. There were very few creatures that were so small that they were not adorable. But this little snake was not adorable at all. Seeing Chu Yang's sharp gaze, this snake's 16 eyes shone with flattery. Its body trembled, as if it was begging for mercy and trying to curry favor. I know you can speak. Chu Yang sneered. If you answer my questions honestly from now on, perhaps you won't have to die. The moment 8 strange serpent heard the words, won't have to die, it nodded and bowed. It appeared to be extremely obedient. You are the guardian of this extraterrestrial demon clan? Chu Yang asked sternly. You flatter me, you flatter me. How would I dare to call myself a god in front of you? 8 strange serpent was shocked and hurriedly flattered. Its small body nodded and bowed hurriedly. I knew you wouldn't dare. You're quite obedient. Chu Yang wanted to ask more but suddenly felt dispirited. He said casually, it's just that there's no use keeping you. Since your extraterrestrial demon clan has already been destroyed, as their guardian. How is this little snake a guardian? I'm only willing to serve you for the rest of my life. 8 strange serpent was shocked. Its head touched the ground and kowtowed like it was pounding garlic. Its 8 heads kowtowed together. It was truly a spectacular sight. I hope you can spare this little snake's dog life. I'm willing to be your dog from now on, Chu Yang said indifferently, if I really had a dog like you. Wouldn't I, Chu Yang, be utterly disgraced from now on? His voice was filled with murderous intent that was not concealed at all. In front of Chu Yang, 8 strange serpents' murderous intent rose and it shrieked in despair. Suddenly, it soared. Turning into a bolt of lightning, it charged outwards. Its speed was truly appalling. However, Chu Yang reached out his palm. Even though it was clearly not a very fast action, he had already caught it in his hand. 8 strange serpents struggled desperately and reverted to its original form in the air. It was 100,000 feet tall. Boundless violence erupted from the colossal serpent instantly. It wanted to fight for its life. However, Chu Yang's palm tightened. The colossal original form that had just formed in the air exploded with a poof, like a balloon bursting, instantly vanishing without a trace. Chu Yang was still holding that little snake in his palm. The little snake could revert to its original form with a single thought and fight for its life. Similarly, Chu Yang could fix it into its little snake form with a single thought and wait for death. Without waiting for this disgusting fellow to beg for mercy again, a ball of black flame suddenly appeared in Chu Yang's palm. He said indifferently, even if it's just a corpse, it's still disgusting. With a ting sound, the black flames immediately rose up. 8 strange serpent no longer struggled and was burned to ashes just like that. This guardian deity of the extraterrestrial demons was gone from this world. In Chu Yang's hands, it did not even have any leeway to attack. Many of its wondrous techniques, the legendary 8 great mystical abilities and hideous faces did not even have time to reveal themselves before they were already annihilated. Chu Yang would not allow such a disgusting fellow to have a chance to fight with him or anything. At this moment, he did not even have the thought of using it to establish his dominance. He finished it off cleanly. Qing, the leader of the extraterrestrial demons, is dead. Let's go kill the extraterrestrial demons and end this battle as soon as possible. Chu Yang said softly, today, let us exterminate all of the extraterrestrial demons and leave them with no chance of survival. Xianxia sobbed and raised her head from his arms, nodding her head with tears in her eyes. The two of them walked out side by side. The battle outside was still in full swing. However, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court's troops, under the joint command of close to 100 peerless experts, had long gained an overwhelming advantage. This was no longer a battle. It was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. The number of extraterrestrial demons was decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye with every minute and every second. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court's troops, who were still rushing over from all directions, slowly formed an encirclement. No one from the Imperial Court would have the slightest bit of pity for the extraterrestrial demons. Only death, only destruction. This extremely evil race had troubled the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for more than 1,000,000 years. Today, it was finally time for them to pay with their blood. the encirclement had already formed an iron bucket-like encirclement, without any loopholes. The number of survivors of the extraterrestrial demons was actually less than 2 million now. The experts among them had long been slaughtered by everyone. At this moment, Mo Tianji gave an order. All the troops stopped at the same time and even retreated 30 miles back. No one understood the reason behind this. However, with Mo Tianji's next order, everyone understood and no longer had any doubts. Today, we shall conquer the purple cloud heavens. We shall use the souls of billions of extraterrestrial demons to worship the departed spirits of the purple cloud heavens. We shall worship the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud heavens, the empress of the purple cloud heavens, and all the heroes of the purple cloud heavens. Mo Tianji's expression was solemn. Today, the purple cloud heavens shall regain its glory. Today, the extraterrestrial demons shall be exterminated. Please, heroes, rest in peace. Please, heroic spirits, smile. Please, heroic spirits, have no regrets. 3 days later, at the celebratory banquet, I shall announce this to the world. I hope the heroes of the purple cloud heavens will not forget to drink a celebratory wine. Mo Tianji faced the heavens and the earth and announced loudly. After this announcement, the heavens and the earth trembled and a fierce wind suddenly blew. It was as if billions of heroic spirits responded with smiles at the same time. For the last battle, I invite the princess of the purple cloud heavens, Xianxia, to lead the survivors of the purple cloud heavens to exterminate the last bloodline of the extraterrestrial demons. To comfort the souls of the heroes in heaven. To announce the return of the purple cloud heavens. Mo Tianji said loudly. Countless survivors of the purple cloud heavens had tears in their eyes. They glared with hatred at the remaining extraterrestrial demons, who were huddled together and trembling, and walked forward resolutely step by step. A total of 50 to 60 peak-level experts released their auras at the same time, suppressing the surviving extraterrestrial demons to the point that they could not move at all. Even their breathing was uneven. No matter their cultivation, they could only be slaughtered. As blood splattered across the sky, countless survivors of the purple cloud heavens had tears in their eyes. They even wailed and waved their swords. Ancestors, do you see this? Today, this unfilial descendant has finally avenged you. Purple cloud heavens, we have finally taken it back. We have finally regained our glory. The rest of the people from the imperial court watched this quietly. They could not help but feel inexplicably touched. What did the purple cloud heavens go through in these millions of years? Everyone knew. But no one knew, today's glory should belong to them, and only them. 3 days later. Purple Cloud City, Qiang and Xianxia both knelt in front of the tomb of the purple cloud heavenly emperor and empress. Please don't worry, I will treat Qing'er well. I will treat her like a treasure and will never let her suffer any grievances. Please don't worry and marry her to me. Qiang prayed softly. Father, mother, I have married Qiang. From now on, I am a member of the Chu clan, no longer a daughter of the Z clan. I can't protect the purple cloud heavens for you. I have to accompany my husband to explore the starry sky. Please understand my choice and bless me. After fighting in the martial world for 3 years, his dream came true. Since I have chosen him in this life, I will accompany him to the ends of the world. In this life, only one person. Even if I have to go through all kinds of hardships, even if I will be heartlessly abandoned in the future, I will never regret it. Father, mother, I will kowtow to you. Xianxia looked at the tombstone longingly and kowtowed hard. Silly words. Qiang held Xianxia's waist gently. I can't wait to dote on you. Why would I let you go through all kinds of hardships, much less abandon you? If you say this, what if the elders in heaven are sad? I am so wronged. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him, but leaned her soft body gently on him, looking at the tombstone in front of her with misty eyes. Amidst the silence, the windless and cloudless sky started to drizzle without any warning. The drizzles fell on the bodies, faces and skin of Qiang and Xianxia. It was already late autumn. However, the drizzle was not cold at all. Instead, it was like the spring rain, silently moisturizing and full of joy. One could only feel the warmth and comfort of spring on their faces and bodies. It was as if that distant spirit was using his true feelings to bless and comfort his daughter and son-in-law. Thank you, father, mother. Xianxia's whole body trembled. She cowed out heavily and sobbed. "Thank you, father-in-law, mother-in-law." Xiang bowed solemnly. "Please rest assured." Not far away, a group of brothers was quietly watching all the movements here. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. Only gratitude. Xiang supported Xianxia. The two of them retreated to one side. Shueleihan's white clothes fluttered. He walked forward and looked at Zihao's tombstone. He stared at it for a long time. For a long time, he actually couldn't say a word. After a long time, as if struggling, he said, "Brother." He only said these two words and his eyes were already brimming with tears. He choked and couldn't speak. His whole body trembled and he closed his eyes tightly. He looked up at the sky and his lips were tightly shut. Two clear lines of tears flowed slowly from the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth. His cheeks were obviously puffed up. He tried hard to control himself and not cry out loud. He knew that at this moment, one mouth was to cry loudly. It was hard to control himself. "But, brother, I'm sure you don't want to see me cry, but I really couldn't help it." After a long while, Shueleihan suddenly raised his head and let out a long howl. He bellowed loudly, "My brothers." In the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. The sky was silent, and the wind was rustling. At the same time, everyone felt a wave of grief. The two brothers whose names shook the world were finally standing together on this day. However, one had already fallen into eternal slumber, while the other was both physically and mentally exhausted. His lofty aspirations were worn down, and he was no longer as lofty as before. Shueleihan sat in front of the purple cloud tomb in a daze. For half a month, he did not speak or move at all, just like a wooden sculpture. Someone at the side suggested that they drink a cup of wine with their former brothers and reminisce about their past. Shueleihan ignored him. He just sat there quietly, accompanying his brothers and sisters-in-law. "We are brothers, so why do we need wine? The hearts of each other, what is there to talk about? I just need to be with him here." "Brother, have you been lonely all these years?" Xianxia stood quietly in the distance, accompanying Shueleihan for half a month. She didn't go forward, didn't speak, and didn't urge him either. She just accompanied him quietly. Xianxia stood even further away, looking at the figures of the Demon Empress and Dong Huang. She stood there for a long time. After half a month, she finally let out a long sigh and turned to leave in loneliness. "So, from the beginning to the end, I never had any hope. In that case, I wish you both happiness. Zihao, I miss you very much too. But, it's destined that it won't be my turn today. I'll come and see you again after Shueleihan and the others leave. Shueleihan, I envy you very much too. But I won't fight with you anymore." The Nine Heavens Imperial Court's situation was set. The extraterrestrial demons had truly been exterminated. This included those extraterrestrial demons who had already infiltrated the Imperial Court. Under the coverage of the unimaginably huge divine senses of Mo Tianji, Ao Xieyun, Xia Danqiong and the others, as well as the unpredictable power of Mo Tianji's hand of heavenly secrets, none of the remaining extraterrestrial demons could escape. In just a few days' time, the remaining extraterrestrial demons were all exterminated. Until now, there was no extraterrestrial demon in the Imperial Court anymore. The entire Nine Heavens Imperial Court was draped in red, cheering and celebrating. It was not only to celebrate the destruction of the extraterrestrial demons, but also to congratulate Minister Xianxia on her messed-up wedding. Now that the extraterrestrial demons were exterminated, the troops of the various heavens and earth also began to return. The Nine Tribulations brothers and their big brothers were also nowhere to be found. They didn't even participate in the celebration banquet before they disappeared without a trace. After so many years of suffering, they definitely had to tell Big Brother about it. "We don't need any celebration banquet. As long as we brothers can still be together, then every day is a celebration banquet for us. I'm leaving." Half a month later, the Sword Spirit said goodbye to Xiang. "You're leaving too? You just came back and you're leaving already?" Xiang was a little reluctant. "I still want. We can still continue to be together and roam the world together. Our original intentions, I believe that there will definitely be a chance to work together again." The Sword Spirit looked at Xiang emotionally. In my life, Chu Yang is the only real brother. I also want to be together with my brother and never be separated. Our original intentions will not change. However, being together is disadvantageous to each other's great Tao. At that time, we will definitely have a chance to meet again. Isn't parting so that we can meet again next time? And we can still meet again at any time. As long as you want, or I want. The sword spirit smiled. That's good too. Chu Yang was also someone who could let go. He smiled freely. Since that's the case, when you come again, let's get drunk. The sword spirit smiled. Okay. It's settled then. However, this time I'm not the only one who's leaving. There's another one that I'm taking away too. His gaze fell on the black fog beside Chu Yang. Divine spirit of the tribulation. Come with me. There, you can also truly find your own path. The divine spirit of the tribulation was overjoyed. Really? He looked at Chu Yang and couldn't help but hesitate. This? I'm also a little reluctant, Chu Yang smiled and said, what's there to be reluctant about? Didn't the two of us say just now? As long as we meet again, we can meet again. I hope that when we meet again, you'll have already found your own path. Oh right, after you reconstruct your body. You must come and let me see. Until now, I still don't know what you look like exactly. Amidst the laughter, the sword spirit and the divine spirit of the tribulation stepped out. Before leaving, the sword spirit suddenly turned back and looked at Chu Yang. By the way, I know that in your heart. There's always been something that you can't let go of. Or rather, you can't understand it, or even, it's a sore point. Chu Yang nodded. I also understand. The sword spirit said, that person asked me to pass on a message to you. Chu Yang asked, what message? The sword spirit said, that person asked me to tell you. That's your son. It's just that your son is really very impressive. After saying that, the sword spirit laughed loudly. Without waiting for Chu Yang's reply, he had already left with the divine spirit of the tribulation. In midair, a golden phoenix spread its wings. The ninefold phoenix cry was incomparably clear and melodious. In an instant, there was a flash of brilliance all over the sky. A certain sword had already disappeared. Chu Yang was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So that person also has times when he miscalculates. He thought that what I cared about was this matter. To be honest, I've never taken this matter seriously. That's my son, what's there to be suspicious about? Sigh, what I've always been thinking about is actually something else. It was a pity that the sword spirit had already left. Chu Yang could only let out a long sigh. He wanted to ask. But there was nothing he could do. One really shouldn't be too pretentious. He had originally wanted to connect their thoughts and appreciate each other so that they could solve the problem directly. He didn't expect that in the end, he would be lost and confused. What should be solved was not solved, and what should have been solved long ago was solved in hindsight. What the hell was this called? It was really as depressing as being trampled by countless grass-mud horses. There were hundreds of things to be done in the entire purple cloud heavens. It was in the midst of reconstruction. Almost the entire fairy race was here to help with the reconstruction. Even a rare item like the Spring of Life was used as if it didn't cost them anything. For more than 1,000,000 years, purple cloud heavens could be said to have been devastated. The geology was even more severely damaged. Without a divine item like the Spring of Life, it was really difficult to recover. But with the great help of the fairy race and the abundant Spring of Life, the entire purple cloud heavens slowly became green and full of vitality. However, during this period of time, Chu Yang and the others had nothing to do. Apart from drinking every day, they played around and played to their heart's content. Playing was playing, but how could one really enjoy themselves to the fullest without a beautiful woman by their side? Xianxia and Mo Qinggu were different from a certain minister. They were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. They couldn't be seen every day. This situation made Minister Chu's heart filled with displeasure. What was this? Ever since I got married, I've almost never been with my wife. Before we got married, we could still occasionally hold hands and hug each other's waists. But now, we can't even see each other. Finally, this day. The fairy race told Xianxia that the spring of life they brought had been used up. If they wanted to continue the reconstruction project, they had to send someone back to the fairy forest. How far would it be to make a trip back to the fairy forest? How long would it take? How could Xianxia, who was racing against time to rebuild purple cloud heavens, wait? In a hurry, Xianxia and Mo Qinggu rushed to find Chu Yang. Tell me, why is the spring of life gone? What's going on? Is it because of you, fairy emperor? Xianxia frowned and complained coquettishly. Her voice and expression were stern, as if she was denouncing him. Humph, I can't see my wife after I got married. I haven't even asked what's going on and you're already denouncing me and being so aggressive. How can I reason with you? Minister Chu snorted and said, Come, my wife, accompany your husband first. Let's talk about other things after we settle the most important things. Xianxia couldn't help but feel angry when she saw that someone was so mischievous. What kind of person was Big Sister Z? She was a ruthless character who would attack anyone who said something wrong. Without another word, she would leave everything behind, but in the next moment, she suddenly felt darkness in front of her. When it lit up again, she found herself in Chu Yang's 9 tribulation space against her will. With Minister Chu's current cultivation, he could easily dominate over his 4 wives. Although the 2 women also had a terrifying cultivation above the peak, they were still caught by him before they could even resist. You. What are you doing? Don't mess around. I'm going to scream. Xianxia blushed and stomped her feet. She said angrily, We're still waiting outside to use the spring of life. Quick. Before she finished speaking, Chu Yang had already covered her mouth with his lips. The man's voice said, What are you screaming for? I'll see how you're going to scream. Silly girl, how can the spring of life be gone? I'm the one who made them lie to you. Now they're working hard outside, we need to do some work too. Work hard. Xianxia's face was red. Mo Qinggu covered her face with her hands and only felt that her whole body was burning. You bastard. Xianxia's whole body went limp. She was powerless to resist and her face seemed to be on fire. Bastards are bastards. Minister Chu said shamelessly, I'm not only a bastard, I'm also a hooligan. I'm playing hooligan to you. What about it? Scream. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you. It's reasonable and legal for us to play hooligan to you. Xianxia moaned, but she didn't know which sensitive part of her body was touched. Her whole body went limp. Mo Qinggu was shocked to see this. She turned and fled, wanting to get away from the trouble. She said in a panic, It's so busy over there, I have to go out and supervise, but she was caught by Chu Yang. He snorted and said, What are you busy with? How can it be more important than here? Little girl, don't even think about running. During this period of time, the 2 of you have discussed to avoid me. Do you think I don't know? If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I still have any dignity as the head of the Chu clan? He. Beauty, this big pervert is coming. Then, there was a coquettish struggle, and then, cough. I'll omit 8 million words here, it was indeed 8 million words. A certain someone was really strong now. His thing was also very strong. And he had held it in for so long. If he really wanted to describe it, 8 million words would be a small number. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court was still the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. But the reign of the various great emperors became a short 50 years. In these 50 years, the 9 Heavens Imperial Court developed rapidly. Even Purple Cloud Heavens, which used to be a barren land, had now become a lot more prosperous with cities and towns. On this day, Minister Chu Yang felt something and suddenly gathered all his brothers for a meeting. After the meeting, on the same day, Great Emperor Wu Shang, Great Emperor Du Xing, Great Emperor Qianghua, Great Emperor Divine Dragon, Great Emperor Heavenly Mystery, and so on. They all announced their resignation from the position of Heavenly Emperor and gave it to others. Then, these dozen or so people disappeared from the 9 Heavens Imperial Court at the same time. Their wives, children and all their family members disappeared along with them. Don't doubt it. It had been more than 50 years. No one knew where they had gone at all. Someone went to the valley where the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress lived in seclusion, hoping to find out what had happened. But even these two immortal couples didn't know where Minister Chu and the rest had gone. Chu Yang, Zi Shiqing, Mo Qinggu, Tai Budian, Wu Qianqian, Gu Duxing, Gu Miaoling, Mo Tianji, Chu Lo Dong Wushang, Mo Lei Tan Tan, Xia Danfeng, GMO, Huyan Aobua, Luo Kadi, Xin Yang, Xia Danqiong, Madame Mei, Ao Xieyun. No one ever saw the figures of these legendary figures again. The entire Nine Heavens imperial court started to write books and write biographies, praising their achievements. Then, with the continuous gathering of information and the deliberate leaking of some information from the past by the Heavenly Mystery Intelligence Department, the world finally started to understand the details of these legendary figures from various aspects. It turned out that these great emperors and Minister Chu, turned out, they were indeed legendary. They were practically legends. Everyone who knew about their life stories all said the same thing. Without exception. In the Nine Heavens imperial court, an entire mountain range was tempered by the combined efforts of 300 Saint Peak-level experts to become a towering yet indestructible stone tablet. If one wanted to destroy this stone tablet, one had to have a strength that exceeded the combined strength of 300 Saint Peak-level experts. And such a person was destined to never appear in this world. The name of this stone tablet was, Words of the Minister, in Minister Chu's life. The words he said were all collected by people and some of the classic sentences were selected. They were carved on it for future generations to worship. And in the process of collecting, everyone who saw this stone tablet felt from the bottom of their hearts that in the legend of Minister Chu's life, there were two words that were most important and most indispensable. Brother. What is a brother? A brother is nothing. A brother is a brother. I hope. When I'm at my peak, my brother is also there. I won't be lonely. I also hope. When my brother is at his peak, I won't let him be lonely. No matter how high my brother and I go, we won't be lonely at the top. I hope to fight for a lifetime of glory with my brother. To become a legend through the ages. I even hope that thousands of years later, we can become legends. If we can become legends, I hope that you will be part of my legend. If you become a legend, then I hope that I will be part of your legend. Because we are brothers. We will never let down the word brother. We will never let down the word brother. After another few decades, Chu Yang and the rest secretly returned to the Nine Heavens imperial court. Other than meeting up with their close friends, no one else knew. The heroes of the past had actually returned to this land. But all those who were related to Minister Chu and these great emperors, however, after they returned this time, they all disappeared without a trace. Well, probably not all of them. Because there was still one person who hadn't disappeared. But now, no one knew that there was such a person. The only exception. Until a few years later, there was another turmoil in the Nine Heavens imperial court. When a doomsday catastrophe swept across the world, there was finally one person who stepped forward and averted the catastrophe. He quelled the catastrophe in the Nine Heavens imperial court. And this person, with indisputable strength, stepped onto the position that no one else other than Minister Chu had been able to take, the position of minister. It was only then that everyone knew that this new Iron Minister was actually Minister Chu's son. Time passed by slowly and without a trace. In the blink of an eye, many years had already passed. In the vast universe, Chu Yang and the others had become travelers in time and space. Sometimes, they would gather together, and sometimes, they would disperse and do their own things. If they missed each other, they just needed to send a thought to each other and everyone would gather again. To everyone, this was a very easy thing. And in this long period of time, everyone's cultivation also gradually increased, gradually reaching a kind of realm that even cultivators couldn't understand. But Chu Yang and the rest still believed in one sentence: the great Tao has no end, we only need to move forward, keep moving forward, we don't need to think about our own goals. A realm that we can't understand doesn't mean that our predecessors can't understand it, and it doesn't mean that future generations can't understand it either, until one day, when Mo Qinggu was traveling, she accidentally got into a battle with a mysterious monster. Qingwu Dreamsaber slashed casually and actually chopped down hundreds of stars in the sky. It was only then that everyone truly realized what kind of realm their cultivation had reached. Another day, Chu Yang brought his wives to a planet that they had never been to before. It was a blue planet, it was picturesque. Chu Yang had never been here before, but he inexplicably felt that this place was very familiar, as if this was his home, that kind of feeling. So he decided to stay here. He stayed there for several decades. Until one day, Chu Yang, who was fishing by the seaside, suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. When he turned his head to look, he saw a young man in white standing behind him. He squinted his eyes and said, "Hey, kid, do you want to fight with me?" This guy who had suddenly arrived was tall and handsome. It could be said that he was a rare handsome man in the world. However, his face was full of evil aura, and his whole body was full of evil aura. He was overflowing with a sense of lawlessness and unbridled arrogance from the inside out. Chu Yang didn't hesitate, nor was he surprised. He smiled calmly and slowly pulled out his sword. "I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. I've also been waiting for you for a long time." The young man in white laughed wildly and said, "Since you've been waiting for a long time, then what are you waiting for? Come, let me teach you a lesson. Let's fight in the sky, and I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. There's always someone better than you." Before he finished speaking, the two had already gone up to the 9 heavens. Chu Yang drew his sword and said, "Please." Chu Yang really didn't know how many years it had been since the 9 tribulations sword appeared again. The long-lost 9 tribulations sword reappeared in the world. But before the 9 tribulations sword reappeared, strictly speaking, before Chu Yang finished speaking, the young man in white had already attacked. The white-robed youth had already launched an attack. It was actually a sneak attack. Chu Yang somersaulted out and said angrily, "Damn it. A cultivator at your level actually dares to use sneak attacks. Don't you have any shame?" This was really unimaginable. This fellow's cultivation was clearly unfathomable, and he had fought him head-on. He faced him head-on and lost more than he won. Such a powerful guy actually used a sneak attack on him. This world was really big, and there were all kinds of strange things. There was really nothing that couldn't be thought of. Tisk, whenever I can save some energy, I'll save some energy. The young man in white didn't have the slightest bit of embarrassment on his face. He said with an evil aura, "In this world, there's only one thing that's the most important." "Do you know what it is?" Chu Yang asked. "What is it?" "Damn it. You sneak attacked again." With a pu sound, his butt was actually kicked. It turned out that this guy deliberately used words to attract Chu Yang's attention. However, another sneak attack came. A doppelganger kicked Chu Yang's buttocks from behind at lightning speed. This kick was really ruthless. It directly kicked Chu Yang tens of thousands of miles away. It had been too long. Chu Yang had been invincible for too long. It had really been too long since he was in such a sorry state. While he was still tossing and turning, the young man in white had already caught up. He laughed and said, "The most important thing is, I want to have fun." Even though Chu Yang's self-cultivation had reached the point where he wouldn't be moved even if the universe was destroyed in front of him, he couldn't help but be speechless at this moment. He grimaced and said, "Since that's the case, let's officially start fighting." As he spoke, he clapped his hands and said, "Brothers, let's attack together. Beat this guy up. Beat him up with all your might." At his command, Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng, Tan Tan, Mo Tianji, Xia Danqiong, Ao Xieyun, GMO, Rui Budong. A large group of people suddenly flashed out of the void. All of them, from top to bottom, started to surround and attack without even saying a word. No, they were ganging up on him. Seeing this, the young man in white didn't turn pale with fright. He shouted, "What the F***ck? Chu Yang, you're really not kind. You keep blaming me for sneak attacks, but you actually set up a powerful ambush here yourself. Do you still have any shame?" Chu Yang smiled and said, "In this world, the most important thing is, I want to have fun." Hearing this, the young man in white was stunned for a moment. Then, he burst into laughter. "You're a fast learner. You're impressive." He raised his head and a domineering aura suddenly erupted from his body. He raised his head and said arrogantly, "Chu Yang, remember this. I am Jun Mo Xia. This kind of aura that surpassed both ancient and modern times caused everyone's hearts to tremble. In their long lives, they had never seen a second person with this kind of aura. For a moment, they were all stunned by his aura and couldn't attack at all. Right at this moment, a person chuckled and suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia in a flash. He suddenly exclaimed with a face full of shock. Xianxia was also surprised. He asked, "What's wrong?" That person asked in shock. "Do you think I'm handsome?" Xianxia was stunned. "What?" Tan continued to persevere, and persistently asked, "Look at me. Don't I look too handsome?" Xianxia frowned and said angrily, "Go away." Tan continued to ask in shock. "Do you think I'm handsome? Am I handsome? Do you honestly think I'm handsome? Am I very handsome? Say something. Do you think I'm handsome?" Xianxia's brows twitched, and in that instant, he was actually a little confused. Chu Yang and the rest instantly swayed. This guy Tan has unexpectedly broken the deadlock at this critical moment. It didn't take long for Tan to make trouble for no reason. He had asked 300 to 400 random questions. Am I handsome or not? Do you honestly think I'm handsome or not? Touch your own chest. Do you think I'm handsome or not? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his head and sighed. Oh my God, in that instant, the evil monarch of this generation, the undefeated evil monarch, was actually unable to do anything to this shameless person. Tan was still prattling on. Do you think I'm handsome or not? Wait a minute. You can fight with us, but you have to make it clear first. Am I handsome or not? Don't run. Am I handsome or not? Am I more handsome than before? Say something. Don't run. Stop. Stop right there for me. The end of the book. 3 years of pride, with tears in my smile. 3 years of pride, side by side. I don't know what to say. It's 3 in the morning. After typing the last ellipsis. My heart seems to have suddenly become empty. I love pride. I love every character in pride. I can't bear to end it. After typing the words "the end of the book," I even have a strong urge to erase these words and continue writing. Write another million, another 5 million, another 8 million, really, my emotions are in a mess. The moment I finished writing, I stretched out my leg and the thermos beside me exploded. I didn't burn myself, but I didn't move. I just sat there. Thinking, I still want to explode. I still want to snatch votes. Minister Chu is still Minister Chu. Mo Tianji is still Mo Tianji. Mo Qingwu is still Mo Qingwu. I'll rest for a few days before writing this. My emotions are in a mess right now, and it's very uncomfortable. End of chapter 2705. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.